Let's go find some treasure. Benny's Adventure Team, assemble! Or not. No one's joined me on an adventure in ages. Come on, let's go!
Yo!
Acting Grand Sage Al-Haytham. I've sent this period's research expenses report to your office. Have you taken a look? Are there any issues with it?
I did. Recent research expenses have decreased quite a bit compared to past figures.
Yes, though that is primarily because there are fewer scholars with research needs. But that can be a rather convoluted topic. Might I ask why you are here today?
I believe you know this individual. His name is Ilyas. He worked part-time here, and he's here for his paycheck.
Oh, yes, of course. Though, Ilyas, where have you been these past few days? That was our busy period, but then you disappeared without a word. Everyone had to pick up the slack.
I'm sorry, something unexpected came up. But I know I've caused trouble for everyone. Is there anything I can do to make up for it?
The other researchers have more or less finished your share of the work. However, there is one thing that is yet to be settled. Do you remember Chandra? You were in charge of following up on his off-site research application. He retracted his application a few days ago and canceled his off-site project. He's the 12th person to retract a research application this month. I'd like you to ask him why he did that. Chandra is probably having coffee at this hour, so you can find him at the cafe.
Understood. Then, about my paycheck.
I'll pay you in full once you return. However, make sure you don't disappear without saying anything again. Be considerate to your colleagues and give them some forewarning at least. Is this acceptable, Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham?
I have no objections.
Investigasi. Pakai panah apa sih? Walaupun enggak terlalu sesuai tapi mana ada jalan ke sini? Mana ada jalan ke pinggir?
Is it possible to install a vision?
Mana ya jalan ke pinggir? Oh itu nih ya. Alamak. Lewat. Benar lewat sini. Siapa ini yang nungguin?
Elias? Long time no see. What can I do for you?
I heard that you canceled your research project, so I'm just here to ask you why.
Oh, that, it's really nothing special. I just don't feel like going anymore. I'm not the only one who canceled, right? I mean, people have had no motivation to conduct research lately, haven't they?
No motivation to conduct research?
Yeah. Say, who might you be? You look sort of familiar.
Oh, don't mind me. Please, continue.
Well, with the downfall of the Sages not long ago, many of the projects that they led were put on hold while they were being investigated. With the situation being so volatile, people are picking up random things to do to kill time. No one wants to risk starting any new research until it's clear how things will pan out in the future.
When you say how things will pan out, you actually mean what the new sages would have interest in, right?
Wow, talk about blunt. But that isn't the only reason for the lack of motivation to start new research.
So what are the other reasons?
Well, because the Akasha terminal shut down. I'm sure you're all aware that we require all kinds of knowledge to perform any of the research we do. Back then, the Akasha would respond to any of our requests for the knowledge we needed. It was beyond convenient. We didn't have to spend an extended amount of time studying, so we were able to immediately run various tests and experiments.
I see.
You get it, right? After having had a taste of something so amazing, who can be bothered to manually sift through data and files ever again? There are only a handful of people at the academia who are starting new projects or performing research. Most people are like me, waiting for a recognized researcher to start a project before immediately applying to join. Although our names will be further down in the paper, we'll have a much easier time. We don't have to do most of the mental heavy lifting. All we have to do is focus on our assigned tasks.
Ilias? What's wrong?
My head. It hurts. I remember now. I remember what Siraj said to me as he approached. You will become Siraj number 36. Fuse yourself with a consciousness under my control. Think only in accordance with a set module, like a worker bee in a beehive.
Paimon doesn't get it. What does that even mean?
It's what Siraj was researching and the topic of the thesis he had submitted. Collective consciousness and the path of evolution. Siraj believed that by achieving 3 objectives, he could create a collective consciousness in human society and drive humans toward their ultimate evolution. First, he would rank test subjects in descending order of ability, with number 1 serving as the overmind.
This overmind would then divide tasks into numerous modules and delegate them to the collective's members based on their assigned number and the task's importance. Lastly, this system must support the rapid exchange of information within the collective, or even better, allow its members to share their memories and emotions.
Paimon still doesn't get it. What's the point of all that?
Think of it as linking many minds together and tailoring a given mind's assigned work based on its compatibility. Eventually, everyone's minds will be consolidated into a new form of existence that is both an individual and an organization.
Oh, ito.
Siraj believes this collective
Bottle,
consciousness
bottle.
is superior to individual humans.
Whoa. Squishing a whole bunch of people together? Paimon thinks that sounds horrible.
It's just as Al-Haytham said. Siraj gave all the test subjects different numbers. Bigger numbers meant you had a lower rank, so your assigned tasks were less complex, such as being responsible for everyone's basic needs. Smaller numbers were ranked higher, so you'd be given more complex assignments like planning for the future. Siraj referred to me as number 36, and I think that was a low-ranking number.
Pantol. Kenapa
I also
tol?
recall that
Kenapa
Siraj
tol?
said his plan was proceeding very quickly, and that the hive would soon be complete.
Oh no, then we gotta hurry!
What's
We have to
wrong?
stop him before it's complete!
I tried my best, but that's all I can remember. I still can't recall where the cave is. I'm really sorry.
Take your time. You'll eventually remember it all. However, something doesn't seem right. Some details don't add up.
What's off?
Some detail.
You were only designated as number 36? What a shame. From what I can see, your talents merit a smaller number.
I'm not sure what Siraj's numbering system is based on. Anyway, we're done here. Let's go.
Please, wait. I heard you all talking about Siraj just now. Are you looking for him?
Huh? Do you know something?
Well, Siraj is pretty popular as of late. I heard he's gained recognition from a lot of well-known researchers. Supposedly, he's a strong contender for being one of the next sages. There are many who would give up everything to be a part of his research team. I'm nothing special though, so I doubt I'd get the opportunity. That said, I do know a researcher who received an invitation from Siraj but declined it. Her name is Janaki. If you're interested, you can try to find her. She's usually reading at the pavilion in the garden.
Very janak. Holy moly shit.
Are you Janaki? We'd like to ask you a couple of things about Siraj.
Ilyas?
Do you know me? I'm sorry, but I don't recognize you.
Are you playing dumb with me?
No, I'm not. I actually have amnesia, so I've lost a lot of my memories.
And? Are you trying to say that I should forgive you just because you've forgotten what you've done? Or are you using the acting grand sage as backup to settle things with me? The two biggest loners teaming up. What a terrible thought.
That's enough. There seems to be a dispute between the two of you, but I have no interest in that. I heard that Siraj once invited you to join his project. Is that true?
So, what if it is? Siraj did extend an invitation to me, and I was also interested in his project. I think it was about collective consciousness or something. Anyway, he said that I could be number 45. I refused because I thought that rank was too low. No one wants to be placed at the bottom. Certainly not me.
Ilias is number 36, and Janaki was supposed to be number 45. Ugh. Just how many people did Siraj have his eyes on?
Tell me, did Siraj tell you how he assigned numbers?
Yeah. Remember how the sages took advantage of the Akasha and extracted Yana energy from our heads back then? They left a document that records the amount of Yana energy that the Akasha had extracted from each person. I don't know how Siraj got his hands on that document, but he used it as the basis for his numbering system.
I see. He believes that this data can be used to evaluate a person's compute.
Putting aside the validity of the data, it is meaningless to judge individuals based solely on their jnana energy.
At most, jnana energy can only be seen as representing a portion of a person's abilities. Humans are complicated beings, so it is impossible to evaluate them using a single criterion.
See? I knew I couldn't have only been ranked as 45.
What else do you know about Siraj?
That's it. He came to me, I refused, and that was the end of it. Is there anything else you needed? If not, I'm out of here. I've had enough of this eyesore.
Please, wait, I still want to know what I did in the past.
You really forgot?
I swear, I don't remember anything.
Paimon can vouch for him. The mantra also said that he truly lost his memories.
I see. You know what? It's better this way. I get angry just thinking about it, so I really don't have the patience to fill you in. All you need to know is that you got a lot of people in trouble back then, including me. That's all I have to say. Goodbye.
And she's gone. She doesn't seem to like you very much. Do you really not remember anything?
I really don't. But after she said that, I've had this heavy feeling in my chest. I guess I did something really horrible.
Do you want to remember?
Huh?
Even though you're a witness against Siraj in this case, you've also lost your memory. No one can force you to remember if you don't want to. Even if you manage to remember, all you would need to do is feign ignorance and tell us that you tried the best you could, but to no avail.
I'm not sure what to do. Like I said before, for some reason I felt a sense of freedom when I realized I had lost my memories. But I feel like I shouldn't be allowed to go free so easily. I still want to remember everything. What should I do?
I can look up your file. Something that caused trouble for a lot of people in the past must be on file somewhere. Would you like me to look into it?
Yes, please.
All right, then let's return to the House of Dana. We've spent enough time here, and you should go and get your paycheck. Let's split up for now. Ilyas, you go and get your paycheck. The rest of you, come to the archives with me. We'll meet back here later and then head over to Gandharvaville.
Okay. Thank you all so much.
Relax, Ilyas. Being nervous accomplishes nothing.
That's true. I'm ready. No matter what I've done, I'm ready to face it. I'll also try my best to remember anything else related to Siraj. We'll put an end to all of this.
I'm holding you to that. See you later.
Lagi elevator. Pergi ke atas. Keren anjir ini karakter ini. Matanya. Berarti selama ini hanya dua karakter yang matanya berbeda.
Okay. The important files from the last few years should all be here.
A new job, a new challenge.
Ya.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Anyway, I found Ilyas's file. Let's meet downstairs.
Keren emang ala hitam
What
tuh.
have I done?
This file indicates that you were once commended by the academia for your courage and sense of justice. You were considered a hero.
Huh? Me?
Yes. Your instructor was engaging in academic fraud, and you were the one who reported him. Your report was found to be true after a series of investigations, and your instructor was brought to justice by the Mach. This incident caused quite the commotion, and the academia sent you a commendation. What is it? Are any memories coming back to you?
No, it's just... my head feels like it's being ripped apart again. It hurts. Did I seriously do that? Then why?
Let's put this matter aside for now. It isn't directly related to Siraj, so there's no need to push yourself over it.
I'm sorry. It should have been something good to hear, but my body is instinctively rejecting it. I feel like I'll black out if I try to remember.
Take it slow. Recovering memories is no easy task, especially when it involves memories that you don't want to remember. Just do what you think is right.
Thank you. I'm not sure how you're so calm and composed all the time, but it does make me feel more confident about the situation I'm in.
Let's head to Gandharvaville and deliver Ilyas's paycheck to his sister. Come on!
Wush. Energi terbang. Wah, jauh Gran hal Fadil. Kalau lewat ini naik ke atasnya. Kita cobain karakter baru. Skill baru. Kan dia air.
This world is full of
Nembak. Oh iya, gue ingat. Dia bisa nembak beruntun. Ini bisa dilawan nggak? Ampun, skill pasifnya keren banget. Pasifnya si Cas. Anjir, 39.000. Kok berkurang? Nggak biasa lewat sini soalnya. Biasanya lewat ini terbang-terbangan kali. Boleh juga nih.
water jet.
Waduh. Coba. Belum. Konstelasinya astaga baru 2. Artinya belum beres ini tuh. Patung daerah sini belum beres. Pedangnya masih ini dong. Gue penasaran yang api. Api yuk. Patung Seven Pyro. Api. Belum pernah pakai. Ini udah pernah pakai rupanya. Baru ingat aku tahun lalu. Yang api ini belum nih. Resonansi dengan Pyro. Loh. brengsek kok nggak bisa sih? Why? Why man? Kok pelit anjir? Kan gue udah ngeberkahin ya. Lah. Waktu itu bisa ngelihat keseluruhannya gimana ya? Ya, ini belum dapet. Biasanya langsung loh. Karena sebelum questnya kesini ya, biasanya langsung dapat. Mungkin karena belum ini. Ya udahlah. Balik lagi.
This is destiny.
Perpaduin ini dengan ini langsung. Lah. Tidak bisa meluncur. Harusnya sebelum meluncur udah ngeganti.
We should be close. Let me think. It should be this way.
Ilias, what are you doing back here?
Dad, it's nothing. I was just wondering how everyone was doing.
You sure everything's okay? Did they bully you again? It's all right.
Build
You
task
can tell us.
build orang levelnya doang,
Ilias,
skillnya nggak usah.
What's wrong?
I'm fine. Just a minor headache. I haven't been getting much rest lately.
Build deh
Back
ya.
then, I told you not to be a hero. Look how things turned out. I can't imagine how things are going for you at the academia. We've even been receiving threat letters.
You don't have to force yourself to stay at the academia. You can always come back home.
I'm all right. I just need a little rest.
Ilias doesn't seem like he wants them to know that he has amnesia.
Karena baru ku build itu bagian elemen batunya doang, dia terus ini tuh anemonya belum. Triknya tuh ini belum di build juga nih. Dia naikin skill atau kalau yang listrik kayaknya nggak tahu. Angin, geo udah takut, air nih. Oh, gantinya mantap. Area juga deh. Gantinya kita bikin takut. Terus biar nanti bakal jadi penguasa 7 elemen.
Hey, that's enough, you two. Ilias isn't feeling well. You can keep nagging him once we get home.
Sebenarnya elemen dia tuh
Ilias, let's find
lightning.
somewhere to talk.
Nah dulunya kan di
So, how's your headache?
It's much better now. Oh, here. It's this month's paycheck. How's everything at home?
Same old, same old. It's just that everyone's worried about you. Don't mind their nagging.
Deep down, they know that you did the
Itu
right
kayak
thing.
dewa gitu.
It's just
elemen
that after
Lite
hearing a lot of bad rumors about you and seeing all the threatening
Aktor utama
letters,
kita tuh.
well, they're mom and dad. Maybe they just want
Soalnya
you
dia
to
selama
conform a bit more.
Conform.
tunjukin nggak sengaja
Yeah, you don't
elemen
remember?
cahaya.
After the incident, you... Ilyas? What's wrong?
Ah, I see. I remember now. Don't worry, I remember now.
You're acting a little weird today, you know? Anyway, I understand your decision. But Mom, Dad, and I just want you to be happy. I don't care if you're a hero or not.
Isabel.
I just want you to enjoy life and relax more.
Your understanding is a great comfort to him.
Is it? That's good. Are you a friend of his?
More so these two. My name is Al-Haytham, and this is the Traveler in Paimon.
Oh, that rings a bell. At any rate, I feel more at ease knowing that my brother has friends. Would you like to join us for dinner? I just happened to buy some extra food.
Sorry, but I still have things I need to take care of.
Well, that's a shame. Okay, I'll get going then. Take care of yourself, Ilyas.
Don't worry, I won't do anything to make you guys worry again.
You remember now?
Yes, thanks for that. You know, you don't seem like such a bad person.
Is that your way of conveying gratitude?
Oh, my apologies. I said that there was a sense of familiarity, but what I really meant was a sense of loathing.
Loathing?
Yeah, but having spent some time with you, I realized that you're not someone I dislike to that extent. Strange, isn't it? Why did I have those thoughts at that time?
My strength is that I don't care about what others think. If you could also develop this quality, then you won't be as bothered by complicated social relationships.
It'd be great if I could think like you. But first things first, I remember where Siraj's cave is now. I'll take you there.
Really? That's great! Paimon remembers that you said there are 2 things that you had to do. We've only checked off 1, right? What about the other one? Are we not gonna do that first?
There are more important things at hand. We have to stop Siraj before he completes his collective consciousness, or it'll be too late.
You're right. Let's head out.
Nah, waktunya baku hantam.
For the next interview.
Ya, mana guanya?
I think I'll start with
Buset,
these
jauh
questions.
banget. Oh, gua yang di sini tahu nih permanen. Nah, ini kan udah 98%. Persennya laginya di mana ya? Lah kuatnya di sini, ini mah nggak tahu. Domainnya tidak terjamah ini.
This is the place.
Quest doang bisanya.
It's so well hidden. But there's nothing spooky about it.
Oke, let's go. Domain ini mah. Wah, ini mainannya. Let's go lah. Padahal nggak apa-apa tadi tuh. Adalah iPhone. Screen roll. terbaik ya. Warna Aida dulu kalau saya baru soal hitam dulu ya, tahu lah. Itulah.
Weird. It's bigger on the inside than Paimon imagined. Are you sure it's still a work in progress? Ilyas, do you remember this place? Huh? Ilyas! Where'd he go?
I don't sense him nearby.
Did he get separated from us? Should we wait here or turn around and look for him?
There's no need for that. Let's keep moving.
Alright. We'll continue in and see if he catches up to us.
Tik. Halo? Apakah ada sesuatu? Siapa ini?
It's okay, Ilyas. You've done more than enough for me already.
I don't understand. Everyone knows that Johnny is stealing your research. Why is no one willing to go public with the truth? He shamelessly used your thesis to send in a project application, and whenever the project hits a wall, he asks you for help. Everyone knows what's going on.
Do you know how many people are working on that project? If Johnny was kicked out because of academic fraud, that'd be the end of the project.
But he's obviously he throws you the hardest work, and after you're done pulling all-nighters, he struts around with your research data and takes credit for it. That's not right! Why are you putting up with this?
A lot of people warn me to not say anything, and I think they have a point. This is just how things are. All I want is to graduate without any problems. It's okay. He's at least paying me.
Half a year of your time and effort. Countless all-nighters and casual threats and insults. All for a measly 20,000 mora? He's treating people like cattle.
Enough. It's fine. I just need to suck it up and get it done.
What's the matter? Huh? You could read minds this whole time and you never told Paimon?
Of course not. I was also able to see those memories just now. They were probably the ones that leaked out while Ilyas was connecting to the collective consciousness.
Connecting... collective...
It's clear that this place isn't a work in progress. The hive has long been finished. The collective consciousness project is already complete, and Ilyas is now returning to the collective. Not entirely. Keep walking and you'll see why.
Apa? Holy shit. Ambil kunci. Pasang di sini. Ambil kunci. Pasang di sini. Kuncinya ada 2 ya? Masih kunci yang ini. Itu bisa. Nah. Kan? Something wrong. Ini diambil. Kita lewat sini. Ini dipasang. Yang ini diambil. Easy, man.
Take it easy. Gotcha.
The Temple of Wisdom. Everyone hold hands. I'm seeing stuff.
Nice.
Here you are. Well now.
Our bond is strong. I'll settle this. Quietly now.
I see everything. Yeah, yeah.
So easy, my man. Anjir, item. Sakit anjir itu belum maksimal. Kalau maksimal, muntah itu.
It's completely different from what Ilyas said. This place looks like it's been done for a while.
Nah, ini ya. Emang dia fantasi. Tapi let's go. Biar keren pakai dia.
Contributing to the collective by only thinking to your strengths. How easy.
You know what?
Wait. Huh? No.
Kayaknya sih lanjut. Soalnya nggak bisa turun tadi.
Oh, Haytham. Just thinking of that name fills me with hatred. We must get rid of him.
Pada banyak yang benci dia. Pada sirik lo ya. Kalau hitam ini tuh salah satu mahasiswa yang sangat mantap. Sirik. Oh.
An entire year's worth of work down the drain. And for what? Your reputation? Do you have any idea how many people you've brought down?
You could have played hero any time, so why couldn't you have waited until the project was complete?
I don't understand what you guys are saying. Are you saying you don't care that Raju jumped to his death?
It's a shame. What happened to him? I thought he was stronger than that. Everyone has been working hard to complete the project. He could have endured for a bit longer.
In any case, we're done with you. Because of your recklessness, the Matra are putting Johnny on trial. This project is done for. None of this affects you at all. But do you know how many people, myself included, needed this project to complete their studies? Now our futures are up in the air. If worst comes to pass, we might not be able to graduate.
I'm sorry.
There's no need for an apology. It's not like I'll accept it anyway. You'll pay for this.
Hey, you're blinking out again. What did you see?
Don't jump to conclusions just yet. Save your words for when we see him.
Mantap lah. Ambil dulu ini, lalu ke sono. Lalu ke sana. Aku pasang di sini. Lalu pasang di sini. Maybe. Oh, ini diambil. Nah, gua tahu. Sini diambil juga. Biarin aja tertutup. Anjing nggak bisa. Berarti udah nggak bisa dibawa. Ingatan siapa lagi ini? Elias.
Elias, this is all very strange. Is there really no research group that will take you? Well, to pass this course, you must complete a paper with other researchers. I know you're a hero for fighting academic fraud, but we can't make exceptions for heroes, now can we? Maybe you should try to improve your relationship with the other researchers. Getting a reputation for being too unconventional will not stand you in good stead in the long run.
I understand.
You seem troubled.
Who are you?
Where are my manners? My name is Siraj.
Siraj? I've heard of you before. Do you need something from me?
The world hates people who don't fit in. I imagine you've had your fair share of trouble. After you reported Johnny for academic fraud, you were ostracized and shunned. Even your However, I'm working on some research that will help you merge into a collective. That way, your life won't be so... How about it? Wanna have a go?
Waduh, research apa nih? Agak susah.
What did you see?
Paimon can't believe it! He really did trick us! That giga jerk! No, Siraj is the real giga jerk here. Ilias is just a regular jerk. Ooh, Paimon's so mad! We're gonna find him and we're gonna make him explain himself!
Ngamuk Bapak yang. Sepertinya kita akan melawan arena gini nih. Ini nih ngelawan projectnya dia kayaknya. Project buatannya dia nih.
You've come. I intentionally slowed my integration into the collective consciousness because I wanted to see you one last time. And I wanted to apologize to you as him. It was only at Gandharvaville that the second thing I must do occurred to me. Bring you all here. To throw off the mantra and bring Alhaitham to the hive. That was my task as Siraj number 36.
You were already Siraj number 36? But you passed the mantra's lie detector test!
Yes, I truly did forget many things during that time, even my identity and assigned responsibilities. However, it's not that I got scared and forgot. I chose to delete those memories. It's difficult to fool Alhaitham, so I had to create the perfect guise for myself.
And the best guise is when you believe your own lies.
Correct. I only told you that the hive was incomplete because I had deleted my memories of its completion. It was finished a long time ago. Before I left, I was already living as number 36. Now, I choose to return to that identity. Only here can I be truly free. That's all I wanted to say. After I enter this room, my consciousness will merge back into the collective. And so, this is goodbye.
Is this your decision?
Yeah, the person we know is Ilias, not Siraj number 36. world is painful sometimes, but Paimon doesn't think that's a reason to run away.
Do you need more time to consider, Ilyas?
Hey, who are...
That is Siraj.
So you're that Giga Jerk!
Giga jerk? Huh, how bold of you. Have I done something to offend you?
You!
I modified Akasha terminals to allow users to share memories and emotions. Then, I recruited researchers from the academia to build a collective consciousness. I assigned numbers to everyone and divided the experiment's tasks amongst themselves. Here, people can live easily and happily without needing to exercise complex mental thought. This is what they have chosen. All I've done is fulfill their wishes.
You're just trying to justify yourself!
Then I ask you, what's the difference between here and the outside? There are researchers at the academia who engage in dangerous research in extreme environments while others become idle and listless. People are so obsessed with collective will that even those on the fringes will attempt to fit in after suffering setbacks. Isn't that right, Ilyas? There's no need to deny this, as it is fact. It is natural for social creatures to conform. And the terminus of conformity is a collective consciousness through which even an ordinary bee colony can become a powerful swarm. Replace the bees with humans, and this model becomes even more potent. Welcome to the hive, Al-Haytham. You once arrogantly denied the merits of this project before the Grand Sage. A few simple words from you, and my research was consigned to nothingness. Of course, I'm well aware that you don't care about any of this. You don't care about the pain of others. But I didn't give up. I made my thesis into reality.
When we arrived, I noticed many empty rooms in the hive.
Oh, you noticed that? Then can you guess where their inhabitants are? The answer is the academia. They're executing another phase of the plan. Plan to install me as a sage. The collective consciousness links all of us into a single mind, showcasing our individual strengths as we work together. We are able to execute complex undertakings while instantaneously modifying our strategies in response to unexpected situations. Everything has been proceeding smoothly. You are our biggest obstacle. With you out of the way, I'll use my growing influence to turn the collective consciousness into a legitimate study. The project will snowball until ultimately everyone will be part of my hive. No. The hive will be in control, and it will lead the academia towards a new future.
We won't let you do this!
What can you achieve with mere words? You weren't even able to change Ilyas's mind. Return to the hive, number 36.
Yes.
Wait! Don't go back! Look! There are lots of people out there worried about you. And you aren't an outcast! Aren't we your friends?
That's easy for you to say, given that you're travelers. Will you two continue to stay at the academia? When you leave, tragedy will repeat itself. Return, number 36. You know as well as I do that comforting words don't make life any easier.
Ilyas? Why?
You two are just as arrogant as Al-Haytham. You think that everyone should be like you and live according to their own truths. But you don't realize that most people simply want easy lives. I allowed number 36 to leave the hive without his memories only because I knew he would eventually return. This proves that I know more about human nature than you do. Al-Haytham, do say a word or two. I will consider them as your last.
I made those words quite clear a year ago. The model you presented was extremely unstable. No amount of garish packaging will change its fragile nature. It can't be helped. If you were clever enough to realize those problems, then you would have been aware that the Hive changed when Ilias returned to this collective consciousness of yours.
What?
What's happening?
The collective needs motivation to execute its plans, just as machinery requires energy to operate. That's why you, as the Overmind, synchronized your hatred of me into the collective, prompting them to create and execute a plan to eliminate me. However, when Ilias returned to the collective, his memories and emotions were shared with the rest of its members. This includes his perception of me.
Thanks for that. You know, you don't seem like such a bad person. Strange, isn't it? Why did I have those thoughts at that time?
This contradicts the hatred you had provided them, and these two differing emotions will give rise to new conflict.
So that's it. Wait, so you knew that Ilias would return to the Hive? And then you pretended to keep him around just to fool Siraj. Wouldn't expect any less from you, Alhaitham. Once the collective consciousness bugs out, we'll take that opportunity to... wait. It's back to normal already.
Alhaitham, I told you. You're too arrogant. Did you really think that your little scheme would be enough to destabilize the Hive? Ilias's return had indeed introduced abnormal emotions into the Hive, but such a meager drop cannot give rise to waves. Your struggle has been in vain, and it's time to end it. Allow me to show you what makes the collective consciousness so formidable.
So many monsters. Where did they come from? And something feels off about them.
I also integrated monsters into the collective, though I ranked them last. Even so, they are part of it. Despite their lack of intelligence, perfect cooperation can be achieved, much like soldiers who have undergone strict training. Now then, drown in endless waves of monsters. You will all...
Hey, Alhaitham? Your plan didn't work, so what do we do now?
I've already sent my gift to the collective. It'll take some time for the recipient to receive it. You two just need to brace yourselves for the nuisance in front of us.
Well, alright. Paimon doesn't know how you get so confident, but we'll hold them off for as long as we can. Hey! Sharing my knowledge.
Things are about to get dicey.
Dissipate!
Teamwork is...
Alhaitham isn't that bad of a person.
But it has to be done. He must be eliminated so that we can evolve.
You see? That is the will of the collective. Even with the hatred gone, they continue their work.
Anjir, masih
An
ngebacot aja
external
nih orang.
anomaly cannot shake.
Udah. Lu jadi bikin...
Everyone hold hands.
Stand with me. Lightning purified.
Here you are.
He won't hold out for much longer.
He's a lot tougher than we imagined.
Something's gone wrong with academia. The Matra.
Bodoh.
What's going on? What's with this sudden influx of information? Silence! As the Overmind, I command you!
Mampus lo. Juga tuh. Sama sekali itu. Memorinya dia ditanemin.
Make yourselves at home.
Game's up.
Ulti lah, mamang.
Gotcha.
How is that possible? Why hasn't it been resolved yet?
Was there an error in our judgment?
The will of the collective cannot be wrong.
The Overmind must have made an error
Oi.
in his judgment.
But Siraj is the most intelligent among us. He is number one. His judgment is the optimal one.
Oh shit, man.
Is that true? No, not necessarily.
Dissipate!
What have you done?
Calm down. Don't you have an easy way to figure this out? You were only designated as number 36? What a shame. From what I can see, your talents merit a smaller number. Putting aside the validity of the data, it is meaningless to judge individuals based solely on their jnana energy.
What you said to Ilias has now become a memory shared by all members of the Hive. I see it now! You've channeled and amplified their selfish desires! You're trying to destroy my Hive from the inside out!
Human minds are not infinitely pliable, and your Hive has stretched many of them to their limit. Once your authority as Overmind starts to wane, it won't be long before your subjects snap back. Is it worth living here like a machine? Being a tool for the rest of my life? As soon as one person begins to have these thoughts, selfishness, doubt, and fear will propagate, thanks to the web of consciousness that you built. At this stage, your so-called Hive has already fallen.
It's not over yet. I am the Overmind! There has to be a way!
It's too late. Once the desires of the Hive accumulate, beyond a certain threshold, they will kill their king.
I wouldn't have suffered such a disgraceful defeat if I was the Overmind.
My number shouldn't be so far down the list! Siraj is alive!
This isn't what we agreed to!
I should be the one in your position!
The Hive shut down? What happened just now?
Members of a collective consciousness are more likely to reach a consensus because of their shared memories and emotions. For example, Ilias did have differing perceptions, but he ultimately followed the collective consciousness's judgment. However, this system is far from perfect. Based on this logic, the collective consciousness will generate an intractable diffusion effect upon encountering negative emotions. The disturbance that Ilias caused wasn't for naught. It made the collective question the Overmind.
Setbacks in the plan further amplify doubt, which diminishes the Overmind's influence. This inevitably causes the collective to generate negative emotions.
Apprehension, disappointment, panic, avarice. These negative emotions can be very well hidden, as humans generally do not share completely transparent channels of communication. But in the Hive, where there are no secrets, negativity can spread like a tidal wave. Of course, what I said to Ilias was the trigger for all of this. A few words were enough. Believe in the power of words, Siraj.
You were already thinking of a way to destroy the collective consciousness. Even back then, you knew that Ilias was the bait all along? But how did you know? Since when?
I knew it from the moment I saw him. Moreover, I never looked down on you. My opinion of you has always been objective. You have a naive view towards the concepts of collective consciousness and human evolution, but you are intelligent and disciplined. You would never let a test subject escape. Mistakes like that are beneath you, and you also won't leave any mistake without a resolution.
I never thought I'd hear those words come from you. But if you're saying that out of sympathy, spare me. I know very well that you've never viewed me as an equal. When you were with us, you always had a distant look in your eyes. You don't need to hide it. I know it better than anyone else. The arrogance that comes with being a genius. Nobody likes being treated like that.
Your perspective is entirely born from your habitual way of looking at things. From your perspective, you probably think I'm like you, someone who doesn't fit in. However, I've never placed myself on a pedestal. I just want to distance myself from meaningless noise and look at everything objectively. On the other hand, you have failed to come to terms with who you truly are. You care too much about winning and how others perceive you.
You mean to say that I'm the arrogant one here?
Is that not so? Arrogant and emotionally fragile. You view people as a simple, mediocre collective, while you regard me as one of your kind.
Regardless, I have lost. You can take me back to the academia to stand trial.
You will stand trial, yes. But arresting people isn't in my job description. I'm just an ordinary staff member. I believe it is the General Mahamatra's duty to escort you away.
Sino? What are you doing here?
I followed the symbols. Looks like things have already been settled.
Symbols?
I left a similar picture in my letter to him, and I made several similar symbols on the way here.
Wait, what do you mean you left a letter? Oh, Paimon remembers! When Paimon first saw you, Arab said that you had left a letter for Sino. So you really did know that something was up with Ilias from the start! You lied to us too!
It'd be best if you didn't spout nonsense. I never employed any mode of trickery on you. By the way, I came across some information at the academia a few days ago. If you practice the method discussed therein, your vision may improve.
Tapi di realnya juga Alhaitham memang.
Seriously? This guy.
By the way,
Paimon heard that Siraj sent more people to the academia.
Ini ada di
But can't
gamenya.
let those jerks get away!
Don't worry. The Matra have started screening suspicious persons. And we've already arrested many of Siraj's associates. This was likely one factor that caused the Hive's consciousness to waver.
Tidak digembor-gemborkan.
Everything went as you predicted, All-Hatham.
Good.
Bisa menciptakan
Seems like the interesting part is
pemikiran-pemikiran
already
seperti
over.
Albert
I'll leave the
Einstein.
arrests to you all.
Itu
See you.
rumusnya dari mana Albert Einstein? Dari ilmuwan orang. Oh,
And off he goes. There still are a lot of test subjects here,
Lama
so
dia di ini lagi dirombak
stick around
lagi.
for a while.
Sama Albert Einstein. Tapi kan basic rumusnya itu dari Muslim. Dikembangin lagi lah.
Oh no. Oh no. I was involved in all these plans to get rid of the acting Grand Sage? What came over me? How could I do something like this?
We were accomplices without knowing it. But I'm afraid that Alhaitham might pressure the Matra into giving us heavier sentences. Whether he's the scribe or the acting Grand Sage, we can't afford to offend him. It seems our future at the Academia will be full of uncertainties.
We can discuss the future later. Leaving the collective left me with a strange sense of guilt. I didn't feel anything towards Alhaitham at first, since he wasn't well known. All the opinions I heard about him were negative, though. Siraj made us hate Alhaitham, and we blindly accepted that hatred and thought of him as a bad person. From how things look, we've done a lot of irrational things.
I guess we're getting what we deserve. Could you help us apologize to Alhaitham?
Sure, Paimon will help you tell Alhaitham. But whether he chooses to forgive you is up to him.
It's okay. No matter what he chooses, apologizing will make us feel slightly better. If he chooses to remember this, we're prepared for our punishment.
It's time to go.
Let's go.
Ayo.
So, were they all doomed? We can ask Alhaitham about that later.
Looks like I can't exist as Siraj number 36. Yet, my life as Ilyas goes on. When I was at Gandharvaville, I thought about whether I should just come forward with the truth. But I didn't have the courage then. So in the end, I lost my sense of justice, but I also wasn't able to conform.
Ilyas?
Don't be sad. I'm the one who deceived you. However, I didn't come out of this completely empty-handed. The moment the hive collapsed, an idea popped into my head. I realized that the collective I was always trying to fit into wasn't as powerful as I had imagined. Understanding that gave me courage somehow. Perhaps one day I could be just like Alhaitham and not care about what anyone else thinks.
You can do it. Paimon believes in you.
Thanks. Well, I should get going. I'm one of the primary suspects in the case, so I'll have to receive my due punishment. Can you keep this a secret from my parents and my sister? I just don't want them to worry. Also, please apologize to Alhaitham for me. Goodbye, you two.
All the test subjects have been taken away. I'll have my subordinates seal the place, retrieve all documentation, and destroy the system. Are you two hurt? I brought bandages and hemostatics.
Paimon's fine. Just a little tired.
Get some rest. Alhaitham is probably waiting for you at the entrance. Go see him when you're done here. Watch out for any of Siraj's associates who might still be in hiding. If you encounter anything you can't take care of, come find me at the academia.
Okay, you stay safe too, Sino. Let's go meet up with Alhaitham.
Bye-bye this place. Wah. Kita tidak akan berjumpa lagi dengan tempat ini. Nah, ini terakhir kalinya kita berjumpa dengan tempat ini. Karena ini domain story yang sekali lewat doang. Nikmati dulu keindahannya. Kalau di reality ada kayak begini terpukau aku lihat. Capek. Sekarang ambil korek dulu, mau smoky. Let's go. Itu main apa sih? Game yang anak kecil itu yang kotak-kotakin dam-daman ya? Apa sih? Gitu-gitu aja. Yang kita harus loncat-loncat setiap kotak. Ini adalah dewa dendro. Ini dewa dendro ya. Dewanya bocil. Dewa tumbuhan. Jadi yang megang wilayah ini adalah dia, si bocil ini. Nah, yang megang wilayah ini. Ini kesini. Kalau ini ada ini padang pasir, ini penghijauan. Yang padang pasirnya itu diciptakannya si Saino. Yang tadi tuh si Saino tuh yang cowok tadi itu pakai baju tadi. Si Saino itu diciptakan dari kekuatan untuk ini dewa bagian sini. Ini bukan dewa, kayak penjaganya lah. Karena dulunya ini tuh kacau. Ini ditugaskan untuk menjaga. Ada si dewa yang hijaunya di sini. Tapi dia terlahirkan kembali. Jadi si dewanya itu malah terlahirkan kembali lagi, menciptakan dewa lagi. Nah ini penerusnya si dewa ini, mukanya sama, tubuhnya sama, badannya semuanya sama. Penggantinya tuh dia. Yang pertamanya dia itu udah ngorbanin diri dan kayak tumbuhan lah ya. Tumbuhan kalau udah semakin besar dia berbuah dan menjadi bibit. Nah ini bibitnya lagi. Yang si pohonnya itu mati.
Something on your mind again?
Menciptakan ini penghijauan sini. Karena dia menahan kekuatan dari sini. Karena di sini dapat serangan. Pokoknya ada historinya gitulah ya. History Genshin tuh wow banget. Di sini ada historinya tuh keren lah ya.
Let's work through it together. Two heads.
Tadi aja kita mainin itu story tentang problematik.
The matter's settled. We can return
Problematik
now.
yang di sini.
I actually thought it would have been settled sooner. This took much longer than I expected. Judging by your faces, it seems like you two still have some questions.
Membereskan masalah negara. Ini.
I respect your curiosity, but I'm off the clock now, so I'm not going to field any questions.
Dia nggak mau dijawab.
You couldn't tell that was an excuse just now?
Jelasin lah Hitam.
You're not leaving today until you explain what happened back at Siraj's secret base.
See ya.
Tetap gak ada jawab aja.
Hold it right there.
Are you done? Your behavior is reminding me of some other people.
Stop changing the subject.
Ingat sesuatu dia.
It's too much of a hassle to explain everything from the top. You know what? Come with me.
Where to?
You'll know when we get there.
Mana? Nih, udah mau habis, udah beres. Beresin. Tapi sayap ini udah punya rupanya. Mantap. Orang-orang mah pada ngoleksi karakter dewa.
Is this your home?
Kalau aku sih enggak. Ada
Yes.
beberapa dewa yang belum punya.
What's with you all of a sudden? Being all polite and inviting us over?
Baru punya 3 dewa. Yang rilis baru 5. Jadi 2 lagi belum punya.
Ah, you're back. Quick, come help me see if this painting's all straightened. Huh? Who are they?
Fenty dan Furina.
Stop
Angin
making a
dan
fuss.
air.
They're obviously
Nggak punya.
guests.
Mungkin nanti
You're not from the
yang
academia,
Furina
are
nih,
you?
Furina. Furina mantap. Yang api kayaknya enggak deh karena aku udah punya. Cuma nyarinya yang terpenting dulu, soalnya bukan tukang top sih ya. Ada duit, kalau ada duit sih ya apa.
I'm unsure she's seen you before. You're the person from that time in that one place!
Wait, what? How do you know me? Oh no, do people know that I live here?
What? You're embarrassed only now of all times?
Oh, you guys are roommates!
Yes, we are, but keep that to yourselves. Please, don't tell anyone else.
I keep a few books on collectives and the subconscious here at home. I'll get them. You all...
Hey! You're leaving just like that? What's the deal, Alhaitham? Sorry, I know we've only just met, but I have to ask. Are you, you wouldn't happen to be actors that Alhaitham hired to pretend to be his friends, would you?
What?
Guess not. I've never seen him invite friends home before, so please excuse my surprise. You guys get it, right? You know, with his temperament and stuff.
But aren't you friends with him?
I wouldn't say friends exactly. Okay, well, we used to be, but we're not anymore.
Dulunya teman.
Don't worry about it. My name is Kaveh. I'm sorry to have met you under these circumstances. Anyway, please don't say anything about me living here.
You seem like you got a lot going on. So maybe Samora will make Paimon shut up.
Are you serious? How could you? Ah, of course. You're Alhaitham's friends.
What? That was a normal response. You exposed your own weakness.
Still, why do you have to treat me like he does?
Judging by the deafening din coming from the living room, you all must be getting along quite well.
Entertain your own friends, why don't you?
I'll leave the books here.
Paimon's dizzy from reading. This is way too complicated. Why don't we just ask questions instead? Paimon wants to know, oh, how did you know about the collective consciousness's weakness?
A year ago, Siraj presented his thesis to the Grand Sage, who offhandedly asked for my opinion. I actually responded with 2 lines of reasoning. The first, as I've already said, was that his research was on human evolution, a subject prohibited by the academia. The second was that I thought the direction of his research was too extreme, but his approach too conservative.
Wait, that's too conservative? He built such a large lab, gathered all those people, and even tried to get rid of you!
One way to stabilize a collective consciousness is to remove the test subject's humanity altogether. The optimal solution to achieve collective consciousness is to focus solely on the overmind and treat the other test subjects as tools.
That's way too dangerous! You're not seriously considering that, are you? 'Cause, whew.
I'm merely stating the facts. If Siraj had done that, I would have felt his work to be just as senseless. It's impossible for any species to evolve overnight, and humans without their humanity cannot be called humans. That's why the academia prohibited research into human evolution. Most research of this kind tends to run contrary to evolution.
Huh. Paimon gets it now.
Ha! That's rich coming from you. If humans aren't humans without their humanity, then you'll probably evolve into some other species in another decade, I wager.
What about you? Are you going to devolve into a fungus?
At least I'd be a fungus with empathy. Sorry for eavesdropping, but what happened to you guys? Are you in trouble?
Sort of. We encountered a strange researcher that had it out for us.
Are you all okay? Huh. So that's how things went. Such is life. If only he'd known, Alhaitham could have stayed indoors today, and the whole thing could have been avoided, right? Plus, he could have helped me with the housework for once. See those books? They've been sitting there waiting for someone to sort through them for an age. If you're not gonna read them, tidy them away. They don't belong there.
Can you feel the awkwardness in the air? I hope you're aware of your lack of conversational skills.
Oh, so the pot's calling the kettle black, is he? Well, having said all that, are you okay?
I'm doing quite well. Much better than that painting you're trying to hang on the wall.
You don't understand anything. Stop criticizing my taste in decoration.
Paimon can't tell which of them is more problematic. Let's just get this over with and leave.
You whisper very loudly.
Oh, yeah, Paimon.
Do you have any more questions?
Let Paimon think. Oh, by the way, the other researchers apologized to you. They hope that you can forgive them.
I bear them no ill will. More accurately, I don't really care about what they think of me. To some extent, they were also fooled by Siraj. The Matra will take this into account at their trials.
Ilias also said that he wanted to tell us the truth at Gandharvaville, but he didn't have the courage. He apologized to you too.
It doesn't matter. I never considered asking him to come forward with the truth. Judging from his experiences, he's more courageous than the average person. There's no need to lay even more criticism on him. Criticizing the brave only shows how weak you yourself are. I'm going for dinner in 10 minutes, so I'll field one last question.
Paimon doesn't have any more questions. How about you? Oh, yeah, that's a good question. You only started investigating with the Matra at the Academia because you were interested in something, right? But after meeting Siraj, it didn't seem like you were interested in him or his experiment.
I had no interest in him personally, but I was curious as to why so many people were willing to form a collective consciousness with him. I now understand the reason. Correct. The fall of the sages and the shutdown of the Akasha terminals deeply affected the academia. The fact that Siraj's project attracted so much interest despite not being approved speaks to the lack of research projects as of late. As the acting Grand Sage, I'll have to figure something out. In addition, what happened to Ilias is worth our attention. Reporting academic fraud was the right thing to do. He didn't
Paimon understands now. Oh, you're pretty serious when—
I think minimum viable seriousness is a more apt description. I'll do my best to take care of this mess until my resignation is approved.
Wait, your resignation?
Yes. I've already submitted my resignation to the academia. Soon, I'll resign as the acting Grand Sage and go back to being its scribe. I don't think Siraj knew about that. If he had waited just a few more days before acting, I would have already resigned. What he'd do then wouldn't have been any concern of mine. However, even without my input, his unstable model would have collapsed for some other reason, so it makes no difference.
But why do you want to resign?
I'm not suited to be a sage, nor do I want to be one. The official process to select the new sages is already underway, but this process is long and takes far too much time. If I serve as acting Grand Sage for too long, the position might become permanent. That would be troublesome. This job isn't something I want to spend the rest of my life doing. It's important to keep your priorities straight. Well, it's about time. You two should grab some dinner as well.
Oh, now that you say that, Paimon's kinda hungry. See ya! We're gonna grab some yummies!
See ya.
Wow. Keren. Gak mau jadi sage dong. Pemimpin orang-orang para petinggi, bukan pemimpin, orang-orang petinggi. Ibaratkan kau jadi PNS kagak mau. Gila nggak? Orang pemimpin yang di kota ini. Gak mau dia.
The name Siraj doesn't ring a bell. Was he in your
Pengen
class?
jadi orang biasa doang.
He isn't someone who would leave an impression, so it's expected that you don't
Padahal
remember
dia
him.
udah jadi sage.
I've always had a hard time appreciating the way that the academia pressures people by labeling them as geniuses. But even so, the academia can't be left to you. Or perhaps I should say that I'm delighted to see that you have a base amount of self-awareness. If the people in the academia haven't gone mad, they'd know that I'm much more suited to be a sage than you.
And I suppose they'd let everyone know that your career as a sage will be as shaky as that painting.
Again, that's mighty rich coming from someone about to resign. In a few days, you'll be managing files again. You'll be back at rock bottom.
But my salary will likely stay the same.
Wait, what? How come? Why do you get special treatment?
At least I don't have to be an architectural designer who works himself to death just to get a smile from his client.
You...
Anjay.
I took time out of my day to clean the living room for you, and this is the thanks I get for it? I'd have been better off catching up on my work. I still have designs to finish.
Make sure to pay back the rent you owe me. I'm going to buy some furniture with that Mora.
What? Are you trying to annoy me to death? The decorations you buy keep getting uglier and uglier. What's the point of having a boring wood carving in your house?
You'll have to blame that on my financial freedom.
Fine. Go ahead and hide behind your financial success if you want. But if we forget Mora for a second, do you have anything of true value to boast about?
Mora itu
I
mata
think
uang
I'd
ya.
have too many choices, to be honest. You, on the other hand, can you think of any redeeming features at all?
Artistry, for sure. You don't know the first thing about interior design. Don't go off buying random furniture unless you take me with you.
So I'll have to bring you along and then buy you drinks?
Of course.
But why would I do that? It would just be another form of a loan, and you'd have to pay me back eventually.
Can't you just be nice and not ask for the Mora back?
Pretending that you're not in debt is as ridiculous as pretending you're not living in someone else's home. Word will get out sooner or later.
Speaking of which, your friends won't say anything, right? Tell them to keep all this a secret.
There's no need to hide it so carefully. I think the truth's already out. You're such a lightweight that a few drinks at the tavern had you spilling all your beans.
What? No, it can't be.
Astaga. Ada aja mereka itu. Terus?
The name Siraj doesn't ring a bell. Was he in your class?
He isn't someone who would leave an impression, so it's expected that you don't.
I've always had a hard time appreciating the way that the academia pressures people by labeling them as geniuses. But even so, the academia can't be left to you. Or perhaps I should say that I'm
And I suppose they'd let everyone know that your career as a sage will be a
Again, that's mighty rich coming from someone about to resign. In a few days, you'll be managing files again.
But my salary will likely stay the same.
Wait, what?
At least I don't have to be an architectural designer who works himself to death just to get a smile from his...
You...
Ngulang lagi sih.
I took time out...
Make sure to pay back the rent you owe me.
Skip.
I'm going to buy some fur...
What? Are you trying to annoy me to...
You'll have to blame that on my financial freedom.
Fine.
I think I'd have too many choices, to be honest. You, on the other hand, can you think of any redeeming features?
Artistry, force...
So I'll have to bring you a...
Of course.
But why would I do that? It would just be another form...
Can't you just be nice?
Pretending that you're not in...
Speaking of which, your friends won't say anything, right?
There's no need to hide it so carefully.
What? No.
Gara-gara aku masuk ke ruangan ini, gitu lagi. Nah, pergi. Nah, kita keluar. Udahkah? Wah, udah anjir. Udah. Coba kita buka ini. Selesaikan quest di atas untuk mengambil prasyarat. Ya, ada prasyarat segala.
If you're not sure what to do next.
Nggak bisa dibuka ini. Ini udah 3 ya. Karena setahu aku tuh ngebukanya itu bayar pakai ini 2 biji kalau nggak salah. 1 bijinya itu harus ngeberesin 8 misi harian. Berarti ini belum dibuka-bukain, udah nggak bisa dibukain, harus ngeberesin Crasius Auratus dulu ya. Oh, gue Ark terkunci lah, kan udah dibuka. Nah, udah kebuka. Tuh, kok nggak bayar? Masih loh. Oh, nggak bisa. Udah, kita ke misi deh ya. Bayangan di sutra merah. Ya. Oke, kita deh ya, memang di kawasan sini. Perbatasan. Aku dulu tuh malah pengen nggak ada teleport gitu ya. Bakal player bakal kabur kalau nggak ada teleport. Bakal males. Capek banget mau ke sini, jalan ke sini jauh, bakal banyak yang ngeluh gitu. Tapi aku justru mah demen nggak ada teleport gitu. Jadi kayak ala GTA gitu. Kalau kita mau ke ujung ya nggak teleport. Ya ke situ. Gunain ya jalan kaki, terbang apa. Atau nggak kita punya kendaraan, tapi kendaraannya nggak ada sih. Cuman ada di map baru doang kendaraan. Ada. kendaraan biasa-biasa aja. Kita kan ya.
Hey, Dia, you're back. Are these two friends of yours?
Wow. Senang bertemu denganmu.
Likewise. There's no need to be so formal with us. We're a pretty casual crew. Anyway, since we've got newcomers, let me fill you in on what Dakan Al-Ahmar's been up to lately. They've become extremely aggressive. Apparently, even their own now have become acceptable targets. They even attack other relics brigades, just the same as any other mercenary brigade.
Even the most ferocious beasts still protect their own.
Muslim
It sounds like they've thrown that straight to the wind.
That's right. Once they've collected enough loot off the other mercenaries, they sell it off to a different brigade, or turn to merchants on the black market. A portion of their profits is immediately exchanged for more food and weaponry to be used in their next violent operation.
That's terrible!
Yeah, and it really makes you wonder why they're so desperate for Mora. A few days ago, Isham and I trailed them for a while, and even disguised ourselves as merchants to conduct trade with them. We were able to learn a few things from the exchange. Rather than saying they're out to plunder and hoard Mora, it'd probably be more accurate to say that they're experiencing an internal power struggle.
Wait, a power struggle?
You heard me right. The vast majority of their victims are mercenaries from the other brigades of Deshret's relics. If their only goal was Mora, they could have gone after anybody. The targeted nature of their attacks points to a power struggle between the different brigades within the relics. That's the only plausible explanation we have. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find out anything more specific. It seems they're also trying to keep things under wraps. Oh, one last thing we discovered was that over the past few years, as Dakan Al-Ahmar became more and more active, Deshret's relics as a whole became a lot weaker.
It sounds mighty strange to me too. Harun, you can leave the rest of the investigation to us. Gotta say though, I didn't expect you to go on a whole undercover mission during the few days I was gone. Sounds like you were really putting your necks on the line, no?
Nah, it was nothing. We're just as concerned about the situation as you are. The Khan Al-Ahmar is your father's crew after all.
What he said. Besides, Dia, haven't you done more dangerous things than all of us combined? What we did is nothing compared to your experiences.
Yeah. And while they went to talk with Dakan Al-Ahmar, I took a look at the last camp they attacked. Any survivors of the attack were already long gone. There was nothing of value left in the camp.
Ah, Hisham and Khalaf. You're here too.
We rushed over as soon as we saw you come into Caravan Rebat. Although this new friend of yours looks a little green behind the ears, I'm sensing a special vibe from him. Now that we know you'll have a capable partner with you, we can also rest easy.
Hey, what about Paimon? Feel anything special?
Oh, you're also planning to tag along with them?
Of course! Paimon is the traveler's most important guide. Wherever he goes, Paimon will follow.
Oh, in that case, then you'd better take care of her too, Dia.
Don't underestimate Paimon!
Don't worry about her. She may look tiny and helpless, but she's been through just as many battles as the traveler here. Even if she had only survived on sheer luck, then that alone would still make her quite formidable.
I had no idea. I guess I shouldn't judge by appearances.
Oh, one other thing, Dia. When you're free, why don't you update the deputy about your upcoming schedule? We held another recruitment event a few days ago, but everyone only came to see the Flame Main. You weren't around at the time, so people were pretty disappointed to only find our crew of rough, unkempt guys. The deputy put a lot of effort into the event, but it was basically for nothing. Only a few people chose to stay, and that really got to him.
Sorry to hear that. I'll be sure to bring him some great liquor next time. I left in a hurry, and I couldn't make it back in time for the event.
Gotta admit, I can understand their disappointment, though. You're our brigade's main selling point, after all. Now, if only the deputy could figure out a way to bring a few more smoking hot members into our ranks.
Keep dreaming. Remember the last time I invited a couple gals into the brigade? You all just froze up with your mouths gaping like a bunch of scarecrows. The awkward silence and weird expressions left quite the impression on them. They were originally interested in joining us, but after that, they both told me they were too uncomfortable to stick around.
Hey, didn't we agree to never bring that up again?
Huh? Wait, are you serious? Why have I never heard about this?
I don't think you were part of the brigade yet.
Are you kidding me? I missed a once-in-a-lifetime moment like that and you weren't even gonna tell me?
All right. We can tell you about it later. Now's not the time.
Hey, don't you try to change the subject. You and Hisham get your butts over here and tell me everything right now.
Are they always like this?
More or less. There aren't many rules or graces when it comes to mercenaries. We're used to just speaking our minds. If someone starts getting under your skin, you just yell right back at them. And if that doesn't put an end to it, then you just challenge them to a fight. But we also don't tend to take many things too seriously. Being direct and getting it all out of your system as soon as things come up is better than keeping everything bottled up, never talking about it. That's also why I never spare their feelings when I talk to them. If I want to laugh, I'll laugh. If I'm angry, then I'll unload on them. It's hard to stop once you get used to it. Though, I can never do that when I'm with the Homayanis. Hey, knuckleheads! Can you at least tell me the rest of the intel before you go back to your bickering?
Yeah, you hear her, Holof? Told you we gotta focus on the investigation first. I drew up a map. Right here is the spot. There you'll find the merchant caravan responsible for getting rid of Dakan al-Akhmar's looted goods. All you gotta do is wait and ambush them in the evening. They'll have no idea what hit them.
Perfect. Thanks for that. Be sure to pass my regards to everyone else in the brigade as well.
Will do. You stay safe, Dia.
Oke. Ya, kita bikin sesuatu hal yang menarik adalah kita memakai karakter yang berada di area sini. Biar ini deh kan. Kita bawa Bennett untuk mengheal ini lalu kita bawa deh ya, walaupun buildnya mana deh ya.
I got you, boss.
Kita bawa ini ketuanya.
What's wrong? Are you in danger?
Pengawalnya Candace itu adalah Dehya. Ini padahal bintang 4 loh ya, kualitinya bintang 4. Dehya itu bintang 5. Tapi emang ya, pengawalnya ini adalah Dehya. Di story-nya seperti itu. Terus kita bawa karakter-karakter yang bersinambungan dengan this area.
Let's go gather some samples.
Terus gue nggak punya healer dong. Perasaan ada healer deh. Si ini healer bukan sih? Ngebuff anjir. Cafe, oh ini dia healer. Dibocilin. Levelnya belum pada tinggi lagi. Si ID mah. Wah, salah. Kalau dia mah dari kota Cina, dari negara Cina ini. Paling kalau nggak ini. Bawa siapa ya? Udahlah nggak apa-apa, Bennett aja. Anjir, damage-nya nggak ada yang sakit ini, belum pernah dibikin. Yang dua nggak sakit, ini lumayan. Ini sakit lumayan. Ini aja kali ya, gunakan.
Let's go find some treasure.
Travelers and visitors, don't miss out.
Ini harusnya ngecek dulu. Crimson Blizzard apaan? Blizzard Watau Wifi. Orang random ini, siapa ini minta join? Gimana sih ngeliat itu tuh? Ngeliat teman, nggak ada yang namanya wifi. Siapa ini Fuzu? Anjir, ganti nama dia, nggak tahu siapa. Faizi itu nggak tahu siapa. Kebanyakan orang yang teman-teman aku, kebanyakan yang pada nggak main lagi mereka yang. Hanya beberapa orang aja yang masih main. Ini baru back bareng sama aku deh kayaknya, back. Ini menghilang. Ini orang Jepang. Ini juga temanku orang Jepang dari game Monster Hunter. Berempat dia tuh. Satu lagi ini kalau nggak salah. Ini 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Kalau nggak salah ya. Pokoknya ada satu lagi orang Jepang yang bukan temanku gitu. Cuman dia nggak tahu dia nggak ya. Mereka bertiga itu temenan. Dia ngajak berteman sama aku di game Monster Hunter.
The value of knowledge cannot simply be quantified in monetary
Pernah
terms.
bukan video call, pernah grup voice gitu sama mereka. Mereka pakai bahasa Jepang ya, Jepang. Bahasa Jepangnya kayak Jepang yang, orang Jepang yang suaranya tuh yang orang-orang samurai zaman dulu anjir, kayak ngomongnya tuh udah bukan kayak Jepang anime, bukan kayak Jepang tradisional gitu kayak ngomongnya. Oke, let's move on, kita langsung ke sini. Tapi mereka baik, bertiga. Ini tuh belum diganti. Dulu senjatanya nggak tahu ini bagus atau enggak ya. Oh shit, it's not good. Emang dia bagus kan? Enggak deh, dia itu lebih ke event ya, apa ya sih? Oh, dia bisa lebih ke apa ya? Ini materialnya udah ada loh pada. Apple-nya doang waktu itu tuh. Keburu akunnya vakum. Oke. Berarti kita tukeran sama Diluk gak sih? Gue nggak tahu sama Diluk atau enggak ya. Ini noted. Nah, ini salah. Tung 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 tung. Ini kenapa deh ya pakai ini? Wah, salah lu deh ya. Salah tuker. Kenapa dia pakai ini? Iya, tuker. Biar Candace pakai itu. Enggak cocok kalau pakai itu. Oh shit, man. Tuker. Yang ini aja deh. Oke, udah crimson. Ini nggak bagus sebenarnya. Ini aja deh, biar keren. Keren. Waduh. Hydro. Kita harus fokus sama Hydro. Berarti ini dong. Dia itu lebih ke ya nggak tahu lah. Nah, pakein aja. Hydrodynamic bonus. Kok dia pakai cryo sih? Oh ini. Mohon maaf tukeran. Tuh harusnya sih nggak boleh tukeran gini. Biasa. Jadi ngaco set aku. Tapi nggak apa-apa. Apaan deh ya pakai ini anjir. Ini mana ini? Wah parah nggak punya. Adanya di sini. Aku belum punya. Oke, ini berarti bebas. Nggak gini juga statusnya. Kok dendro? Nah, ini nih. Sebenarnya nggak bagus. Cuman, nah udah lah ya. Buset, kepakaian siapa ini? Aitar, maaf ya, gue pakai loh. Jai, las. Ketika red 14 watt. Ya ampun. Ini apa ini? Build apa ini? Kok jelek banget ya? Oh salah, ini. Ya ampun, kritikal rate kecil anjir. Bro, attack-nya sih gede. Lu tukeran nama gue deh. Selama 10 detik setelah reaksi elemental terpicu, attack meningkat. Percuma lu. Untuk elemental mastery meningkatnya. Benernya emang bagus sih itu. Cuma critical rate-nya harus ganti apa ya? Oke, not bad. Ininya bagus. Ini jelek. Ini bagus. Nice. Buset, gede banget gitu. Udah amat lah.
Keep up. This should be the place. Let's find a spot to hide and bide our time. It's gonna come down to a fight one way or another, so let's all be careful.
No need to worry. He knows his way around a fight.
I'm not worried about that. What I meant is that we probably shouldn't go too hard on the enemy. After all, we still need to get information out of him.
Tidak apa-apa. Deh ya, tadi statusnya apa ya?
Ah, here they come. You ready? Let's not give them a chance to react and end this.
Let's go, man. Coba ya, coba.
Off we go.
Ya, ini nih.
Get out of here.
Ya.
Where do you think you're going?
Gimana ya?
Look alive.
Kayaknya bukan yang asli anjir. Apa kayak yang uji coba?
We shall prevail. Pin them down.
Sini. Inilah.
One with the forest.
Lumayan lah buat ngelawan kroco mah. Masih bisa. Ini kalau ngelawan bos repotan kayak.
You're the Flame Bane.
Good. That saves me an introduction. That might have worked on an amateur, but I know. Think about it though. What's your reputation worth if you won't have the other? You've got 5 seconds. You might want to think.
Whoa!
I'm not joking around. We can do this the 2 seconds.
I'll save you the
Huh? Are you crazy?
Harusnya aku nggak pakai daya.
He tried to bite off his own tongue. Quick, search the area for any first aid supplies. I definitely didn't expect him to go that far. Thankfully, the wound wasn't too deep.
But why would he be so...
I just wanted to test his mettle. You can get a lot of mercenaries to talk just by threatening them. I didn't expect him to be willing to go through so much pain just to deny us some intel.
Well, he's out cold for now. We could wait for him to wake up, but maybe it's not a good idea.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It'll be a waste of time to interrogate him again after that. He might... There are lots of goods around here. Let's search the area. Maybe we'll be able to find some. I'm really sorry.
It's okay deh ya. Oke, kita akan nyari oh ini. Di sini rupanya.
We found a piece of paper with a bunch of names on it.
Cari informasi.
Maybe it's a record of something.
Let me take a look. If this really is a merchant caravan, they should have a record of their transactions. Yep. I see an entry for Dakana Lakmar right here. Kusela, Idrisi, Bashar, and Takriti. All familiar names. Dakana Lakmar has been trading for a hefty supply of food, weapons, and medicine. It seems that in the past, they used to receive some canned knowledge as well. This caravan is just one link in their logistics chain. Once in the rainforest, the caravan will exchange the looted goods for Mora, and the funds will then be passed to a specific person. That person will then pack the caravan full of necessary goods, which will then be brought right back to Dakana Lakmar. Wait, why is there no Mora value recorded for the final transaction?
No value?
Yeah, every transaction before the last one was marked with an exact amount of Mora, but the final one, where they paid for everything to be brought back to the desert, was simply marked as delivered. Perhaps. But they couldn't have known how much they would make off selling the loot. Do they not care about profit margins at all? Anyway, the next part's the records of the goods themselves. There are a lot of entries. Everything was probably sourced from the rainforest. Huh?
What's wrong?
Shahzaman Homayani?
Homayani? You mean Dunyarzad's family? Could it just be another family with the same last name?
I'd be surprised to find someone with the exact same first and last name. Shahzaman Homayani is Dunyarzad's father, and the head of the Homayani family. Just what the heck is going on here? I'm sorry, you're right. I'll consider what we found and not jump to conclusions. But what this piece of paper confirms is that the Homayani family has been providing goods to Dakana Lakmar.
What if the Homayanis have been kept in the dark and don't know they've been trading with Dakana Lakmar?
That's a possibility. But if that was the case, why is this caravan specifically named Shahzaman? They could have just as easily bought goods such as food and medicine directly from Caravan Ribat or Port Ormos. Yeah, funding violence and looting. The brigade gets the goods, and he is paid the proceeds from the sale of the loot.
But why would he do something like...
I honestly have no idea. I've been to their estate many times, and I've never noticed anything. The only potentially large expenditure I could think of would be the treatment costs for Dunyarzad's Elis, but that's still just a speculation. I don't think the master would stoop so low to make Mora. You're probably right. I know my lady's personality, and she wouldn't
But what should we do now? All we found is
If you ask me, we already have no choice but to confront her. I'm not worried. It's too early to make a verdict yet. Let's go find my lady again. We'll tell her everything. If we're lucky, we can not only figure out the mystery of this paper, but also follow the
Dia, are you sure this is the best decision? What if instead of getting the help we need...
I've considered that possibility. But even still, I want to tell her what we found. I think I owe her that much. She showed genuine concern for me when we first brought up the topic. I can't repay her kindness with doubt and that's not how I deal with people.
You're right. Paimon wants to trust Junior's odd too.
Yeah.
Biru. Ikutan angkutan si karavan. Balik lagi ke kota. Reportnya di sini. Tadi itu belum itu ya. Gue Griffin di lapor. Fontaine nih, Fontaine. Kayaknya udah pernah.
We're back, my lady. Oh, you're back a lot sooner than I expected. You mustn't have run into any trouble then. Well, how did it go? What did you come up with?
Actually, we're still investigating. It's just that we've discovered something strange.
I see. The clues you found have led you back here, in the city?
Something like that, yeah.
You all look a little dispirited. Whatever you found must not have been very encouraging after all. Why don't you discuss it with me? Maybe I'll be able to say something to cheer you up?
It's okay, my lady. It's not so much about me being upset with my father or anything like that. How should I put this?
So something is wrong. Even the Traveler and Paimon have been uncharacteristically quiet. On any other day, Paimon would have already waved to me with a smile and shouted, "Dunyarzad, we're back!" So tell me, what happened?
Well?
My lady, please prepare yourself for what we're going to tell you next. It concerns the Master.
The Master? You mean my father? Okay, I understand. Don't worry about me. I'll listen as attentively as I can. My father has been supplying goods to Dakan al-Akmar?
Yeah, it makes as little sense to us as it does to you. I've never doubted the Master's integrity, so I'm having a real hard time rationalizing how he could ever support an infamous brigade like them. Maybe he's not actually aware of the full story and just stumbled into the deal by accident.
I can't help but agree with the Traveler.
Huh? You mean you feel the same way, Dunyarzad?
Thank you for sharing all this information with me. Since you've told me everything you know, I should also tell you about some doubts that I've been harboring for quite a while. In the past, I thought that my father hired a bodyguard for me so that I wouldn't run away and get lost. However, there are plenty of capable mercenaries in the Corps of 30. Why did my father go out of his way to hire Dia?
About that. Well, the Homayanis really needed bodyguards, so they reached out to the Blazing Beasts. Later, the Master told me that I was one of the best mercenaries he'd ever seen, and that I should stick around to become one of his bodyguards. He offered me a pile of Mora, so I just signed on.
Well, but that didn't really answer my question. Just think about it. Why did my father specifically reach out to the Blazing Beasts?
Maybe the Corps of 30 just didn't have anyone available, or maybe someone recommended us. I've never given it too much thought. I think I get what you're saying. you'd think none of this was a coincidence.
Precisely. At first glance, nothing seems strange or out of place. But there are many parts of the story that, if my father had always been in contact with the Khan al-Akmar, then it would make sense for him to bring Dia into our house.
You mean the goal all along was to get Dia to be your bodyguard?
No, that's too much of a stretch. I cut all ties with my father a long time ago. He has no control over my life anymore.
But that still doesn't rule out the possibility that your father has still been trying to influence your life without you knowing.
So, the Master was not likely an innocent victim in all of this?
Sorry we put all of this on you so suddenly, Dunyarzad.
It's okay, Paimon. I should actually be thanking you. Regardless of his reasons, if my father has truly been funding a violent group of mercenaries, then it's my duty to bring him back to—
But is that really the right thing to do? My father has committed many atrocities and deserves all the punishment that he has coming to him. I have zero sympathy for him. You may call me an ungrateful child, but my feelings will remain the same. However, the Homayani family has treated me with nothing but generosity and kindness. If we decide to investigate this further, we could end up implicating the entire Homayani family. I would be biting the hand that's fed me over all these years.
Dia.
It's all right, Dia. If anyone were to ask, you could always just say that I'm the one who instructed you to get to the bottom of this.
You don't have to do that, my lady. I'm not conflicted because I'm afraid of taking responsibility. Besides, you're the one we should all be worried about right now.
Hey, it's still too early to give up hope. What was the thing about friendship again? Right, yeah, trust! You said that yourself, Dia. Besides, there's no point on getting all riled up before we've confirmed all the facts.
Thank you, everyone. That makes a lot of sense. I guess I should always remember the trust that I've placed in people. In which case, my lady, could you ask the Master to come out and have a chat with us?
Sure thing. I also hope he'll be able to give us a logical explanation. Let's meet at the usual place then.
Usual place? Ah, right!
Enshroud! Rah!
Thank you for coming, sir. Please allow me to introduce these two. This is the Traveler, and next to him is his travel companion, Paimon.
Ah, yes, my daughter has mentioned them from time to time. It's a privilege to finally meet them in person. But we may skip all the pleasantries for now. What is the important matter you wish to discuss with me today?
Well, we wanted to bring this transaction record to your attention. There's something on this record that we're all pretty curious about.
So, that's what you found? Huh. Seems like I can't keep everything from you much longer.
If you wouldn't mind, we'd like an explanation.
Well, it's a long and difficult story. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing. What I do know, though, Dia, is that the truth will bring you no solace. If anything, it will likely cause you a great amount of anguish.
Wait, me?
Yes, I understand perfectly why you came to see me, and I am touched by your collective commitment to do the right thing.
But knowledge always comes at a price. And sometimes, as they say, ignorance is bliss. Your father, Kusela, and I both believed that. Of course, you have the right to seek and learn the truth, but I must warn you. The facts of this matter may reduce everything you've built for yourself into sand, blowing in the wind. If you must proceed, then Kusela's heartfelt efforts will also fade into the wind like a fleeting mirage.
His heartfelt efforts? I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not sure I follow. I've made it this far in life without a single drop of my father's support. I have my own ideals and ways of looking at the world, as well as people and causes that I've chosen to cherish and fight for. None of these things have anything to do with him. I came here today to support you as the head of the Homayani family. No warning will change my stance on that.
I understand. Then let me tell you a little story. Our family once needed to take a trip to the desert when Dunyarzad was just a baby. Along the way, we were attacked by bandits. They had superior numbers and quickly overpowered our bodyguards. When all seemed lost, a group of passerby Eremites lent us their support. Those Eremites were Kusela's brigade, Dekan al-Ahmar. Kusela's men told me that the attackers were Eremite mercenaries, just like themselves. I was shocked. Why would Dekan al-Ahmar go so far to save us and not spare the fellow Eremites? Kusela was grinning and walked over to play with baby Dunyarzad. She was startled by his unfamiliar face and nearly started crying.
Really? I never knew.
He said that he had no particular reason to help us. He just took pity on us because he had a daughter about the same age. We started talking about our children, and I sensed that he was a devoted father. To repay his kindness, I hired his brigade to help out at our estate for a time and offered everyone generous remuneration.
So, that's what happened.
It was many years before I saw him again. I almost didn't recognize him the next time he came knocking on my door. The man I knew to be strong and healthy had been reduced to a shell of himself. He couldn't even walk anymore without his cane.
So, what happened to him? He was perfectly fine when I left the brigade.
I'm not too sure myself. The only thing that didn't change was his cheery disposition. He said there was absolutely nothing to worry about and that he had gotten into a fight. That was all. He then suddenly asked me if Dunyarzad, now that she had grown, would need a bodyguard of her own. At the time, Dunyarzad was going through a particularly severe bout of her Elazar. There was no need for her to have a bodyguard when she could barely leave the house. But he kept coming back to the topic. Come on, it never hurts to be safe. How do you know a bodyguard won't come in handy one day? I was completely lost at first, until he recommended the Blazing Beasts, and in particular, a mercenary named Dia.
So he was the one who recommended Dia to you.
Indeed. He didn't say it out loud, but it was clear that he saw Deshret's relics as an evil group who would eventually corrupt every member in their ranks. He was already beyond redemption, but he hoped that he would be able to detach his daughter from the vicious world of mercenary life. If Dia could stay in my house and keep working as a bodyguard, then gradually her affinity for the desert would decrease, and she'd be able to leave her previous life behind.
And that's why you offered her such generous compensation?
Yes, but not just because of that. From the moment that he asked me for that favor, I also began to see Dia as my own daughter. And that's also why I tried to persuade you to stay when you asked for permission to leave. I was willing to spend however much it took. Kusela saved my daughter and me all those years ago in the desert. I could never refuse him entrusting his daughter to me.
He was always like that, acting like he's oh so smart and self-righteous.
Kusela said that he'd reimburse me for a portion of Dia's fees. I refused to take any Mora from him, but he'd always send me funds anyway. Eventually, I just accepted them as a token of his gratitude. And that went on for a while until I received another letter from him a few years ago. The letter contained a request to help him buy food, weapons, medicine, and even explosive materials.
Wait! Isn't that around the time that Deccan al-Ahmar started becoming more aggressive?
That's right. When I started to hear some nasty rumors, I became wary. I wanted to meet him face to face to discuss things. But by then, he was no longer receptive to my requests to talk. If I had to guess, it's probably because he doesn't want to put Dia at risk. That thought occurred to me as well. I figured that he probably came to me for help because he had nobody else to turn to. After some deliberation, I decided to send him some food and medicine. I turned down all his requests for explosives and weaponry. I am aware that even such a reduced gesture of support could lead to others coming to harm, but I could not simply reject his plea for help. In the end, it probably was the wrong decision. I plugged my ears to the rumors and just chose a solution that made me feel least guilty about myself.
If you can, please tell me where he is now. None of the things he's doing right now make any sense if he's just trying to keep me from getting tangled up in his world. If all he wants to do is steer clear of me, then maybe he shouldn't have brought me into this world in the first place.
Oh no. Dia, please don't feel that way.
I'm just angry because I can't wrap my head around any of his actions. Another way? I don't know. I knew him, and he was nothing more than a childish brute. I can't understand what's but I guess you do have a point. We haven't uncovered the whole truth yet. We still need to figure out his exact act.
I'll do my best to help. Of course, anything between the two of you would need to be resolved between... I don't know Kusela's exact whereabouts. Outside of supplying his brigade with some goods, I tried my best to avoid getting involved any further with him. However, there's a man on the list named Jawed. He used to be a mercenary in the desert and is now a member of the Corps of 30. He's responsible for supplying weapons and liaising with the Deccan al-Ahmar's merchant caravan. I think he should know Kusela's whereabouts. I've heard that he likes to have a few drinks alone and enjoy the cool wind at night outside the tavern. Maybe you'll be able to find him there.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Then I guess this is bye for now, unless...
I'll stay and be with my father here. To be honest, I'm still a little dazed and haven't finished processing everything quite yet. My father has indeed done something wrong, but if I think about it, I'm also not sure if there was a right way to handle this problem. I feel like our only course of action is to turn everything we know over to the Corps of 30 and let them render judgment.
Yes. I am prepared to accept whatever verdict they choose. It's time to face my mistakes.
There are so many local specialties. Don't you
remember?
Who are you guys?
I know what you've been up to. Smuggling weapons to violent brigades in the desert while working for the Corps? Pretty bold, if you ask me.
Shh! Keep your voice down. How do you know all that? Come with me. We should take this elsewhere. I'll be happy to talk things over once we're somewhere private. This place should do. All right, back to my question. How did you all know about me?
Don't worry about that for now. You know what kind of punishment you'll face once we report you to the Corps, I assume.
Wait, there's no need to jump the gun. Let's talk this out. What are your terms?
So what's in it for you anyway, Mora?
Well, I was a little tight on money at the time, and Kusela took good care of me in the past. I weighed it in my mind, and I couldn't find a reason to turn the opportunity down. I wouldn't only be helping my benefactor, but I could also make some quick Mora.
Let me tell you how it is. We're investigating Dakan al-Akmar, and we're gonna put an end to their operations. If you provide some help for us, then we might just put in a good word later to reduce the terms of your punishment.
Hey, why don't we discuss this a little first? Listen, I made quite a bit of Mora from my last run. You just give me a number, and I'm sure we can...
Shut it. My patience is running out. You should know when a mercenary is after something other than money.
All right, sheesh. But you gotta promise you'll put in some nice words for me later. They're always on the move. Here's the spot they were at the last time I made my delivery to the desert. Feel free to go have a look. I'm just telling you though, it's not on me if they're not there anymore.
Sure. And then you can forget about any nice words from us.
Hey, come on. Now you're just being unreasonable.
Really? And how do I know you're not leading us straight into a trap? Don't forget, you're the one with no bargaining chips.
All right, I get it. Why don't you go take a look, and if they're not there anymore, I'll try to figure out something else for y'all.
Now that's more like it. Let's move. And as for you, try to stick around the city until we get back. You don't want us to call the folks from the Corps and have them drag you back to the... Stay close. No going off on your own. The desert doesn't take prisoners.
Yeah? Why are you here?
Teamwork is dreamwork!
One with the forest. I hear everything. Yeah. I'll take my leave. Can't see?
Do your worst! Buckle up! Let's light it up!
Let's nip that in the bud.
Haven't you all done enough?
Oh, so are you also here to stop us?
Stay out of this. It's got nothing to do with you.
Flee! Ha! Yeah! Ha! Yeah! Hear my prayer! Yield! Everybody stand back! Huh?
Can't see. Who do you think you are? Rah! Yeah! I'll uproot you! One with the forest.
Look alive!
She's so strong.
Enough fighting. We all know each other, and I don't want to take things too far. Just bring Kusela to me. There's no use hiding him anymore. Did you understand a single word I just said? Or do I need to bash your skull in some more?
All right, everyone, let's all just calm down for a second. Dia, the boss can't come out and see you anymore. He died a long time ago.
What?
Seems like you've been out of the loop for a while. Guess that's for the best, though. At least, that's what the old man wanted.
When did he die? What happened to him?
A few years ago, Kusela broke up Dakan al-Ahmar and went to the Deshret's Relics headquarters by himself.
So is that when you guys started acting up?
We would prefer to call it taking revenge. Every last person in Deshret's Relics must pay in blood for what they did.
Let me start from the beginning. Dia, do you know how the head of the Relics maintained order internally?
Overwhelming strength and unquestionable authority?
Those were a part of it, yes. But just those on their own weren't enough. They had another tool at their disposal. They called it a person's record. Regardless of whether they joined by their own will or were coerced, every person in Deshret's Relics was forced to leave a record of themselves at headquarters. Whether it be their deepest sin, some unforgivable act, or their most immoral exploit, the record served both as a symbol of loyalty and the perfect material for blackmail. That's precisely it. Every one of us have a record. Me, Bashar, Tikriti, and all the boys who grew up with Dia and ended up joining our ranks. But you, Dia, you were never asked to provide a record, were you?
I never even knew this was a requirement.
You were probably the only person in all of Deshret's Relics who didn't know about it.
Ever since you were born, Boss had been trying to shield you from this organization's sinister rules. Not only that, but he also banned all of us from committing any nefarious acts. He said he'd take care of the dues we had to pay regularly to headquarters. But in the end, he was just an ordinary person. What could he do? He was forced to go to headquarters again and again to account for missed dues and incomplete records. He'd come up with all kinds of excuses and get beaten up as a result.
We all knew he was doing that for you. He wanted to get you out of this world, no matter what it took.
And that's why he became a shell of himself and couldn't walk without a cane.
Wait, but that doesn't make any sense. I didn't know about any of this, and I'd never seen him get injured or beaten.
Because you were too young at the time. How would you ever tell between wounds from a beating and wounds from battle? When you left home after that final argument with him, he seemed to age by a decade overnight. Even his hair went gray.
So, even the blazing beasts were...
Yep. It was all his doing. Had he not arranged them to come to you, you probably would have been reduced to a pulp before you ever left the desert.
A few years ago, Boss said he needed to make another trip to headquarters. He was already pretty weak then, and we all assumed he was going to get beaten again. I suggested that he hand the role of leadership over to me, but he said there was no longer any need, since the Khan al-Ahmar would soon be no more. His words made no sense to me, but that night, we heard that a massive fire tore through headquarters and razed everyone's records to ash.
Everyone gained their freedom that night. Many members fled, not just from our ranks, but from the other brigades as well. But how could we leave with a clear conscience? All of us who knew exactly what had happened.
The boss can't have just died for nothing. Those heartless jerks at headquarters took him from us.
From that point on, the sole purpose of the Khan al-Ahmar became revenge. The big fire that boss started was quite a blow to headquarters' strength. It's given us the opportunity to launch our attack. Even though we're outnumbered, we vowed to see our revenge through to the very end. There were people from headquarters who changed their names and went into hiding. Some fled to other brigades, and others escaped to the rainforest. But we won't let any of them escape our wrath. They'll all pay for what they've done.
We've suffered plenty of losses as well. To keep going, we need an enormous amount of supplies, from food and medicine to weaponry and explosives. All we can do is exchange our loot from Mora, and then use that to get supplies. We forged Boss's handwriting and sent out many letters to his former friends. Thankfully, many people were willing to come to our aid. We were also able to attract many mercenaries who shared our goal. We've endured unspeakable pain to win many impossible battles. Deshret's relics have become weaker and weaker, and now we finally have an opportunity to directly strike their headquarters.
Paimon doesn't know what to say anymore.
We do know right from wrong, but we were sinners from the very beginning. We do not deserve the freedom that the boss won for us with his life. Boss always loved his old-fashioned hero stories. Those tales about sacrificing yourself to save the world. We used to always laugh at him for it. But in the end, he really went and lived those stories out himself. As for me, I never considered myself a hero. We're all the lowest of the low. We have no right to even imagine such an existence. But maybe those hero stories he liked foreshadowed everything that was to come. The spirit of the hero touched all those he had saved, and more people joined his cause. Maybe we were all just acting along with the play in the beginning. But as we acted the parts and recited the lines, we were drawn in. And now, we want to see the story through to the end. I'm sorry, Dia. I know you always found us insufferable ever since you were young. Just think of this as a madman ranting.
I'll go with you.
Huh? Dia? You wanna go with them?
I grew up with these guys, and I know they're not bad people. It's just that some situations get so bad that it's difficult to tell good from evil. All I know is that Deshret's relics must be destroyed. Furthermore, I want to go see the place for myself. I want to know if my father is still there. I know you don't want to get involved in this, so there's no need for you to tag along. I can do this on my own.
Yeah, Paimon feels like we'd only regret it if we don't see this through to the end.
Thank you. We'll be a lot stronger together with you.
I bet Boss would lose his mind if he ever knew you'd join us at the very last moment like this.
Considering all the losses and injuries we sustained, we can't afford to turn down someone as powerful as you.
He can think whatever he wants. But the fact is, I owe him this much.
sure didn't run into much trouble on the way here.
Should be. I don't think they have enough manpower left to post guards and defend their perimeters.
Oke, kita butuh yang namanya elektro. Berarti water nggak dibutuhin. Kenapa water nggak dibutuhin? Subo siapa dong? Nah, ini sih nggak nyambung banget gitu kan di story itu bahwa elektronya dia gitu. Ya, nggak mungkin dong gue sini. Levelnya kecil banget. Jangan bawa karakter OP deh. Kita akan menikmati. Ini deh. Jangan dulu dia. Oke, ini terlalu banyak. Bawa siapa? Ya udahlah, ini aja lah.
Wait for my signal.
Level party ini lebih rendah. I don't care, man. Ini gue ngepur ini karakter yang biasa-biasa aja.
Wow. Paimon didn't expect it to look like this on the inside.
They should all be holed up in here.
Sama ceritanya.
Don't know how many people they've got left though.
Who cares? We'll round up all of them.
Harusnya si ini nih dijadiin listrik.
Even if they've only got one shot left, it could still take us out.
Rubahnya harus ke Inazuma dulu.
Yeah, we'll know what they're really capable. Deshret's relics may have been a force to be reckoned with before.
Yeah, they don't.
Males. Wow, nyerang coy, bareng-bareng. Oke, kau lewat situ, aku lewat sini. Oke, ada musuh, perang. Wah, keren. Wah, punya. Wah, ngeri sekali, cok. Ayo. Pusing kau ya. Oke. Kita bunuh dulu satu nih.
Let's light it up.
Can't see?
Ya,
Keep up.
ngapain kesini?
I hear everything.
Gimana? Kau udah.
One with.
Our bond is
Pusing
strong.
ya? Pusing ya?
Lightning purify.
Pusing ya? Apaan lagi ngurusin cucunguk satu doang? Tamat. Ada lagi kah? Ada lagi.
Can't see?
Eh.
Yeah. Let's nip that in the bud.
Apalah kau ini? Wah. Astaga, datang lagi banyak.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
One with the force.
Pusing dulu. Woi.
Stand with me.
Wah, woi, rusuh. Gua lawan dia.
Gloves off.
Kulit. Oh. Kalau dia udah ngamuk. Digebukin aja.
Out of my way. Our bond is strong.
Yeah. This way, follow me. We're almost there.
Misi yang paling mantap itu di area ini nih. Piramid gitu. Padang pasir, piramid mantap.
They are charging ahead without checking for any traps.
Oh, tempatnya bagus banget gitu.
Hey, you guys okay?
Ya kekurung mereka.
It seems like we just got trapped in here. Don't think we triggered.
Watch out, the enemy's coming from ahead.
Well, now that things have come to this, seems we'll have to fight.
Don't worry about us. We knew something like this could happen. Go and take a look around. Let's go! We can't let the boss down!
Let's check if there's another way. The sooner we can make it through to help them, the better.
Let's see. I think I see a way through over there, but it's being blocked by something. Let's try our luck with that mechanism.
Story ini keren banget anjir. Tapi beda area. Yang piramid yang gedenya itu rubuh anjir, udah kayak Indiana Jones. Rubuh gitu. Oh, itu ada ruangan di sana. Oke. Ada mekanisme. Kita pakai deh ya. Oke, mekanismenya disuruh naik. Naik lagi. Enggak sih? Titiknya di tengah tapi ya. Bukan naik ini. Kayaknya di sini tapi diubah warna. Ya enggak sih? Kan? Oke, ada musuh ini sangat menarik.
Stand with me. Huh? I'm going in.
And Shroud, I'll uproot you.
Look alive. Kyah. Our bond is strong.
Puzzle selanjutnya.
Another mechanism like the one before, but this one's being blocked off in the middle.
We just need to adjust it a little.
Artinya kita harus memutar sedikit. Udah nih. Udah ini. Goblok kan? Yang ini doang. Turun ya. Titik itunya ada di bawah tuh, yang kuning tuh. Set. Easy man. Ini nggak ada. Di sini suka ada barang rahasia loh. Wow. Keren nggak? Keren. Keren. Oh, ada tempat yang itu, entar gue lihat. Apa ini musuhnya? Oh, di sini. Aduh, sakit. Sakit
Can't see? I hear everything.
Buckle up. You asked for it.
Oke deh, emang kamu pun gitu.
I'll settle this. Stand with me.
Keren. Bea itu damage-nya 18.000-an anjir. Gimana kalau di build-nya bener aja? Belum bener ini build-nya. Nih. Oh, ini karena uji coba ya. Deh ya, aku bukan sih. Oh, bukan. Deh ya, trial ini. Coba. Punya aku nggak tahu berapa damage-nya.
Dissipate. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Oh iya.
Adventure time.
Sakit men.
One with the forest. Yeah. Let's nip that in the bud. Yeah.
Woi sakit men.
Let's get it on. Cha, ha. You're dead meat.
Gil. Satu.
Can't see?
Mati kau. Belum.
I'll uproot you!
Stand with me.
Ini enak bisa nambah darah. Bisa dipindahin lagi. Nih. Karakter itu jadi nambah darah ke sini. Wah, makin banyak nih kalau lihat-lihat. Kayaknya ini udah benar, tinggal diubah warna. Oh, yang ini dulu ini. Ini dulu. Yang ini bisa ngebantuin yang ujung. Oh kan. Ini ganti urut dia. Ini udah benar. Tinggal yang ini ganti ubah warna. Udah deh. Masih selalu terpukau aku anjir sama yang kayak beginian. Ada yang bagus di sini. Area yang satu lagi.
I wasn't expecting anyone to make it through from the other side. But as a desert dweller, I suppose we should be used to our folks defying all expectations.
Don't waste your breath. You have nowhere to run.
Run? Had I wanted to run, I would have fled 1,000 times already. I witnessed the golden age of Deshret's relics. Even if I could leave this place behind, all that awaits me now are endless days of humiliation and ruin. Even now, my brothers and I still believe in one thing. The greatest should never live to remember their fall.
So you want to go out in a blaze of glory?
Let us draw our weapons! We will show them the true power they are but two, while we hold within ourselves the entirety of the relic's glory. Wave 1, charge!
Maju! Maju sini. Gini doang yang maju.
Dissipate. Lightning purified.
Buckle up.
Take that. Yeah. Let's nip that in the bud.
Tahu gak kalau ini ditambah ini?
Stand with me.
Nah, quicken. Tambah ini kebakar. Tambah ini. Terus ini nama reaction itu apa lagi?
Don't think that you've won. We're just getting started.
Wah, sikat men. Oh.
Everybody stand back. Huh? I'll settle this. looking for.
Aduh.
King Deshret will not abandon any one of his followers.
Is that all you've got?
Wait.
Teamwork is triple. Let's light it up. That's gonna hurt in the morning. Dissipate.
Now you're testing.
One with the forest.
Let's end this now.
Let's nip that in the bud.
Let's get it on!
Will.
Gloves off!
Brothers, with me, this is where we'll prove our faith.
You all just wanna die?
Emang enak ya?
None of us plan to leave this place alive.
Where do you think you're going?
Off we go.
One thing after, I'll uproot you.
Yeah. Oh, sus, anjir ini binatang ininya nih.
And shroud.
Our bond is strong.
Ini binatang ininya nih.
Buckle up.
Ini dong.
You're dead meat.
Pusing kan? Mana? Ada lagi?
The commander has finally fallen.
But they're still coming at us!
Habis.
This place is like a gladiator's ring. They just keep coming no matter how many we beat!
Yes, keep fighting. There's no need to fear. And
when the next wave comes, try to draw away their attacks. I'm going to see if I can take out that high platform.
Oh, bantuan datang.
Get out of my way.
Pasti dibantuin.
Come and face me, Michel. So they've broken. Apologies, Lord Michel. They just
udah
they
dikerok.
fight like absolute madmen.
Udah naik ke atas dia.
No matter how much we throw at them, they just keep coming for more. So,
time to pay for everything you've done, Michel.
You think I would give you that opportunity? I will be buried in the sand alongside all the rest of our fading glory.
Udah mau pasir lagi anjir.
Wait.
Aduh, jangan dong. Kasihan itu yang di atas. Banyak orang yang mati dong ntar. Kalau kejadiannya kayak dulu lagi. Terkubur jadi.
We were too late.
It's over. There's no more need to. But if you're still going to cling on to your so-called mercenary's pride, then I'll give you all a good beating as well.
Hey, Dia! I found the mechanism. I'll get you all back up here right away.
Desain musuhnya keren-keren ya.
Let's go.
Yang tinggi-tinggi tadi. Cookies Kinobu. What the hell? What is that? Kalau gua kesini, oh bisa naik. Ya nggak ada. Nggak ada, nggak ada. Pokoknya udah beres. Tar dulu dulu, main nyalain dip. Tombolnya di situ
Who are you
buat
filthy
kalau
rats?
jatuh ya.
And why are you always pestering us?
You call yourself a member of the infamous Deshret's relics, and you still can't even tell who's made it all the way to your headquarters?
Who knows what intent a bunch of rats may have? We try to catch a couple, and you all just show up on the other side instead. How are we supposed to figure out what you're after? Hey, have you ever heard of a man by the name of Kusela? Why would I know? It's not like I'm in charge or anything.
This is your last chance to talk.
Hey, I said I don't know anything. I'm just an average member here. I'm telling the truth. If you're here to find someone, why don't you look through the records yourselves? Who can remember every name and face with so many people coming in and out every day?
The irony. His life became a light for so many. Where's the records room? Answer!
It's right over there. All the files are in there. You can go through them as much as you want.
I mean the old records room.
The old records room? You mean the one that got Kusela? Ah, yeah, I remember him now. The guy who could hardly walk. Watch your mouth. That's our boss you're talking about. He was definitely faking it. We all let our guard down as soon as we saw him come hobbling in. But in the short time it supposedly took him to take a dump, he'd already gotten away and started a fire in the records room. He couldn't have possibly outrun us if he wasn't a fraud. And after that, Deshret's relics...
Stop wasting our time. Every one of us here is perfectly aware of what he had done. Tell me, where is the old records room?
It's just over there. Go see it for yourself if it means that much to you. There's nothing left in there but ashes. No human could ever survive that kind of inferno. Bashar, Tikriti, let's go. We'll leave the others here to guard these guys. Spare them no mercy if they try anything.
Oke, kita cek. Panasnya nah. Ruangan terbakar, bekas dibakar sama bapaknya deh, ya. Sini kah?
So, this was his final destination. How did he do it? Getting past all the guards with a limp and sneaking in here to start a fire? If he was nimble enough to do that, then he must have been able to get out of here after starting the fire, right?
Tia.
Masih khawatir sama bapak.
I'm sorry. I know it's just wishful thinking. Let's look around. Maybe we can find something that's been left behind.
Is this a cane? It must be the one that Dia's father used.
Kusela.
Thanks for everything, boss.
We're fortunate to somehow find that cane after that fire.
Let's split up and look around some more. What if something else has been left?
But what else could survive a fire like that?
Huh?
Pedang. Tongkat pedang.
Thought so.
Wait! Isn't that the toy sword you played with as a child?
The dragon is no more, for Princess Dia has slain it. Its head now hangs above the city gates. Her bravery has brought eternal peace and prosperity to us all. Dia, come on. This is the most important line.
You can do it.
But Dia, you defeated the dragon. Everyone's waiting for your speech. Still too shy, huh? All right, I'll do it. I hereby proclaim our victory. Evil shall plague us no more.
Huh?
Mangan. Bapaknya terus kemana ya? Katanya
I
mati.
hereby proclaim our victory. Evil shall plague us no more, Dad.
Wah beneran kah meninggoy? Yang terjadi diceritakan kepada aku seperti yang akhirnya X1 adalah penyelidikan demi menyatakan anggota berseberangan dia dulu dan anggota menyerahkan diri kepada
What's this?
Baca.
Don't you remember? You asked Paimon what she would do if she were to wake up tomorrow with loads of money. And Paimon said that she would get boatloads of tasty snacks. You looked super confused at the time, but said it was an adorable thing to say. These opportunities don't come by often. So today, Paimon's gonna treat you to a special crash course on Paimon's life philosophy. Hey, come on! Paimon's not that stingy. Anyway, the point is that you should eat to your heart's content. You'll feel better for sure once you've gotten something in your tummy. Dunyarzad will also be here shortly. She's already heard that we're back.
Aw, thanks you two. Honestly, this is very unlike me. I just had a lot on my mind on our way back, so I didn't know what to say. My chest was filled with all kinds of intense emotions. They just shook me even more than all the feelings we've shared during our previous adventures. But when everything came to an end, those emotions also vanished without a trace, and I was left feeling more empty than ever before. It was as if I'd lost the thing that was most important to me.
Anjay.
Yeah, you're right. To many mercenaries, Mora is the most important thing in the world. But perhaps to us, it's the most worthless thing of all. Idrisi and the others all used to say that they would quit if there was no Mora to be had. But when it came to avenging my father, there was no Mora to be made anywhere. My reality shattered when I found out that the father who always told me hero stories was in fact a bad guy. But look at me now. Am I any different? Despite all my promises about never forgiving him and never trying to understand him, I still went to such lengths to find out the truth and nearly even shed tears for his sake. We're hypocrites. All of us. Yeah, you're right. It's just a pity that we often only recognize our true feelings after it's already too late.
You're back! Are all of you all right?
Ah, there she is.
Yeah. Many people from the Corps of 30 came over, and I just wrapped up everything with my dad. All I can do now is wait for their verdict. Huh? Dia, you're looking quite down again.
Paimon will explain. A lot happened while we were gone.
I'm sorry. I really should have controlled my emotions better. I just...
It's all right, my lady. You were hurt by all of this as well. Truth be told, I'm starting to feel a little guilty watching you cry like this.
But Dia, your pain must be even worse. You shouldn't need to comfort me.
Hey, don't worry about me. If anything, this whole thing has finally shown me the difference between illusion and reality. My father probably thought that people could settle into new lives as long as they moved to a new environment. That thought has even crossed my mind a few times. It's like saying, what's wrong with adapting to a new life? However, there was always something deep within my mind that refused to accept it. This impulse brought me great turmoil, and even made me feel ashamed for turning my back on your father's kindness. But now that I consider it again, it all makes sense. The desert sands are a part of who I am, and I will never be able to lead a peaceful existence.
I understand how you feel.
That doesn't mean I won't be making any changes to my life, though. As an example, I'm now thinking about taking on some small odd jobs. It's just like Idrisi said. I also want to catch up to my father and become a character in his play. Even if the ending of the story may be childish and ridiculous, it won't really matter.
Isn't that neat, though? Oh, you'll be a whole new kind of mercenary, one that's not out for Mora. Why don't we go for a change of scenery once we finish eating? What about stopping by the Grand Bazaar again?
Right. You said you wanted to get a rug for your family.
We'll come along too.
I can't thank you enough for taking care of me this entire time.
Oh, this rug here is quite something. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and the fabric is also of high quality.
Ah, here you are. Finally, I found you.
Hey! Aren't you that mercenary who bit his tongue? You can still talk? Wait, are you here to take revenge on us?
What are you talking about? Do I look like I can take you all in a fight? I just came here to give you something. I'll be on my way to give myself up to the Corps after this. Once I woke up, I hurried to the Khan al-Ahmar's camp, hoping to alert them to your presence. But when I got there, I found no one except the members who were still too injured to move.
Ah, so you probably got there after us.
Yeah, they told me that they had exacted their revenge, and everyone had turned themselves in to the authorities. Even that last camp was not going to last for much longer. I had joined the cause to repay an old favor from Kusela. Now that everyone's already turned themselves in, I might as well do the same. One of the injured members gave this box to me, and told me that it contained some of the old man's last possessions. Everything left in the camp will get confiscated, so I figured I should get this to you before the Corps could get their hands on it.
Thank you.
No worries. We are all just living our own truths. There's no need to comment or judge anyone for it.
So this box contains everything that Dia's father left behind. Huh. It feels lighter than expected.
Well, back in the day, the first thing he did with any Mora was spend it on things like drinks and meat. But let's see what's inside. What's this? It's just a bunch of junk. Ugh, it kinda stinks.
Perhaps it's just been left unopened for too long.
A handwritten copy of a storybook. The paper's already yellowed, and it looks like it's about to fall apart. It was against the Academia's rules to possess books for personal use. If he was going to break that rule, he could have at least copied something useful.
That probably means this was really important to him.
Ah, and here are a few bags of children's snacks. The packaging's completely deteriorated. Maybe that's where the smell was coming from.
Did he get those for you?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Even when I was a child, I was never a fan of these kinds of snacks. He'd always say that he got them for me, but in the end, he always ate more than I ever did. Who even leaves snacks in a box like this anyway? Isn't that just common sense? Forget it. Let me see what else is in here. A razor, some buttons, some round iron tiles, a wooden toy puppet, a wool scarf, which from the looks of it probably belonged to a woman, and a hair clip? Why are these things here?
I'm suddenly feeling a little scared.
I'm sorry, my lady, but this is just the kind of man he was. He probably saw this box as some kind of personal trash heap and dumped any and everything in there. 2 empty liquor bottles. Tell me, you guys, are these the kinds of things that a normal person would leave behind?
Huh? There's something in the bottle!
Oh, you're right. All right, I got it out. It seems to be a piece of paper with some writing on it. The bottom part's all damaged from moisture, though. Let's hope the writing didn't smudge. I was suddenly seized with an urge to write a letter after finishing this bottle. I just folded it up and left it in the bottle, though. If I end up forgetting about it, it won't really matter. To Dia. It's a letter for me? It's all right. I'll just read it out. If he went to the trouble of writing a letter, there must have been some important things that he wanted to say. Or at least record down.
My condition's becoming worse and worse. Can't even walk without a cane anymore, much less go out and have fun. Guess I don't have many days left. If you're reading this letter, then I suppose I'm already long gone. You were adorable as a baby. Everyone loved you. And regardless of whether you were crying or laughing, everyone enjoyed having you in the group. But once you grew a bit older, you were no longer nearly as happy or cute. It's probably the guy's fault.
Can you believe this guy? He can point the finger at himself.
Anyway, back to the point. To summarize, I'm writing this so you would know not to feel sad for me, even if you end up finding out the truth. The reason being that I was never your father to begin with.
Wait, what?
Surely, he must be joking, right?
I don't know.
I was quite formidable when I was young, and 100 times cooler than some so-called flame main. Really felt like the whole world was under my feet. With just a teeny tiny bit of effort, I felt I could rule over the entire desert.
Alasannya karena dari awal aku bukan ayahmu. Lumayan hebat lah, muda dan lebih pintar daripada jauh. Sebetulnya ada di bawah tapak. Dengan sedikit saja usaha aku bisa menguasai seluruh padang pasir. Bukan bapaknya, tapi dia diurus dari kecil.
But as fate would have it, I went out into the desert for a drink one day and discovered a baby in the sands. It was you. You were just lying there, small and helpless. You were so tiny that if the wind blew for just a little while longer, you would have been buried forever. But your cries were so loud they made my head hurt. Now that I think of it, you really were a bundle of energy.
Sounds like he's serious.
I told Idrisi and the others that I had slipped up with a woman while out and about. None of them even doubted me. I'm sorry that I had to lie to them for so long, but I really had no other choice. I was their most esteemed leader, after all. It's not like I could just tell them that I suddenly wanted to play at being a father. At this rate, I'll puke up all the liquor I just drank from this bottle. Anyway, Dia, you possess the kind of freedom and kindness that we could only dream of. As far as how you should live your life, that'll be up to you to decide.
That's the end of the letter. In the end, he was still thinking of me as a little child. I suppose, or I would have suffocated under the sand a long time ago.
He was a good father to you. The fact that he wasn't a blood relative doesn't change that.
Yeah. It's just a pity that we had to learn the truth of everything like this.
Do you already have some ideas about the decision that he wanted you to make?
I do. If he first found me alone in the sands, then I want to try my hand at finding the person who abandoned me. I just have one wish. To tell them a story. That there once existed a childish and foolish jerk with a heart of gold. And that only under his care was I able to grow and mature into the person I am today.
If you end up finding any leads, can you share them with us? We go on adventures all the time. Maybe we'll be able to find some information for you.
Sure, I appreciate it. I wasn't expecting you to be so enthusiastic.
Plot twistnya gila banget kan. Ini nih di anime juga nggak begini-begini amat plot twistnya. Gila emang, story Genshin Impact tuh gila anjir. Aku juga tidak berhenti belakang aja.
I'll help too.
Thank you. All of you. Thank you so much. My life has certainly had its twists and turns, but I've always considered myself lucky. Because no matter where I've gone, I've always been surrounded by incredible kindness.
Darah Sang Singa bagian 1 selesai. Nanti bakal ada bagian keduanya, cuman nggak tahu kapan. Jadi ceritanya tuh ngegantung tapi nanti nyambung. Tiba-tiba bakal muncul aja bagian keduanya, tapi nggak tahu kapan. Jadi kayak to be continue. Nah ini deh ya tuh. Bapak pungutnya meninggoy. Dia ngurusin waktu kecil, terus dia udah beberapa tahun dia kabur dari bapaknya karena bapaknya pekerjaannya seperti itu. Dia pergi tinggal sama si Kandace tuh yang ini mana sih Kandace? Nah ini Kandace tinggal sama dia. Candace lainnya.
I promise to keep you safe.
Terus sama tadi si Dunzain, cewek tadi tuh Dunzain jadi anak buahnya dia, pengawal dilatihnya sama dia, hidupnya sama dia nih beberapa tahun, jadi pengawalnya dia juga, jadi pengawalnya si Dunzain karena si Dunzain orang pemerintahan juga, orang berada lah ya, orang penting dari keluarga orang penting, jadi disewa lah sih deh ya, kenal kuatnya. Oke then, interesting story. Aduh, cerita Baizu mantep. Lanjutannya di bagian 2. Dulu aku udah yang 1 keren. Ini tuh gadis petasan gitu, kembang api, gadis kembang api. Mana ya, ingat kan? Gadis kembang api sedih juga. Baizu belum nggak sabar kesini sih, ini nih, masuk ke sini nih, story benar ini, area baru. Kalau ini masih story area lama, ini balik lagi nih ke Liyue ini. Tuh kan, lebih ke tepatnya kayak perkenalan karakter, tapi perkenalan karakter dengan story-nya, latar belakang karakternya dan story uniknya semua bersinambungan. Oke, let's go. Oke, Di area sini kita akan ganti karakter. Karakter yang berhubungan dengan Liyue banyak. Yang berhubungan dengan Liyue. Oke lah, ini satu Jongli, dewanya nih.
A walk would be nice.
Dewanya nih, dewa batu. Area Liyue. Terus catching.
Let's finish this quickly.
Banyak Liyue. Ningguang yang megang pemerintahan, ketuanya pemerintahan. Tadi kan dewanya, ini pemerintahan. Ya keren banget ya. Catching.
Don't disappoint me.
Catching, ini asistennya. Tapi jangan ini.
What are my orders?
Adeptus. Ini bukan akasa apa? Ya bawahannya dewa lah. Atau bawahan nih para dewa dewi yang kayak gitu adeptusnya ini.
Evil shall be dispersed.
Banyak. Ini.
Oh, is it time for me to join you?
Ini tahu. Bagian tukang kremasi ya, kalau ada yang meninggal, dia itu ketuanya. Umur masih muda tapi dia menjabat sebagai, karena nerusin dari bapaknya gitu, pekerjaan bapaknya nerusin gitu di usia muda. Dan pegawainya siapa? Ini si dewa ini, pegawainya dia. Ini bosnya. Si dewa ini nyamar jadi manusia karena dia udah kayak berhenti untuk menjadi dewa gitu loh, karena penyesalan dia di masa lalu. Dan dia menjalani kontrak juga dengan Saritsa yang di negara es. Si kekuatannya itu ada, inti kekuatannya dia itu dipinjemin gitu, tapi ada kontraknya itu kalau nggak salah dulu itu storynya. Yang penting negaranya dia itu kau jamin keamanannya gitu. Kayak ibarat gitu ke si pihak itu tuh yang tukang revolusi, si Saritsa itu. Kata dia oke, deal, ya udah dikasih inti kekuatannya, dia dikasih kayak berupa logo simbol gitu dikasihin, cuman berupa dengan ada kekuatannya gitu, inti kekuatan dewa gitu. Terus dia masuk, dia aslinya soalnya naga, dia masuk ke tubuh manusia ini udah minta izin juga kayak yang punya tubuhnya ini, udah gitu. Dia pengen jadi manusia normal gitu lah ya, tapi kekuatannya ya tetep lah seperti dewa, karena dia termasuk ketujuh dewa paling kuat tuh ya dia. Kalau di storynya tuh dia paling kuat yang Aduh, jangan sih ini deh. Ini aja nih.
It's time to pull the trigger.
Apa lagi ya? Ah udahlah, ini harus, ini mau monster sebenarnya. Cuman gak apa-apa, ini kepake mulu. Dia tuh tukang buff, tukang heal. Udah, ini Liyue semua. Nah ini bagian, ini tuh si ini bagian detektif di Liyue. Ilan detektif gitu. Kalau ada kasus-kasus penyelidikan bla 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 yang turun tangan. Sudah improvisasi dengan karakter sesuai dengan regional, kecuali Bennett apalah Bennett do. Ini mah tim kesukaan aku ini mah. Dari awal Liyue ada. Komposisinya kayak gini timnya. Tim kesukaan aku.
They searched to the north but couldn't find anyone who matched the description.
Well, that complicates things. The city folks say there's no sign of him either. We need to start looking further afield.
Ada tukang
But where are we gonna get the people?
Ada tukang buff, ada DPS.
Excuse me, sirs. Have you found out anything about my dad yet?
Ah, hey there, buddy. Dr. Baju.
Bangkit tameng dan ngurangin resisten musuh.
The boy asked for our help, so we're here to join the search. Any new developments to update us on?
Oh, thank goodness. We were just discussing how we're running out of manpower. As for updates, I'm sorry to say that we've searched the surrounding area thoroughly, but didn't find anything.
The guards at the crossing up ahead said they hadn't seen anyone either, so we don't believe he was heading towards the Guili Plains. But it is possible that he was bound for Luhua Pool.
Luhua Pool? The terrain there can be tricky to navigate. Let's hope he hasn't run into any trouble.
Udah lama ya. Lupa. Luhua Pool.
You will? Oh, great. We can't thank you enough.
Sorry we weren't able to find your dad, buddy.
That's okay. Thank you for trying.
Ke area Chinese. Sorry, area Chinese tuh mantap kan? Oke. Kita ke sini. Lewat sini aja deh. Belajar. Emang enakan pakai karakter-karakter yang baru ya. Loncat tinggi.
Dad, can you hear me?
Ayu. Namanya Ayu anjir. Yang teriak-teriak.
Look, there's somebody over there.
Mana? Ayu.
Oh no, it's... Hey, you! Stop! Don't go any further! Watch where you're going!
Lah, ada siapa itu? Diselamatin. Anjir, ada
Dear
hotel.
customer, Wangsheng Funeral Parlor does appreciate your patronage, but you needn't hasten the inevitable.
Pas lagi pakai dia.
Are you all right? Huh?
Dad!
Karakter favorit aku hotel.
Hey, Hotel! My, who
you.
do we have here?
Namanya gitu mungkin.
It's the
Mana
Traveler
Ayu?
in Paimon.
Ayu.
And... my worst nightmare. I see she still hasn't warmed to you.
Thank you, Director Who, for saving this man.
Dad, are you okay? Do you recognize me? It's me, Ayu.
You're... Ayu?
Bisa ya namanya ya.
Who am I?
Your name is Jiao Liang, and you live just west of Qingse Village. You were supposed to come to Liyue Harbor to see the doctor. Remember? Does that jog your memory?
Oh, my name is Jia Liang. Liyue Harbor. See the doctor? Yes, I'm Jia Liang, and I need to see the doctor. Wait, why do I need to see the doctor?
Uh-oh. He seems in really bad shape. We need to get him back to Boo Boo Pharmacy right away. Sorry, Hotel. Gotta dash. Dinner's on us next time. Hold on a second. You're not seriously thinking of taking him to Boo Boo Pharmacy in this state, are you? Huh? Why not? What's the problem? Come on, Baju.
Don't tell me you haven't noticed it. Didn't your master teach you how to spot the signs? Why do I get the sense that you spotted them right away, but you're planning to use it for your own ends?
Terusnya jangan bahasa Inggris.
Use what? What are you talking about?
Bahasa Jepang sih. Atau bahasa Cina bagusnya tuh.
There are traces of god remains in Jialiang's system.
Oh, yes, but more importantly, they're on the verge of an outburst. If that happens, the consequences will be unthinkable.
Paimon, sorry, what?
God remains?
There's no need to worry, Director
Cocoknya di bahasa
Who. I
Jepang
have
atau bahasa
methods
Cina.
of keeping them at bay. It is the sworn duty of all who practice medicine to cure illnesses and save lives. What reason would I have to neglect a patient in need who is right there in front of me? Besides, it was my late master's dying wish to be able to save this patient in particular. Perhaps out of respect for him, you could give me a day's grace so that I have time to treat him?
Now you're bringing my great-uncle into this? Baizhu, just what are you planning this time?
Merely to cure this man, nothing more. But of course, if you have any doubt as to my intentions, you are more than welcome to accompany me to Boo Boo Pharmacy and monitor my activities.
Oh, really? I thought I was persona non grata at Boo Boo Pharmacy. You're being unusually generous today. Okay, deal. We're not gonna solve anything by keeping Jialiang here. I'm happy to do it your way, but only for my great-uncle's sake and the travelers, of course.
You must be pleased you brought the traveler along. Otherwise, this would have been a much more vexing ordeal.
Well, time is of the essence. Let's get ourselves back to Boo Boo Pharmacy at once. Blockages within the cardiovascular system, reduced blood flow and energy circulation? I see. I suppose this must have caused the cognitive abnormalities.
Dr. Baizhu, how bad is it? Can you cure him?
Don't you worry. Baizhu's a really great doctor. He's sure to find a way. Isn't that right, Baizhu?
Ayu, do you know when your father first started displaying these symptoms?
I'm not sure. He's been like this for as long as I can remember. But it wasn't as bad as this when I was still little.
So it's been a long time indeed. No, I have a treatment plan in mind. We can start tonight. Come and see me again tomorrow morning. I promise that by then, Ayu will find his father healthy and lucid again.
Thank you, Dr. Baizhu. Thank you so much.
If you still have any misgivings, Director Who, please feel free to hang around for as long as you wish.
However, it would be best if you step outside this room. A doctor must be able to focus when treating a patient. Any distractions heighten the risk of complications.
Yes, of course, absolutely. I'll just go and look at the flowers or something. But I will be back in an instant at the first sign that something's amiss.
See you tomorrow, Baizhu and Changcheng.
Bye for now, everyone.
Are you ready, Baizhu?
Ready as I'll ever be. I'm used to it by now. Come on, let's get started.
All's well that ends well, huh? You know, Paimon's kind of curious after hearing Baizhu mention those people from his past. What do you think they were like? Yeah, you must be curious too, right? Let's go see what we can find out while Baizhu's busy treating Ayu's dad.
Mutau dan hutau aja. What the hell? Nggak gitu konsepnya.
While I'm idling time on admiring the scenery, the spectacled snake-bedecked docs doing surgery. Hello, you busy bees, and what do you have to discuss with the funeral director today?
Aduh, nggak cocok, salah, lupa, nggak ganti bahasa. Harusnya bahasa Jepang aja, karena lebih lucu bahasa Jepang. Voice aktornya tuh yang di anime kalau di Jepang tuh voice aktor terkenal. Kalau bahasa Inggris tuh voice aktornya anjir nggak ada yang terkenal anjir voice aktor bahasa Inggris tuh nggak ada yang terkenal voice aktor. Di Jepang pada terkenal semua, ada di anime ini, ada yang suaranya Naruto, ada yang suaranya Sasuke. Ini tuh yang di anime voice aktor mahal sih ini tuh kalau di anime tuh siapa namanya itu kalau gue.
Actually, don't tell me. Let me guess. From the looks on your faces,
Pokoknya jago dia.
you've got some questions for me.
Guilty as charged. So,
Suaranya bisa berubah.
we were just a little curious about Baiju's master. What was he like?
Bisa memerankan
Oh, and also, how come you and Baiju could tell so
profesional lah
quickly
pokoknya.
that Jialiang had God
Memerankan
remains in his
apa aja.
system?
Huh? I thought I told you once before. Wangsheng Funeral Parlor was first founded to fight back against the vengeful wrath of gods defeated in war. Well, it is a dusty old tale by this point. Long story short, in the ancient world, dead gods were these days. We don't deal with the wrath of the gods anymore, but all the relevant know-how is
Okay, Paimon gets it now.
almost certainly from his master, who was also my great-uncle. Baiju's master was my grandpa's younger brother, a former deputy director of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor.
Wow, fancy that! Huh. So, if he was from Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, how did he end up as Baiju's master?
According to my grandpa, he and my great-uncle once went traveling together when they were young. They ended up at Chenyu Vale, where they met a pharmacist.
Tukang urus pemakaman.
That pharmacist
Upacara
must have cast
pemakaman dia.
some sort of spell on my great-uncle.
Kremasi,
Because after that encounter,
dekorasi
he
pemakaman,
suddenly
baju.
announced he wanted to
Pokoknya dia pengurus
leave
kayak
the
gitulah,
human business
bagian
and go
pemakaman gitu.
practice medicine instead. My grandpa had a huge argument with him, but he couldn't convince him to stay. So my grandpa inherited the funeral parlor, while my great-uncle stayed in Chenyu Vale to practice medicine. They never spoke to each other again.
Funeral director to doctor is a pretty big career change.
Direktur
Kinda hard to
pemakaman.
imagine. But why did it drive a wedge between them for the rest of their lives? That seems a bit extreme.
If he had just become a regular doctor, there would have been no issue. After all, the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor wasn't unlike a regular doctor's clinic in the early days. But according to my grandpa, the pharmacist they met had a very ominous aura about him. And on top of that, the kind of medicine practiced in the Chenyu Vale tradition goes against the natural order of things.
In what
Ada
way?
konflik sama si
Don't
hutang.
know. My grandpa didn't know the specifics. And you've seen how wary Baiju is around me. He'd never tell me anything.
Isu-isu masa lalu.
Even that says to me that he definitely has something to hide. One thing I do know about Baiju is that he's obsessed with the idea of immortality. But whether that has anything to do with what he's hiding is hard to say.
Tapi kayaknya Baizu nggak gitu deh. Tapi emang sus sih si Baizu tuh. Kayak kalau di Naruto itu kayak si Orochimaru lah ya, agak sus gitu.
Anyway, so I will be sticking around here for now to keep a close eye on the situation. Maybe tomorrow I'll finally figure out what he's up to.
After all that, it seems like we have more questions than answers.
Cuma sampai besok pagi jam
Never
8.
mind. We'll just have to ask Baiju himself about all of this tomorrow.
Oke. Kita ganti dulu basah. Oh shit man, paling gede lagi tulisin Jepang anjir. 11 giga. Mandarin 13, Mandarin keren sih. Tapi agak kurang juga sih. Tapi keren sih kalau nggak denger suara-suaranya tuh. Tapi Jepang udah jelas. 17 giga nambah 17 giga untuk download. Hajarlah kan data suara Jepang, silakan unduh dan ganti ke bahasa yang bersangkutan. Ukuran data suara 17 giga. Oke, kita download. Lumayan. Aman. Nanti aja ya. Lama anjir ini. Sumpah lama anjir. Kecepatan aku cuman kayak 1-2 MB per second gitu loh. 2 MB lah. 2 MB per second aja. Baru nyampe sini. Nah. Oh ini nggak bener ini. Nanti aja. Nanti aja. Nggak bener. Sama. Nanti aja. Aku update kalau udah beres lagi aja. Update. Aku tinggal sambil nonton ya kan. Jadi karena nggak kerasa. Kayaknya butuh waktu sejam setenahan atau 2 jaman itu bahasa. Mama. Jam 8 besok. Anjir banget kena store. Berdiri di situ sih. Terusnya agak jauh.
Are you?
Dad, you remember me?
Yes, I remember now. Oh, Ayu, I'm so sorry. You must have been worried sick. Has your mom shown up yet? She's been gone for a while, hasn't she?
Don't worry, Dad. I got the Adventurers Guild to help us look for her. And Dr. Baiju's gonna help too. Right now, all you need to do is concentrate on getting better.
Great. That's wonderful. I can't thank you enough, Dr. Baiju.
My pleasure, really. It's the least I can do to honor my late master's dying wish. If anything, I should be apologizing to you for not making the time to visit in all these years.
Not at all, Dr. Baiju. It's only because Jiang Li, what was her reason again?
You're still in the early stages of recovery, so you'll need to take it easy for a while. Take it slowly and try not to overexert yourself.
I suggest you stay at Boo Boo Pharmacy and rest for at least the next few days.
Director Hu, do you have any further reservations about Jia Liang's condition?
It seems like the evil presence is gone after all, You really did manage to suppress it, huh? But how did you accomplish this in a single night?
That would be a trade secret, I'm afraid. If that gives you any cause for concern, you may continue to monitor Jialiang for as long as you wish. Though I regret to say that Boo Boo Pharmacy cannot offer to reimburse Wangsheng Funeral Parlor for any revenue lost in the meantime.
Oh, come on, Baizhu. I'm not that unreasonable.
Ah.
Oh, auranya diserap sama dia kayaknya. Karena dampak dia nih.
Yeah, I've been stuck indoors for too long. Baizhu, take me outside for some air, or I'm going to suffocate.
Ah, yes, of course. Everyone, please excuse Qiangsheng and myself for a moment.
Suffering now, are we? Did you seriously expect to cover it up just by putting on a brave face and ignoring it? If it weren't for my quick thinking, they'd have all seen the sorry state you're in by now. But in any case, why must you keep this a secret from everybody? You should at least share your secret with one person you trust.
Who's there? Why did you follow us here? Oh, it's nothing. I just needed to get some air.
What did I just say about putting on a brave face? Traveler, Paimon, the truth is, Baizhu did not cure Jialiang's illness. Instead, he transferred some of his own life force to his patient to temporarily subdue the poison in his system.
Mentransfer bagian dari kekuatan kehidupannya kepada pasien untuk menghentikan racun di sistem tubuhnya untuk sementara waktu, Pak.
Baizhu, can you please explain all of this?
My predecessors in medicine forged a contract with Changsheng. Every successor to this contract is able to use Changsheng's secret art to treat patients. I believe the irregularities with Jialiang's heart meridian were likely caused by a poison concocted using god remains as a key ingredient. The poison has not been purged from Jialiang's system. Rather, I infused him with some of my own life force, using Changsheng as the delivery medium. This will suppress the poison's effects for a limited time.
Changsheng? You can do that? Huh. Paimon always thought you were just Baizhu's strange choice of a necklace. Hey, I'll have you know that I commanded the respect of even the Adepti back in Chenyu Vale. If anything, he is my mannequin. I was treating patients with Baizhu's master's master long before he ever set eyes on his first medical text. Whoa, guess you shouldn't judge a snake by its skin.
Please, that's enough.
Wait a sec. Huto was saying that the branch of medicine you studied uses some pretty dubious methods. So, when you transfer your life force, does that mean you're actually damaging your own body?
Hardly. Changsheng helps to keep my chi in balance, so there is no great harm done.
Still, Baiju's life force is not unlimited. We must find a way to neutralize the poison in Jialiang's body. And soon. Traveler, Paimon, would you lend this dummy a hand? He needs someone checking up on him, or he'll exhaust himself trying to accomplish everything on his own. Baiju, don't you think you should seize this opportunity? You cannot expect to hide this from everyone for your entire life. Time will see that all secrets surface eventually.
Entire life. Thank you, Traveler and Paimon.
Huh. Paimon doesn't think we've seen this side of you. But there's no need to thank us. You've helped us out before.
The poison in Jialiang's system must have accumulated over a prolonged period. I think I should pay a visit to their family home and look for clues as to how he might have been exposed to it. Yes, I asked Ayu this morning before you arrived. He told me that his family lives in a secluded spot to the west of Qingsa village. Let's head there together once I've asked Gui and Chi-Chi to look after the pharmacy. As well as investigating Jialiang's exposure to the poison, we should also keep an eye out for Ayu's missing mother, my fellow disciple Jiangli.
It's a new day! Let's go back to Boo Boo Pharmacy and check out how Jialiang is doing.
Yang Liang. Halo Cici. Halo Cici. Lagi ngapain dia? Ini katanya bisa ngejenguk. Ngejenguk siang hari. Lah mana? Oh, ngejenguknya bukan di sini, bodoh. Kan ke rumahnya ya, dia kan udah pulang ya. Kan udah diobatin, udah pergi. Kesini. Jangan, gue perasaan belum pernah kesini anjir. Dulu kesini tuh ditutup. Iya. Kan udah kebuka ya. Oke lah. Beuh. Kangen anjir, udah lama gak kesini. Oke. Okay, let's go.
Quake!
Ini rumahnya kita malah datangnya lewat lewat atas anjir, lewat pintu belakang atas lagi tuh kan. Apa mana kita tahu jalurnya? Oh, lewat sono harusnya tadi tuh, lewat sini. Dari sini ke sini, nyebrang ke sini, ke sini, ke sini, ke sini. Kita malah dari sini naik ke atas. Ah, sama aja. Ini rumahnya anjir. Kayak rumah-rumah di Naruto anjir.
Whoa! There's a house all the way out here? Huh. It's so well hidden, Paimon's never noticed it before.
Nor have I. And I've hosted clinics at Qingsa village many times in the past. If you ask me, Jiangli was trying to remain unnoticed.
Oh, that reminds Paimon. We meant to ask earlier, but it slipped our minds in the rush to get here. Could you tell us more about Jiangli? You said she was your fellow disciple, right?
She was indeed. We studied medicine together under the same master near Chenyu Vale. She is several years older than I and also began her travels far earlier than me. As a result, the time I spent studying alongside her was rather short.
Supposedly, She met an herb gatherer sometime during her travels and decided to settle down with him. That must have been Jialiang. Wait, Changsheng, are you saying neither of you had actually met Jialiang or Ayu before all of this?
Jiang Li did occasionally come back to Chenyu Vale to see our master, but for whatever reason, she hardly ever talked about her family. The last time she visited us, she and Master had some sort of quarrel. We never heard from her after that. It almost seemed as if she'd gone into hiding.
Quarrel? What happened? I don't know. I did not witness the argument myself.
Nor did Master ever explain it to me. All he would say is that should I ever encounter Jiang Li or her family in the future, I should do everything in my power to help them.
Oh, so that's why you went to such extreme lengths to help Jialiang.
No. Even if my master had never said anything, it would still be my duty as a doctor to help him. My decision would have remained the same.
Paimon never knew you were so selfless, Baiju. Paimon always had you down as the sneaky, scheming type. Sorry.
So a few words from me is enough to dispel all your suspicions? You ought not be quite so quick to relax your guard, Paimon. Sometimes even the good guys have their own private agenda.
What the? Okay, that was the most suspicious sounding thing you've ever said.
Let's leave the idle chatter there for now. Jiang Li has lived in this house for many years. There must be something here that can shed a little light on this whole situation. Let's split up, but if anyone finds anything, we'll examine it together.
Traveler, Paimon, come quick! What is this?
Changsheng and I found a hidden compartment. This is what was hidden inside.
You sense it too? You're right. This is a poison concocted using god remains. Is it? Breathing? Paimon's not seeing things, is she?
No, your eyes do not deceive you. I do believe the poison in this bottle is alive. Some toxins act a lot like living organisms. I read about this once in the Origins and Symptoms of Diseases. This ancient class of poisons consists of mother and minor loads, capable of sustaining a connection over vast distances. If it's a concoction of this kind we're dealing with, then both the poison in Jialiang's system and this one here are likely minor loads. Offshoots, essentially.
Offshoots? So, the main body is somewhere else?
Correct. Whoever is administering the poison can manipulate the source to indirectly control the poisoned individual's behavior and even cognition. Similarly, the poisoned individual will hear, to a varying extent, the call of the source.
The call of the... Wait. So, back when Jialiang ran off, maybe that explains where he was heading!
Only one thing could have been drawing him there. The source of the god remains used as the poison's key ingredient, the mother lode.
This is getting crazier and crazier. What kind of person would do all this just to poison Jialiang? Hey, why has everyone gone quiet all of a sudden? Since this poison was carefully hidden away in a secret compartment, the one who concocted it is likely a resident of the house. You mean Jialiang? Why would he poison himself? Think a little harder, Paimon. Someone else who lives here, and who might have expertise in crafting drugs. Huh? So you're saying... it was Jiang Li? Wait, but that doesn't make any sense either! Why would she poison her own husband?
I agree. It makes little sense. Jiang Li does not strike me as the kind of person who would do such a thing.
Look at the facts, though. How many people in the entirety of Liyue have the ability to concoct a poison from god remains?
It's too early to draw any conclusions. We should question Jialiang about it once he has made more progress in his recovery. Yes. According to the origins and symptoms of diseases, the minor loads will disappear if the mother lode is purged. So if we can find and destroy the source of these god remains, the poison will leave Jialiang's system without the need for any further treatment. Do you know anything about god remains in Qingsa village?
Even the history books have no record of this. The only ones who'll know anything are those old fogies who have been hanging around here since the beginning of time. Didn't you used to be on good terms with the Adepti, though? You sure they didn't tell you anything about this? Well,
Changsheng's memories and powers are not what they were in her prime. These days, she has to enter a contract with a mortal and share their life force just to sustain her own life. I fear that such ancient events are long gone from her memory by now.
Whoa, what? After a contract? Share life force? Sounds like some pretty spooky sorcery if you ask Paimon. Hey, plenty of people would jump at the chance to join forces with a powerful being like me. With my assistance in rebalancing your chi, not only can you extend your lifespan, but you will also be stronger, healthier, and able to eat whatever you like with no risk of upsetting your stomach. Stronger and healthier? Wow, that's amazing! Baizhu, maybe when you retire, you can let Paimon sign a contract with Changsheng for a few days.
Unfortunately, Changsheng's contract has strict requirements regarding the host's temperament. None of her hosts have ever been exempted from these rules. I fear that I will be unable to accommodate your wishes, Paimon.
Temperament? Hey! What are you trying to say? Did you just subtly insult Paimon to her face? Ugh! Paimon's mad! You're getting ugly nicknames, both of you! Baizhu, you're Mannequin Man! Changsheng, you're just a pain in the neck! This is exactly why your natural temperament makes you woefully unsuited to being my host.
All right, everybody, calm down. Back to the matter at hand. Is there any way at all for us to seek counsel from the Adepti about this?
With how antisocial they are, if it were up to them, they'd go their whole lives without showing their faces to the common folk. What?
Seems you're as well connected as they say, traveler. We are truly fortunate to have you on our side.
Oh, if you're talking about who Paimon thinks you're talking about, you better do the honors.
You called?
Gets Paimon every time. Are all Adepti in the habit of materializing out of thin air like this?
Well, this is unexpected.
Huh? It's you.
Baiju of Bubu Pharmacy. I do believe I've had the pleasure before. The Lantern Rite, when we met briefly, I was unaware of your true identity. I must apologize for the discourtesy.
Huh? You two already know each other?
Our paths have crossed once before. I sense the presence of evil spirits. Is this why you called me?
Aku ingin tanya tentang dewa yang sudah mati. Menceritakan kepada Sio semua yang telah terjadi.
So someone has been concocting demonic poison. Too often, fervent desires drive mortals to abandon all regard for their own safety. It is lamentable. I now know what you seek. It is true that a god's remains are buried beneath the foundations of Qingce village. A vile monster known as the Psu once wrought havoc over this land, before it was subdued by Rex Lapis. The land was finally cleansed of poison when Rex Lapis used statues in his likeness to seal the serpent's remains. Qingce village was founded some time after that. The seal is still mostly intact. If the Psu is the source, then it must be some of its blood leaking from deep underground. However, its aura is faint and barely detectable. You will need to investigate further to identify the location of the leak. I do not like to intervene against mortals unless absolutely necessary. But when demonic forces are involved, things can spiral out of control. If that happens, be sure to call my name again.
Ya pasti.
Nothing. I do not wish to sway decisions that are mortals to make, but immortality may not be the blessing that you imagine it to be.
I shall treasure your words of instruction, Master Adeptus.
Farewell.
What a strange Adeptus. Rather different from the way I remember them. That's Xiao for ya! And thanks to him, we finally got some concrete info to go off of.
If the god remains are leaking from underground, Jiangli must be paying a visit to a subterranean cave on her herb-gathering trips. If we can find the cave...
Master, there's a problem.
Apalagi?
Did you run all the way from Bubu Pharmacy?
What happened? Don't panic. Just catch your breath and tell me everything.
It's Jiaoliang.
Apa Jiaoliang? Sakit lagi?
He was fine one minute and then he suddenly took a turn for the worse.
Already? How? Based on past experience, he should have been fine for the next 3 days at least.
It seems that my worst fears have been confirmed. Everyone, back to Bubu Pharmacy now.
Baru juga disembuhin sebentar. Udah sakit lagi dia. Wah parah ini racunnya. Racun bekas-bekas dewa zaman dulu. Dari darahnya dewa, kejahatan gitulah. Kita ganti dulu sebentar. Kita ganti ini sama ini.
Evil shall be dispersed.
Biar cocok sesuai story. Loh, kok mati sih? Oh mati kenapa? Lupa aku jadinya. Mati kenapa deh?
Dad, what's wrong? Dad?
Don't be scared. Dr. Baishu will be back soon.
How is he doing?
Suaranya cicinya jelek banget anjir.
Dr.
bahasa
Baishu,
Inggris.
you're back. My dad was doing fine earlier, but then he suddenly started coughing up blood. Now he can't even get a full word out anymore.
Tuan Inggris.
When Gui left, he was still
Tuan
conscious.
bahasa Jepang atau bahasa Cina ini.
Kui, please take Jialiang to the back room and prepare for treatment.
Yes, of course.
Don't worry, Ayu. I will cure your father.
Baishu's not gonna use Changsheng's secret art again, is he? Is there really no other way to save Jialiang?
Ini kedua kalinya pakai jurus itu lagi. Ini Baizu lama-lama bisa mati tuh. Dia ngirim tenaganya dia, tenaga aura kehidupannya dia tadi tuh. Oke, kita cepetin ke jam 8 lagi. Aduh, ini udah mau maghrib ya, jam 8 pagi. Pas jam 8 pagi. Padahal maghrib semalaman pagi. Pas jam 8.
How are you feeling, Dad? Are you still hurting anywhere? You're not gonna suddenly collapse again, are you?
Much better, Ayu. I'm feeling much better. In fact, I can't explain it, but somehow I feel even better than usual. Wait, where's Dr. Baiju? I still haven't had a chance to thank him. Seems he moved me here before I came to.
Master said he needed to take a quick rest and asked me to bring you out of the treatment room. He hasn't emerged yet, so he must still be resting.
Wah, ini Baizu makin parah
really? Well, he must be tired from treating me for 2 nights in a row.
Baizu makin
I don't know how I can begin to repay him for saving my life. I'll have to discuss it properly with Jiang Li once we find her.
Jadi pakai ilmu tenaga.
Speaking of which,
dalamnya dia.
Has there been any word of her whereabouts yet?
No, the Adventurers Guild hasn't gotten
Auranya
back
dia
to me yet.
dikeluarin buat nyembuhin
I'll go
orang.
check with them again in a bit.
I'll come with.
Cuma sementara doang.
Don't forget what Master said. You're still not out of the woods yet, Jialiang. I strongly suggest that you stay and rest at Boo Boo Pharmacy for now. I can accompany Ayu to the Adventurers Guild.
I suppose you're right. Though, on the bright side, this means I can thank Dr. Baiju in person once he's finished resting.
Traveler, Baiju hasn't shown his face ever since he went in to treat Jialiang again. Do you think he...
Ya, di belakang kali.
Huh? Hey, wait!
Kalau nggak di kamarnya. Terakhir aja batuk-batuk.
Huh?
Kamar.
You're finally awake? That was far too risky. even with me here to help you balance your chi.
There was no time. I had no other choice. In any case, it was not completely without benefit to myself. I managed to learn something. Jiangli's design is quite brilliant. She makes numerous innovations that I can learn from. Alas, if only there wasn't a catch.
So, how much longer do you think Baishu's gonna nap for? They've been outside waiting for you the whole time while you were asleep. Shall we at least go and show our faces?
All right.
Surely he hasn't. There's no way he could have just... Who's talking behind our backs again? Ah! Baishu! Changsheng!
Of course. There's no need to be concerned. I merely had to transfer a rather large amount of life force on this occasion. But, with Changsheng's help, I will recover in time.
Jialiang seemed fine yesterday. Why did he need more life-saving treatment again so soon?
I made an error in my initial diagnosis. Jialiang is in fact suffering from more than one ailment, and as a result, his life force depleted at a greater rate than I had anticipated.
What? You mean, even if you got all the poison out of him, he'd still be sick?
Yes. But more pertinently, the poison in Jialiang's system is there precisely because it is being used to manage his underlying medical condition. Jialiang has a rare congenital heart condition, and ongoing treatment is essential to maintaining healthy functioning of his heart meridian. Left untreated, it puts the patient at risk of coughing up blood and fainting, and in the longer term, causes irreversible damage to the internal organs. Though it was created from god remains, this formula is not a poison in Jialiang's case. Rather, it's his medication.
Had he not taken it all these years, he likely would have died a long time ago.
Still, using poison to treat a disease is hardly a viable long-term solution. As time passed, and the poison accumulated in his system, it began to impact his cognition. Moreover, the longer he relied upon this medicine, the more resistant his body became to it. Jiangli had to concoct ever greater quantities to ensure its continued efficacy, or he could have still perished at any moment.
That explains why Ayu said his dad has been getting worse, and why his mom went off to gather herbs.
God remains are extremely dangerous to be around, because humans have no natural defense against them. I shudder to think how many times Jiangli has exposed herself to them. I fear that the situation is just as that Adeptus described. In an effort to save Jialiang's life, Jiangli has abandoned all regard for her own safety.
I never suspected that even Jiangli would turn to the same path as so many others over the years. Perhaps this is the inevitable course of fate. To sacrifice one's own life to save others. To go beyond human means in order to do the impossible, whatever the cost may be.
Well, I think that it's too early to say with any certainty what fate has in mind. In any case, I have stabilized Jialiang's condition for now, so our immediate priority should be to get ourselves back to Qingsa village and find out where Jiangli is. Her regular exposure to god remains over such a long period will have been catastrophic for her health. And given that she's already been missing for several days, I am fearing the worst.
Siapa itu? Dengar lagi.
It's me, Traveler, Dr. Baiju.
Aduh, pasiennya denger.
Don't tell Paimon you overheard everything already.
Dr. Baiju, please let me come with you. You've already done so much for my family. I can no longer just sit here and watch while you put yourself at risk for Jiangli's sake. After all, if it wasn't for me, she wouldn't have had to put herself in harm's way in the first place. I know I won't be of much help in battle, but at the very least, I can show you the way. I'm sure I'll be able to remember. I know there's a spot where she says goodbye to me every time she goes to gather her herbs. I'm sure I'll remember. I have to remember.
Be careful. If you get too agitated, your blood pressure and stress levels will rise, putting further pressure on your heart. For your own safety, you should stay here and rest.
No! We're out of time! We have to go now. Right?
Ah shit man, kenapa lagi? Kenapa lagi ini? Hah? Tapi streamnya nggak kenapa-napa loh. Alamak. Kenapa ini server ininya? Server gamenya? Gangguan server game ini. Waktu koneksi berakhir coba lagi. Kok tumben sih kayak gitu? Sabar ya, sabar ya. Ini kayaknya bisa masuk lagi nih. Sabar dulu. Loadingnya nggak ada. Harusnya di sini ada loading. Sabar ya. Kita akan coba close paksa. Close paksa lalu kita buka ulang lagi. Mungkin gara-gara aku download tadi bahasa mungkin jadi error deh. Mungkin, tapi harusnya nggak crash kan nggak crash, nggak tahu lah. Lagi buka ulang deh. Turung tung tung. Duh, kayaknya dari gamenya deh. Dari server gamenya ini. Kenapa lagi ah? Untuk koneksi berakhir. Coba lagi. Kok bisa-bisanya kita keluar dari ini apa ini? Dilarang menggunakan plugin akselerator atau perangkat pihak ketiga apapun yang dapat merusak keadilan dalam permainan. Nggak boleh pakai cheat. Dilarang memindahtangankan atau memperjualbelikan akun. Dilarang melakukan top up melalui jalur yang tidak resmi. Dilarang menggunakan pihak ketiga untuk melakukan top up. Mampus loh. Ayo dong. Apa harus di repair ya? Coba sekali lagi deh, belum repair. Bisa. Ini ada loading nih. Finally, akhirnya bisa. Gangguan dari sananya itu.
Who's talking behind our backs again?
Anjir, ngulang lagi. Brengsek.
And as a result,
what?
Kita cepetin ya.
But Jialiang, though it was
had he not taken it all these years,
still.
Gara-gara DC.
The longer he relied upon this medicine,
DC servernya jadi kalau ini jadi ngulang lagi.
God remains are extremely dangerous to be around because humans have no natural. I fear that the situation is.
I'm never to sacrifice one's own life to save others. To go beyond.
Well, I think in any case, her regular exposure, and given that she's already been missing for several days.
It's me, Traveler, Dr. Baiju.
Ayo, lama.
Dr. Baiju, you've already done so. After all, if it wasn't for me, I'm sure I'll be.
Be careful. If you get to.
No, we're out of time. Before I forget everything again.
Nah, sampai sini ya.
This trip will be extremely dangerous, and there is a very real possibility that you will not return from it. Are you sure you're prepared for that?
Sampai sini tadi dah.
I never expected to live this long in the first place. My death is already long overdue. So why should I fear it? There's only one thing I fear now, and that's that I'll forget her again before we manage to find her.
Udah hutang ngedengerin juga.
Very well. Then follow me.
Oke, dipantau oleh hutang. Cici.
Dr. Baiju, are you heading out again?
Itu liatin.
Yes. This could be a long one. Could you please prepare a dose of the usual formula? Please add an extra measure of mistgrass pollen and 1 dose each of the ingredients from the third and fifth compartments of my medicine cabinet. I hope it works.
Dr. Baishu? Do you mean...
Hop to it now. And remember to be careful with the cauldron this time. You don't want to burn yourself again.
Jangan bawa
Okay.
Bennett, bawa Cici aja. Cocok sebenarnya bawa Cici. Cocok sih. Iya, bawa Cici ya. Gak usah Bennett. Biar sesuai dengan story. Ada dong aku.
What's happening?
Satu lagi siapa ya? Biarin lah jonglit. Nyatanya benar nggak sih? Apa benar? Nah, ininya salah. Ngapain pakai ini aja Cici? Lu mau jadi apaan sih? Wah, nggak jelas ini Cici. Meningkatkan physical damage atau ininya kita ganti aja ya. Jadi ininya dipakai lagi. Ininya benar. Ininya nggak bener ini. Gue nggak punya Maiden ya. Ininya benar. Ininya ngaco. Tetap kurang. Kalau ini Maiden satu, ini juga harus Maiden. Berarti minjem dong. Udah minjem deh. Menggunakan elemental skill atau elemental burst meningkatkan 20% pemulihan, tambah lagi 20%. Ya udah minjem. Ini sama sini. Tukeran dulu. Oke, let's go. Anjay. Oke. Brengsek kau. Seruduk gue sama babi hutan anjir. Hell. Lucu anjir. Larinya lucu. Zombie umur ratusan tahun kalau nggak salah. Dia tuh harusnya udah meninggal, cuman hidupin lagi sama Adeptus. Terus dirawat sama si Baisu. Jadi pegawai bubu farmasi. Berenangnya betul. Mau pakai ini sih harusnya. Belum pernah.
That strange feeling is back. It's just like the day I went missing. It's as if something inside me is trying to guide me somewhere.
The Motherlode's influence is growing stronger. But is it because we're getting closer to the source? Or because the leakage of Psu blood is growing more severe? Jialiang, can you sense which direction the source is in?
Nah, arahnya ayo, domainnya
I
mana?
think it's this way.
Ayo. Nih, kita pasti ngelawan masuk ke domain lagi. Rizky suka kayak gitu.
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Mana air terjun? Pasti air terjun. Tadi yang bason.
I feel a dull ache in my heart. This must be the way.
Karakter Baizu apa? Gak terlalu bagus. Tang 5 padahal.
This place feels familiar.
Tapi nggak bagus.
I think I've been here before.
Oh, di sini.
There is an inauspicious presence here. Even I can sense it.
I think I remember this place.
Jialiang, are you okay?
No, I have to keep going.
Istrinya dapat dari situ berarti. Racun yang bisa menyelamatkan sakitnya suaminya. Tapi ada dampak. Masuk ke domain apa ini? Loh, pakai dendro. Dendro dengan itu. Antar kan ada si Baizu. Kita bakal pakai si Baizu nanti. Jadi udah nggak apa-apa gini. Ada karakter kelima nih.
This place gives Paimon the creeps. Who knows what we're gonna find up ahead? The digging marks here appear amateur and rather old. I suspect it is a thieves' tunnel. A thieves' tunnel? Paimon has heard rumors about treasure around these parts before. Maybe it was the treasure hoarders that dug this tunnel.
Judging by the tools they left behind, it's certainly a possibility. But why did they abandon this place without even
I remember now. She took me here once and told me that she'd found a way to save me in this cave. But she said that the method would cause me to...
Easy, Jialiang. Come on, let's keep going.
Tenang, Jialiang. Kita cari penyebabnya. Loh, hilikur.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Anjay.
Yeah.
The doctor will see you now.
Ini bisa nggak heal ya? Mantap ya. Coba kita pakai dulu Baizu. Kita pos-posin dulu. Walaupun damage-nya nggak.
Mind the side effects. Remember, health comes first. Yeah.
Oh, kalau udah ulti dia. Oh, anjir.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Wah, tebel udah ini. Tapi gak ada.
Taking a turn for the better.
Coba aku pakai terus. Sebenarnya lama sih.
The doctor will see you now.
Lama, anjir. Udah paling bener ini nih. Set. Kelar.
Whoa, there's a sensor here. Those treasure hoarders sure made themselves at home.
Kelar. Lama anjir. Masih bagusan Dehia yang tadi tuh, yang api, yang cewek. Karena lupa.
I believe this sensor was used to burn a monster-repelling incense.
A monster-repelling incense?
Berarti ini dia lebih ke tukang heal sih. Tadi darahnya langsung pada penuh.
The incense was burned several days ago. If I had to guess, the monsters we fought just now were enticed here by some entity deeper inside the cave. No doubt an encounter with the very same entity was what prompted the treasure hoarders to flee and abandon their designs on this cave. After them, Jiang Li was the next person to discover this place and what lies inside. But to her, it presented an opportunity to save Jia Liang's life, albeit as a last resort.
That's right. This sensor, it belongs to Jiang Li. Yes, this was the place.
Bintang 5 udah ada sih, Cici
This is
itu.
where
Bintang 5
I
support
told Jiang Li
ya.
to give me the poison.
Killer. Emang nggak pernah aku pakai. Tapi aku build.
I'm fine. Let's keep going. I
Pakai
can
berapa
feel
kali
it.
doang.
She is right below us, waiting for me.
Pintunya kok nggak buka? Buka lah. Pakai Cici. Holy shit man, ke bawah man. Susahnya gitu amat sih.
I can feel it. We're getting close. We're almost there. It's right up ahead. The place where we made a pact together to...
Depan. Tadi nice.
Aha! We can keep going now.
From the looks of it, the energy released by this mechanism can not only clear barriers, but also be conducted by corresponding mechanisms. Perhaps it's something we can make use of.
Keren. Wah. Oke. Ada pintu 2. 3. What the 3. 4. Kayaknya buat ngebuka pintu utamanya kita biasa lah ya. Dorong aktifkan. Oh. Lalu bisa didorong ke sini nih buat ngebuka ini. Ini juga sumbernya ini. Ini nggak mungkin bisa didorong ke sono.
Paimon doesn't see any barrier breaking mechanisms around here. There are tracks here, and it looks like they're connected to something. Shall we follow it and see where it takes us?
Oke. Jalurnya teleport. Oke. Kita dorong ke sono dulu. Kayaknya buka pintu yang itu dulu deh. Kita nyalain di sini buat ngebuka pintu ini nih. Kayaknya. Ayo buka. Kena sinar kan? Kebuka kan? Nanti yang belah sono. Kita cek dulu ini.
Faster? Okay, faster.
Kita ngelawan sesuatu di sini. Ah, sikat lah.
Right. Order guide you.
Gimana rasanya?
Life goes on.
Tuh, ini tuh nge-heal ini. Ganti hutau. Matilah. Sini dong. Ya aku nggak kena.
Go.
Masuk-masukan mulu. Ini weh.
Go.
Bisa diem aja, bisa diem musuhnya. Diem. Bisa diem. Mati kau. Mati deh. Itulah kelebihannya Hutau. Kena tanda meledak loh. Kayaknya nggak ada sini nih. Mana ininya? Nah, ini kita buka dulu. Baru dapat. Ini bisa dibuka ke sono. Ini kalau dibuka ke sini apaan nih? Terlalu penasaran itu apaan itu? Kayaknya ada bonus deh. Sampai nggak? Sampai dong. Kan bonus. Jalannya sih ini nih. Nggak bisa. Nggak bisa nyala. Kayaknya harus pakai ini deh. Aktifkan. Kena ini nanti kena ke sono. Mantul lagi dia. Tuh kan. Kayaknya nggak bisa dinyalain. Loh, nggak bisa lewat itu. Jalingnya udah sakit-sakitan. Melawan dia. Tapi mode ngamuk gitu. Mode kuat ya. Modenya sama kayak si ini si Xiao anjir. Sama kayak si ini modenya. Kalau lagi ngamuk kan kayak gitu. Oke.
Zhongli!
Look out! There's a monster next to her!
The god remains must have lured them here. Watch my back. Mind the side effects. Seems like an emergency.
Disappear! Here!
See?
Salah harusnya pakai dia dulu.
Cross over.
Sini. Ih.
I didn't feel that.
Anjir. What the heck? Chill out, man. Chill out.
Wheel of life.
Gue mau ngejurus.
Dr. Baiju, how serious is it? Is she...
I can still feel a pulse, but her condition is quite grave. The god remains here are encroaching on her cognition, much as the poison in your system did to you. If we don't eliminate it soon, then even if we save her life, I fear that she may never wake up again.
Then, what are we waiting for? Let's destroy the remains right away! It's not as simple as that. Don't you remember what Baiju said? The poison within Jialiang's body is inextricably linked to the god remains here. If the source is purged, the poison in his system will stop having any effect. And the poison poison within Jialiang's body is keeping his heart condition under control. So, if it stops working...
Jantungnya berhenti
oh
juga.
no. Are you saying...
Indeed. If the god remains here are purged, then your life will come to an end.
I wondered when this day might come.
Wait! But we've all been working our butts off to save Jialiang's life! After all that, we can't just give up on him! Baiju, you're a great doctor! Surely you gotta know of some other way we can save him, right?
You could continue to take the poison, which would buy you some time. As for Jiang Li, maybe if we put our heads together, we can think of something?
It appears to me that she was striving to concoct your medicine for you, right up until the moment when she lost consciousness. Maybe it's her greatest wish that you will continue to take it and live.
Dr. Baiju, give it to me straight. How long does Jiang Li have?
The god remains have reached her internal organs. Under ordinary circumstances, I would give her less than 3 days. But if I were to treat her using a secret art...
But what would be the point of that? Dr. Baiju, I'm all too aware of the dangers of god remains. You are not the first to mention it to me. If I continue to sustain my own life using this wretched substance, not only would Jiang Li have to keep risking her life to make my medicine for me, but I would have to live with the looming threat of these remains breaking out and wreaking havoc not just upon me, but my entire family. I know for a fact that I should have died over a decade ago. The fact that I've been around to see how you grow up is already a great blessing from Rex Lapis. If my choice can bring Jiang Li back, then even if I,
Jialiang.
After cheating death for so long, it seems I've grown somewhat addicted to life. Traveler, Dr. Baiju, could I have another minute with my wife? I just want to have one final moment together. Just a moment. That's all.
Sungguh.
Of course.
Thank you, everyone. And I'm sorry that I won't be able to repay your kindness in this life.
Jialiang, Baiju, Changsheng, is there really nothing else you can do?
I am sure that over the years, Jiang Li will have tried all the conventional methods known to humankind. As for less conventional methods, I have little expertise besides Changsheng's secret art.
Mortals are fated to grow old and pass on when their natural lifespan runs out. If it were so easy to combat the natural processes of aging and death, Jiang Li would not have had to resort to unnatural methods. What a crazy situation! Jiang Li risked it all to save Jialiang's life, and now Jialiang has to sacrifice himself to save Jiang Li! What's the point of it all?
Namanya kok dimirip-miripin gitu. Jiang Li itu yang cewek, istrinya Jiang Li yang itu yang cowok. Procie. Pada mirip sih. Bisa kita lakukan sekarang. Jiang Li yang menjadi saksi mereka.
I've seen many final farewells in my time, but I can never get used to it.
In the human realm, all things must come to an end.
Tapi suaminya nggak
Is it not a
mau.
fitting end to die for a worthy cause?
Istrinya sampai
At least, that's
bela-belain
what generations of masters before you have always believed.
kena racun itu juga.
The path they chose was indeed a heroic one. But when I think of those who would willingly sacrifice themselves for others, I cannot help but think that theirs are the lives least deserving of death.
Suaminya ingin berkorban.
When all this began, we agreed that once I was old
Pada
enough to
nanti
help you gather herbs,
istrinya juga.
it would be time for me to go. If you could only see him now. He took me all the way to Liyue Harbor to see the doctor. And he even got the Adventurers Guild to search for you. So, I know that you'll both be okay without me. I've said my goodbyes. My time has come. Do what you must.
As you wish.
Dihancurin berarti. Sinematik dong.
It will eat away at both your cognition and your memories. In the end, you'll become little more than a shadow of your true self.
I'll take it. At the very least, it will allow me to stay with you and watch how you grow up.
Oh, ini kata-kata dulunya. Pas awal-awal minum obat. Ini jadi kenangan terakhirnya.
Mom, something's really wrong with Dad.
Sama efek sampingnya gitu. Nyawanya jadi bertambah selama belasan tahun.
Don't fret, Ayu. I will gather some medicinal herbs right away. I promise you, nothing will happen to our family.
Why would these memories come to mind now?
Young Lee.
The longer we live, the tighter we cling to what we have. Oh, how I would love
Ya cocok banget ya sama musik backgroundnya.
to hear your voice one last
Tuh
time.
musik background aku sih. Pokoknya kalau musiknya si Genshin, nah kopi kanan aja.
Jialiang! Jialiang!
Musik-musik copyright.
Jialiang! Jialiang!
Dad, are you awake?
Jiangli, are you?
Aku hidup.
Didn't I... Huh? What are these?
How does it feel to come back to life?
Wah, dihidupin lagi.
Do you feel strange or different in any way? If so, could you describe it to me in detail?
Sama kayak si Cici
Dr.
kali.
Baishu, I thought that I was going to...
Pasangin ini.
Die? You did indeed. As things stand now, you're more akin to a zombie than a
Mayat
human.
hidup.
I'm a zombie?
Jadi vampir.
That's right. Before we set off, I asked Chi-Chi to prepare an elixir of immortality. With its help, you have been suspended in the space between life and death. Of course, this is but a crude imitation of an Adeptus art. I don't expect it to extend your life indefinitely. Whether it will keep you alive for a few days, a few months, or a few years, I am as interested as you to find out. But, however long you have left, I believe it should be more than sufficient time for you to say your final goodbyes before departing the world in peace. I hope that Director Hu finds this arrangement to be a satisfactory one.
An elixir of immortality? How'd you cook that up? Ugh. Leave it to you to work on something like that behind my back.
It's a work in progress that hardly lives up to its name, and it would have had no effect were it not for Jialiang's iron will. In the end, I am merely a doctor. I understand very little of the great principles governing life and death and the perpetual cycle of yin and yang. All I know is that if I'm presented with a life that deserves to be saved, I will do everything in my power to save them. And even this would have counted for nothing without Director Hu's assistance. After all, did you not tell Jia Liang to show us the way before we set off for Qingce Village?
Oops. And I'm busted.
Without Director Hu nudging things in the right direction, we may not have found Jiang Li in time.
No wonder he didn't mention the elixir back then. I thought he was being frank and transparent with me for once, but apparently not.
Director Hu told me to keep her suggestion a secret, but it seems nothing escapes Dr. Baiju's attention.
Never underestimate a serpent's sense of smell.
All I wanted was to help Jia Liang find his missing wife as soon as possible, so that he could be on his way to the afterlife without any unfulfilled wishes making the journey more difficult than it needs to be. Leave it to Boo Boo Pharmacy to snatch the perfect opportunity right out of my hands at the last hurdle. Never mind. I'll just have to put it down in the books as a deferred consideration. One Chi-Chi was enough of a conundrum. The last thing I need's another one. If I'd known this was coming, I'd have whisked him off to the Wangsheng funeral parlor the moment I found him.
You stay away from my dad! When I grow up, I'm gonna become an even better doctor than Mom and Baiju, and cure Dad for good!
Oh, is that right? Well, you wouldn't be the first person who's tried to put Wangsheng funeral parlor out of business. If you're serious about it, you'll have
Kalau orang gak ada yang mati, dia bangkrut. Dia kan kerjaan
Traveler,
ngurus pemakaman dia tuh. Persiapan dan
She finally gone?
Cici ini takut sama si Ut.
All's well that ends well. If you ask Paimon, we should probably do something to celebrate this hard-earned family reunion. At times like this, a grand celebratory feast is in order.
It feels like it was a whole lifetime ago when I last talked with Jiangli and Ayu around the dinner table.
Oke, happy ending rupanya. Dijadiin vampir untuk sementara. Nggak tahu berapa hari, berapa minggu, atau berapa tahun umurnya dia. Pokoknya kata dia tuh sementara. Tuh menikmati sama istri dan anaknya.
Yay! Paimon killed! Alright, first things first, off to the market for...
Makan coy.
Oh, wait up! I'll come too!
Baiju,
Buat ngerayain.
thank you so much for everything you've done for us.
Don't mention it, Jiangli. I was just doing my duty.
Just your duty, huh? Baiju, Changsheng, would you mind if we took this conversation outside?
Yang Li mau ngobrol apaan? Cici, nitip. Istrinya mau ngobrol. Apaan ya? Kan udah minta terima kasih, terus apalagi mau ngobrol apaan? Dulu ngajak.
Time flies. It's been so long since we bade each other farewell in Chenyu Vale. Changsheng, you're the same as ever. You haven't changed one bit.
You, on the other hand, have changed a lot.
You're right. My younger self would have never imagined that things would one day turn out this way.
Anjir, ini cewek ini siapa ini?
Or that you'd turn out this way, Baiju.
Ini orang. Ini bukan orang sembarangan aja. Ini cewek ini. Udah kenal lama dia. Siapa ini? Ada
I've
plus
taken
juga
a
kah?
look at your elixir of immortality. It's not altogether dissimilar from the poison I concocted in terms of the way it functions.
I have to say, Jiangli, it was a stroke of genius to use poison to maintain life. I hope you're not too upset at me for copying your methods.
No, not at all. With your intellect, even if you'd never seen my poison, I believe you would have eventually arrived at the same approach.
Ini gurunya.
But I'm still impressed by how quickly you managed to gain such a thorough understanding of it. Jialiang's still only been in your care for a few days. Not just that, you even managed to improve upon the original formula. That cannot be explained by intellect alone. Baizhu, be honest with me. Did you try out some of the poison on yourself?
Huh. Told you the truth would surface sooner or later.
What the
Life force
hell?
isn't the only thing that Changshang's contract lets you transfer between bodies, is it?
Nothing gets past you, Jiangli. You are correct. Besides life force, Changsheng's secret art also allows for the transfer of toxins and diseases. When I treated Jia Liang for the second time, I transferred some of the poison from his body into my own. Not only did this allow me to alleviate the burden on him, but it also gave me an opportunity to study its properties. There is no need to worry about any long-term consequences to my health, however. Now that the source has been destroyed, any remaining poison in me will have already dissipated.
But you took such a huge risk. If we hadn't destroyed the god's remains back there, then even you might have... What am I saying? I'm in no position to criticize you for this. The reason I left our master and went into hiding all those years ago was that he was getting old, and I didn't want him using up any more of his own life force to treat my husband. But in the end, how were my methods any different? I risked one life to save another.
Oh, seperguruan.
And you tried the poison on yourself too. It looks like both of us have ended up going the same way as our master before us. Are all disciples of Chenyu Vale destined to turn out this way? To live a short life, having given away our own for the sake of others? To fight relentlessly against the natural course of life and death, whatever the cost? Maybe our fate is sealed the moment we decide to study medicine.
We are doctors, Jiangli. We ought never say that anyone's fate is sealed.
Baizhu, I can tell that, over the years, you've used the contract with Changsheng to transfer many diseases and toxins to yourself. There are so many that, some of them, I don't even recognize. Can you still stop before it's too late?
I think you know the answer, Jiangli. Every one of us from Chenyu Vale believes in the same thing.
Jadi berarti selama ini dia nyembuhin penyakit-penyakit tuh ditransfer ke badannya dia.
Come and join us. The traveler taught me
Gila ya,
a load
Baizhu
of
ya.
new recipes and said even Dad'll be able to taste them. Come and try them out.
Yes, darling. Mom will be there in just a second. Hey, slow down. Baizhu, I know I won't be able to convince you, but please don't forget that if one day you're not around anymore, Chi-Chi, Gui, and all the friends who have grown fond of you, they will all miss you dearly.
There's no need to worry, Jiangli. I know what I'm doing.
I can only hope so.
Khawatir. Teman seperguruan khawatir.
Baizhu,
Kedepannya dia bisa meninggal.
mean by not
Gara-gara
around
nyembuhin
anymore?
orang ditransferin
Are
ke
you gonna
badannya
be
dia.
okay? Every single mortal I've ever contracted with, including Baizhu and Zhongli's master, has passed away at a young age. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. You said that the contract with you helps people live longer.
Kontrak sama ini nih.
It is a very long story.
Adeptus itu kayaknya.
Long ago,
ceritanya
when plagues ravaged the land, one doctor made a pledge to rid the world of pain and suffering.
Nih, gurunya Baizhu nih.
But even the most ingenious mortal medicine could not stay the tide of disease. And after working tirelessly for many years, even his dearest loved ones fell sick and bade their final farewell. Legends told of an herb lord in Chenyu Vale who could cure any illness known to mankind. The doctor sought the herb lord, but found only a white snake, its breathing weak and its power all but spent.
Sign this contract and let our lives be joined. Then I will impart to you the secret art of healing. But be warned, this art will harm your own health.
With means beyond human ken, the doctor could now reverse the process of death. And yet, the time still came to say goodbye. Only now, the one departing was the doctor, his life force spent. His final act in life was to pass on the contract to his final patient, his favorite disciple. The disciple chose to dedicate their life to saving the lives of others. And generation upon generation followed in these footsteps. Since I inherited this contract, I've always respected the path taken by my predecessors and followed it myself unquestioningly. That is until I tried to use the art to save my own disciple's beloved. She begged me not to use up my own life force. She said that this art is a poison chalice, an evil and unnatural practice. She did not wish to sacrifice one life for the sake of another, when both were lives she treasured. Only then did it occur to me. Did I not suffer when my master passed away, just as patients' families do at their loved one's deathbed? Are not the lives cut short by this contract just as worthy of saving as any patients? What is this contract to us? Medicine or poison? Alas, I no longer have enough time left to find the answer. I entrust to your care both Changsheng and this final question. May you find a remedy for this conundrum, which has ailed us so.
Time and again, no matter how much I try to warn them or balance their chi, I can never save them. And you? What's your answer?
If I abandoned the contract and left you without a host, what would happen?
I suppose I'd spend my final moments taking a nice nap on Mount Yaojun. Then I'd be reunited with my old friends and your predecessors.
Then it's decided. If there's a life in front of me that deserves to be saved, why shouldn't I do everything within my power to save it?
Once again, it's the same answer. So be it. Close your eyes. Who knows how many more people will take on this contract?
None. This contract will end with me.
My contract has strict requirements on the host's natural temperament. All my hosts have been most pure of heart.
But when one with an altruistic nature gains access to this art, they are more seduced than the average person by the miracle of overturning the laws of life and death. Though they know better than anyone else the fate that awaits them, when faced with the sorrows of humanity and the pain of losing their nearest and dearest, they cannot help but reach beyond human means. They are like moths that throw themselves into the flame, seeking a glimmer of hope in a dark world filled with pain and suffering.
So, Baihu, does that mean...
I suppose that would make me a moth that yearns for the light, but doesn't want to be burned to a crisp. Changsheng's art can transfer pain and suffering between people, but it cannot reduce the total amount of pain in the world. It's just like we witnessed. Either Jia Liang feared for Jiang Li's life, or Jiang Li grieved over Jia Liang's sacrifice. I have nothing but the utmost respect for my predecessors, who sacrificed their lives for their principles. But I do not wish to join their ranks, nor do I wish to pass on this contract to anyone else in the future.
Huh? But didn't you already transfer a ton of diseases onto yourself?
What makes a poison poison? And what makes a disease a disease? When it comes down to it, are not both mechanisms that affect the operations of the human body? If disease is defined as deviation from normal functioning, then who knows? Perhaps the true elixir of immortality could in fact be a kind of poison. Many may view the notion of searching for immortality in poisons and illnesses as a flagrant violation of the natural order. But to me, it is no different from the way our ancestors tested the medicinal qualities of herbs by sampling each and every one. I don't want those who come after me to lose their lives to this contract. Nor do I wish for Cheng Sheng to perish from losing her host. This leaves only one solution, doesn't it? Precisely. I will be Cheng Sheng's final host, and the tradition of passing down the contract will end with me.
Even the gods of old struggle to achieve true immortality. First you want to save others, then you want to save yourself. Now you even want to save me. You're getting greedy, Baiju.
But isn't wanting to have it all what makes us human? For a selfish moth like me, who's afraid of the flame yet yearns for the light, the only path forward is up towards the moon.
Huh. For once, Paimon just does not know what to say.
Dr. Baiju, Traveler, what are you still chatting about? The food's about to get cold.
We also have coconut milk for Cheng Sheng and Paimon.
Okay, fine. Let's go grab some food. Paimon has a bunch of burning questions, but they can wait till after we've eaten. I do envy Paimon sometimes. Eating her fill is enough to satisfy her body and mind.
True. And yet, although we call them simple pleasures, are such things as these not precisely why we mortals cling desperately to the life we have?
Sambung. Entah kapan ada lagi yang bagian kedua. Atau biasanya masih lama, berbulan-bulan, bisa tahun depan. Terusannya ceritanya Baizu itu kan bagian 1, baru pertama kali. Wow, sangat menarik sekali ceritanya Baizu. Tidak diduga-duga plot twistnya. Ceritanya tuh penuh dengan plot twist, saya keren. Nice, I like. Semua cerita pada keren-keren. Aku bilang keren-keren aja cerita Genshin tuh. Ini apalagi ini. Itu masih cerita yang menyentuh hati lah itu ya. Dan happy ending. Nanti nih di cerita-cerita ini nih, ini sinematik. Ini juga nih. Ini lumayan, ini keren apalagi. Shino bagian 2, awal yang pertamanya aja udah keren. Sinematik, yang keduanya nggak tahu. Ini nggak tahu. Lanjut ya. Selesaikan quest lain untuk memulai quest Arkon. Disuruh quest Arkon mulu anjir. Menuju quest memanggil bintang jatuh. Kita beresin. Gear kita udah 3 story loh, 3 story orang. Al Hitam, Dehya, tadi Baizu. Ini yang keempat. Kita ajar terus ya. Tagihan aku sama story Genshin. Oke, di area ini kita akan memakai karakter-karakter yang ada di kota ini, di Inazuma, di negara Inazuma, Jepang. Ke Jepang-Jepangan tadi kan udah Chinese-Chinesean ini tuh. Ke Jepang-Jepangan. Seperti biasa. Ntar dulu, tukang healernya siapa? Jepang-Jepangan tuh ada. Ini dewanya nih. 1. Ini adalah dewanya. Dewa Thunder. Ini temannya.
Whatever would you do without me?
Petir juga. Ini bagian kayak pejabat-pejabatnya gitu. Keren kan?
Well, this ought to be entertaining.
Jepang nggak kalah menarik. Terus kita butuh healer. Banyak healer ya, ini dong. Siapa lagi yang dari Inazuma ya? Ini Inazuma itu masih karakter apa 40 nggak mungkin dipakai. Ini ninja, bocil ninja. Ini juga masih level kecil. Ini juga terus ini mah Cina, ini Cina. Ini Cina. Pirate Chinese ini juga. Terus kita pakai siapa dong? Monster ini boleh. Nah ini wah, ini keren ini.
Got a problem you can't solve.
Detektif. Kita nggak ada healer loh. Kita ganti sama healer aja deh. Mana sih? Nah, ini aja healer ini. Ini monster. Anjir nggak ada tukang healer. Ini.
Don't tell me they did it again.
Jangan pakai dewa. Terlalu keren. Tapi nggak apa-apa deh.
The world remains constant over
Raiden
centuries,
Shogun.
but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water.
Wah, sayap juga pas. Ini rumahnya si ini. Kan dia sama api.
Have you packed all your things? Make sure you brought the onigiri and rice cakes your mother prepared.
Ya udah cocok.
Don't worry, I have them all. They're going to last me days. Take care of yourselves while I'm out. And make sure you remind Mom to take her medicine on time. If running the store gets a bit too much,
Ini
take
cocoknya
some
pakai yang
time off
detektif
and wait for me to return.
Oh, Yoey Mia,
Si
your mother and I
Ilan
got
harusnya.
so
Si
worried
ini tuh
when we
cocok
heard
barangnya
that you
sama
were
si
going
Ilan.
so far abroad. We've never left the country, so we don't know how Outlanders might view us Inazumans.
Ultinya
or
tuh bagus.
if they'd even be willing to speak to us.
Barang sama
Oh,
air.
relax. Outlanders are friendly and warm.
Yoimiya.
Look at Toma from the Yashiro Commission. He's originally from Mondstadt, but everyone thinks he's a top-tier guy.
A mop tier?
Karakter sifatnya juga bagus, ceria dia.
Oh, do you mean the broken one at home? I just fixed it today, actually.
No, I said top, not mop. You know, Toma even sent us some wine from his homeland not too long ago.
We haven't heard this kind of friendly banter in a while, huh?
Yoi Mia.
Oh, hey you two! It's been a long time, hasn't it?
Bateraimu masih tetap tidak ada habisnya ya. Emang ini cewek ini semangat banget ya. Cewek paling semangat deh kayaknya.
I'm excited because I'm going on a trip soon. Many things have changed. Lots of Outlanders have come to Inazuma, and lots of Inazumans have gone out as well. You two have been adventuring all over to that, so you might not be able to understand, but for us, this is a long-awaited chance to go out and fulfill our dreams.
That's right, the Sakoku decree is gone.
Perasaan ada cerita sedihnya
I
dia
remember
tuh.
you two. You're Yoimiya's friends, yes? Word of your incredible accomplishments has spread throughout Inazuma. My daughter's a big fan of yours. She said she'd love to be like you two.
Oh, ini bapaknya.
Come on, Dad. Who's never dreamed of becoming a hero?
Terus kisah sedihnya apa ya waktu itu ya? Bapaknya kalau nggak salah sakit parah atau gimana ya? Nggak tahu lah, apalagi. Gak tau mau dihukum mati gitu. Cuman gak
I'm just your average artisan. The quiet life suits me better. But if an opportunity presents itself, why not try to show your stuff, right?
All right. Did you two come over today to order some fireworks?
Oh, sorry. I got carried away. Well, I'm gone. Dad's in charge of making fireworks. You've seen how skilled he is, so there's nothing to worry about.
Oh no, we aren't here to do business or anything. We just happen to be passing by.
Oh, so we're all here with time to spare? What a treat! In that case, let's chat some more. I'm not in a rush anyway.
Sure. So, where are you planning to go?
No clue.
Huh?
I say that, but I do have a travel goal. To see Tibet's grandest meteor shower. But I don't know when or where it'll happen. So, I figured I can search while I travel.
That's it? No details? Nothing?
Not right now. Since this meteor shower was originally something like a family legend. A long time ago, the Naganaharas were inspired to create new fireworks after watching such a meteor shower. Dad says that inspiration is a combination of what you see and what you know. Different people can see the same thing, but have different thoughts. Inazuma today is completely different from how it was in the past. If I can see this meteor shower, I'm sure I'll be able to come up with a new kind of firework.
Yang bagian pertama aja keren, kota Inazuma dibikin kembang api sama dia. Ada eventnya juga waktu itu. Kenapa ya kalau di Jepang? Pokoknya keren lah. Ada acara kembang api gitu, dia nyalain kembang api heboh banget apalagi.
I know, right? Of course, my main reason is that I want to go and look outside Inazuma.
No need to be shy about it. You gotta play hard when you get the chance.
You know, you're right, Paimon. Is it just me, or have you gotten wiser since we first met?
Paimon loves being friends with you since you say such nice things.
Mulai dari Sumeru dulu, gimana?
Sumeru. I've heard of it. It has a ton of trees, a super impressive school, and a massive desert.
Yep, and everyone there is really smart. So I'm sure you'll get some answers from them about the meteor shower.
Really? But won't research people make fun of me or something if I ask them about a legend?
We won't know if something's real or not unless we ask. Don't worry, we connections in there. Well, he does anyway.
Wouldn't I be taking up your time, though? I doubt this was in your schedule.
Exactly! Relax, Yoimiya. You've helped us plenty of times before.
All right. Then I accept your offer. Let's have some fun at Sumeru. Dad! You can have more peace of mind now that I'm traveling with them, right?
Oh, yes. Your mother and I will be much more at ease.
Remember, you two also need to take care of yourselves. I'll be back soon. Okay, let's head to Rito and catch a boat there.
Wah, bener ke Sumeru Pergi ke Rito. Wah, sono berlayar. Berlayar ke ujung. Wah, ini kayaknya sama si Beidou deh. Kayak sama si Beidou nih. Ke perahunya Beidou ini. Ganti lagi kira-kira itu nama Beidou. Ada karakter lagi pasti. Beidou. Naik kapal penumpang menuju pelabuhan Ormos dan menikmati pemandangan laut yang indah di sepanjang perjalanan. Tentang peristiwa yang terjadi semenjak dekrit perburuan Vision dan tentang layarnya panjang pun usai rasanya tepat kali. Udah singkat, udah nyampe.
Wow, so this is Sumeru? That tree's huge! Is the port built on top of it? And this place is amazing! It's way bigger than Rito's port. There are also a lot more stores here.
Oh, there's more cool stuff for you to see. Don't you worry.
This place is awesome! I had heard people describe it, but nothing beats seeing a place for yourself. If I hadn't seen the port with my own eyes, I could never have imagined such a place. So, the school you were talking about, the academia, is it here?
Nope, we have to head north from here and follow the river to reach Sumeru City.
Sumeru City, huh?
Ada budaya di sini.
I guess it's even more impressive than here.
Pohon yang di kota lebih gede lagi.
Even bigger? Oh, I wonder if it's as grand as Sangonomiya Shrine. Whatever the case, why don't we go to Sumeru City? Oh, I'm so excited that I don't even know what I should be doing anymore.
The important thing about going on a trip is to enjoy yourself. You don't have to think.
I'm just worried that if we don't get down to business soon, we'll take up too much of your time. But if you insist, then let's look around.
Ini belum ke kota ini. Wah, di ujung-ujungnya di Sumeru. Ngapain aku pakai karakter ini ya? Salah ya. Kita adventure-nya di Sumeru. Artinya lagi pakai karakter Sumeru.
Who ate a poisonous mushroom this time?
Kita pakai karakter Sumeru yang tadi itu.
Stay close.
Siapa aja lah, asal. Masa pakai dewa ini?
There are still so many places for us to explore.
Ini bukan pakai meta ya. Lama pakai siapa lagi ya? Ini buat masalah aja lah. Soalnya ngelawan-lawannya nggak terlalu kuat amat kalau aku lihat. Ini pakai siapa dong satu lagi? Aether lah.
Just what will we come across this time?
Jelas ini para kali ini. Bukan meta-metaan ini mah. Deh ya. Di pasar belum.
I got you, boss.
I got you, boss. Tidak airnya. Bodo amat, udah biarin. Kemana? Sini. Gak perlu pakai meta-metaan.
Welcome to Akara Crafts. Feel free to have a look around.
Wow, what are these? They're so cute.
This is our current bestseller, the Aranara carving. Their designs are based on the fairy tales that circulate amongst children, so they're very popular with them.
Dongeng peri hutan.
Are you from Inazuma?
Kangen
This would be
juga
a great
sama.
gift for you to bring back home.
Gue Aranara panjang banget. Gue terpanjang di Genshin Impact anjir.
Aranara, you two told me about them on
Ini
the ship.
peri-peri yang kayak gini nih.
Didn't think they'd be so cute. No wonder the kids like them.
Masuk alamnya dia.
Oh, so pretty.
Tolongin
Let me take a
dia,
better look.
nyari orang. Peri-perinya tuh udah banyak.
Paimon knew Yoimiya would like this kind of thing. But even she might have a hard time
Story-nya
seeing a
panjang banget,
real
sumpah.
Aranara.
Bisa sampai berhari-hari, sampai seminggu. Bisa tadi aja kita ngeberesin cuman sebentar kan, hitungan berapa jam beres. Kalau dia itu bisa sampai berhari-hari, sampai seminggu. Pokoknya nyambung terus. Itu dia bisa melihat Aranara beneran. Iya sih, beda alam soalnya. Kita nggak bisa diganggu. Itulah kenapa tadi aku bilang mereka tidak tahu.
Yeah, sorry Yoimiya. But we need to keep our promise to the Aranara. That said, Paimon doesn't think Yoimiya would mind too much.
Gak bisa
It's
diajakin.
already chock full of imaginary creatures.
I think I'll get this one. Ooh, that one. And the other two that you showed me earlier.
You're buying that?
Yep. I'm going to give them out to Psyche and the others. They're going to love them. Oh, and these carvings can also be used as prizes and matches against the A4TECH gang. They'd also look great lined up by the window. Think about it. You wake up, and the first thing you see are these adorable critters. Wouldn't they brighten up your entire day? Okay, thanks. In that case, you take your pick too.
For some reason, Paimon thinks it kinda looks like you, Yoimiya.
Now that you mention it, it kinda does.
Iya mirip.
Hello, Nara Paimon.
Kalungnya tuh.
Yoimiya.
Kalungnya tuh ada ini. Ada kupu-kupunya juga.
Hope I remember correctly.
That was really good. Wow, great memory. We only talked about Aranara that one time on the boat.
That's because they're so interesting. I'm pretty good at remembering those kinds of things.
Of course. Thank you for your patronage. You all are an entertaining bunch. I hope you enjoy your time.
Bungkus.
That's about it for Ormos.
Mana lagi?
Next up is Sumeru City.
Ini jauh nih.
All right, let's get to it.
Sekarang kita ke city-nya nih. Ini tuh baru pelabuhan Port Omos loh. City-nya mana belah sini nih. Wah, dari sini capek. Ini kita teleport aja. Teleport langsung ke sini. Ini aku nggak bawa healer loh. Nggak bawa healer aja.
Who's our target this time?
Boiler siapa ya?
Don't tell me they did it again.
Biar bisa ditukar gitu ya. Keren. Ini ininya diganti sama apa ya? Tambahin lagi.
For justice.
Banyak air. Harusnya ngegantinya di sini. Udah ada padahal ini ya. Tinggal ganti di sini. Biar airnya banyak. Kucil terlucu. Nahida.
Wow, this market is even busier than the one in Port Ormos.
This is Treasure Street. Up from here is the Academia. Oh, and in that tree trunk is the Grand Bazaar. They're both pretty special places.
I just saw a group of people come down, and they were all wearing the same outfit. Is that the Academia's uniform?
That's right. They also wear hats with different designs, depending on which darshan they're in. For example, we'll be looking for someone from Watawahis. They know a lot about stars and stuff.
Does this mean that you need uniforms like those to get in and out of the Academia?
Paimon doesn't think so.
Won't we stick out if we go in like this?
Dia nggak pede sama pakaiannya.
So even you get shy, huh?
Malu deh.
No, that's not what I meant. Let's pretend you're an Academia student, hard at work. Then in comes a bunch of outlanders in strange clothes who gawk and run around everywhere.
Oh, Paimon kinda gets what you mean.
I don't think we have to be too self-conscious, but it's still something to keep in mind. Why don't we look around here first? I've been wanting to see the Zubair Theater anyway. As for the Academia, let's go once I get myself a set of Sumeru-style clothes.
Oh, dia mau ganti baju.
You're overthinking it.
Tapi kami cari penjahit top.
Nilu might have some good recommendations.
Sounds good. If we can watch a performance of hers while we're at it, that'd be even better. All right, I'll be looking around here. I'm leaving the meteor shower inquiry to you two.
No problem. We'll be right back.
Cakep.
It's called being a freelancer. Old folks just don't get it. These parts are safe for sure. It's called being a freelancer. Old folks just don't get it.
Lapar. Ini idenya lucu banget nih lain. Ayunan anjir. Ayunan imajinasi. Oke, let's go. Oke. Lah, kita langsung ke atas ini. Permisi, dewa bocil mau lewat. Dewa bocil mau lewat. Udah pada tahu nggak sih dewanya dia?
Someone from Watalis, but now that Paimon thinks about it, no one really fits the bill.
Kayaknya udah tahu deh dewanya dia orang-orang. Iya, udah tahu. Petingginya doang kalau nggak salah yang tahu. Rakyat lain nggak tahu.
Paimon thinks Aetha might know something, but Paimon doesn't want to talk to him. Oh, why don't we just ask around? Maybe we'll run into someone.
Looks like you two are in the pickle. Why not consult
Ya
someone
ampun,
who always
bener ada
tells you
Nahida.
everything she knows?
Nahida! Oh, why are you here?
Ada Nahida. Cocok. Pas
I'm
banget.
here to meet with some researchers, but when I saw you two looking so troubled, I decided to follow. Looks like I showed up just in time.
Okay, we might as well tell you. We have a friend who's come to Sumeru.
I see.
Your face says that it's gonna be a long time before the next meteor shower.
My answer is going to be even more of a disappointment. You may have heard that the stars are related to people's fates.
Yeah, lots of times.
If the stars dictate destiny, then do you think that destiny is something that is unchanging and always follows predicted outcomes?
You have a point.
According to current Ritalahist research, a meteor shower is a celestial phenomenon that occurs due to the interference between many intricate fates. Their appearance is highly random. Some have tried coming up with ways to predict their occurrence, but the results are less than reliable. This is a far cry from folktales that claim meteor showers come at certain times and bless all who witness them.
So, you mean we won't be able to see one?
I'm sorry to disappoint you two.
If we tell this to Yoimiya, she'll be so disappointed. What now? There has to be something we can do.
Iya ya. Karakternya udah begitu, nggak bisa ngecewain orang yang karakternya begitu. Bukan, kasihan kalau semangatnya harus dipadamkan dengan cara begini.
Are you two okay? It seems the news hit harder than I expected.
Paimon just thinks this isn't fair to Yoimiya.
I get it. From how you described her, I can see that she is a kind and caring soul. So, why don't we take a page out of her book and protect her dreams with a well-intentioned lie?
Oh? How do we do that?
It'll be a story about a meteor shower. You'll accompany her on a brief journey, do a bit of work here and there, and then receive the meteor shower as a reward. Oh, well, I can't summon a real meteor shower, but if it's in a dream, I can help out.
Oh, that would be great, Nahida!
Anjir.
Compared to what you've done for me, this is nothing. Use the meteor shower as a pretext to take Yoimiya all around Sumeru. Then, when you're ready, blow this.
Masih Nahida mau dikasih mimpi Dia kan ahlinya nih mimpi.
I'll tell the Aranari
Jadi nanti
and the
dia yang
kids.
nyiptain mimpi.
Once they hear the whole story, I'm sure they'll be willing to help. Huh. Then the dream will probably be like the one we had in the Avidia Forest, when we first met Hypatia. That was a real shocker. It was hard to tell that we were even in a dream. Once the meteor shower ends and you all awaken from the dream, she'll probably realize what had happened. If you tell her the truth at that point, she should be a lot less disappointed.
Nanti jujur gitu ya terakhirnya bahwa itu tuh cuma mimpi.
Simulate the meteor shower. Thanks, Nahida.
Tapi nggak bakalan kecewa.
You're welcome. I'm glad I could help.
Daripada nggak sama sekali.
Still, you two should get this story straight before you join up with your friend. If not, she's gonna see right through everything. True.
Samakan ceritanya
On
dulu.
the way.
Ngarang cerita dulu, habis itu nanti pakai kekuatannya si Nahida
So what
untuk
we need to do is
menciptakan
to make
mimpi.
Yoimiya believe that the meteor shower is really happening and be super convincing at how we sell it.
Taunya ada meteor beneran aja. Kayaknya
To
plot
go
twist
see a
nih.
meteor shower, the things Paimon would focus on the most would be... Yes, exactly! We'll say we're trying to figure these two things out, but we'll actually be bringing Yoimiya around to see the sights and enjoy local food! Oh, well, easier said than done. We can't be too strict with our pretexts, but we can't be sloppy with... It'd be best if we could take a unique approach to making it fantastical, just like a real fairy tale. This is gonna be hard. Oh, that's right. Don't people also talk about wishing on a shooting star? If we used wishes as the center of our story...
Jadi karena banyak orang memohon.
Whoa, that sounds great! Alright then, we need a specific wishing spot or else the sky would be full of meteor showers. And then, while we're supposedly finding or making this device, we'll go around and have fun and eat good food! This is shaping up to be the perfect plot. After all, the device can be anything, and the location can be wherever. As long as we get Yoimiya to enter the dream at night, things will be fine. This isn't about being smart, it's about being a good duo. The idea was yours anyway. Paimon just knows what you want to say. Alright, let's go. Yoimiya's probably sick of waiting for us.
Daun. Mana? Di bawah. Ini aku di sini ya kalau nggak salah. Di mana sih?
Thanks so much. If it weren't for your help, I would have gotten lost already.
It's no problem. I'll be heading home then.
Just a minute, wait. This is for you. This is an R&R carving I bought in Port Ormos. I heard it's very popular with kids, so here, have one.
It's alright. I didn't do much, really.
It's fine. Take it. Come on. Just look at its big, happy smile. You can display it at home or hang it on your wheelchair. It'll cheer you up. That might sound silly to you. Like, why do you have to be happy just because it is? But that's the magic of a smile. If you don't believe me, try it. Look at it a few times every day, and you'll understand.
Actually, I feel like I already do. You love talking, and you love smiling too. I just don't understand why you're so positive. I've never met anyone like you before. Sorry,
I'm not very good with words, but since you say so, I'll accept your gift.
Want me to take you home?
It's okay. I can head back myself.
Nih bocil nggak bisa jalan pakai kursi roda. Wah.
Oh, great timing, you two.
Who was that kid?
Oh, her? Her name is Aveen. I saw that she was looking quite forlorn, so I wanted to make sure she wasn't feeling left out or alone. She was pretty shy at first, but I explained that I just arrived in Sumeru and had gotten lost, so I needed someone to help guide me. She agreed and we made our way back here. There were so many paths here, and they're all twisty, turny, and up and down. It's hard navigating through them all. No, she didn't want to talk about that, and I didn't ask. I get the feeling that'll bring up some unhappy memories. But if I had to guess, it's probably because she hasn't been able to explore the city for quite some time. All she said was that she's sick and doesn't know when she'll get better. Whenever we passed by busy crowds, she kept turning her head and taking in all the things around her. At first, I thought she was afraid that someone might bump into us. But when I caught a glimpse in her eyes, I only saw yearning and a deep sense of loss.
It's hard not to be down when something like that happens to you.
At first, she didn't really want to say anything to me at all. She just gave me yes and no answers. But what I really saw was just another child, and asked all the same things everyone else did about rugs, spices, cooking, and the differences between here and home. Eventually, I think I earned her trust. There were many things that she liked in the city, after all. I say that, but honestly, you two probably caught the majority of what she said. Gotta start somewhere. Oh, by the way, did you guys learn anything about the meteor shower?
You bet we did. Big time. You're in luck, Yoimiya. You'll be able to see the meteor shower from Sumeru.
Really? That's great! If I had gone looking for it myself, I'm sure I would have missed it. Huh? What do you mean? They respond to wishes? Huh, I've never heard that one before. So it's not that you wish upon shooting stars, but that wishes summon them? In that case, I was born ready, don't you worry.
Are you talking about how you want to use the meteor shower as inspiration for fireworks?
That's why I'm here, but I wouldn't call that my wish. I don't think that alone will call the stars down for us, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Wow, she's adding her own spin onto this.
If that's the case, then we'll have to practice wishing a little. Can you two come with me? Let me put my thoughts together and tell me if you understand. As for what my wish is, it's a secret for now.
Yeah, and we'll take the opportunity to show you some views you've definitely never seen before.
More places to see? All right, let's go.
Let's go. Di mana ini? Di Vantaka Mountain. Oh, daerah sini sih kayaknya nggak cocok loh daerah sini. Oh, ini gimana sih? Kenapa daerah sini? Misinya. Kenapa nggak di sini nih? Di sini lebih mantap nih. Mungkin karena banyak pohon-pohon ya. Kalau di sini terbuka kali ya. Yes. Oh, kalau di sini kayaknya mantap.
Wow, is that what you two were talking about? Amazing! It's huge! Wait, it's not going to suddenly start moving, right?
Relax, it's completely still, and it's been ages.
Perasaan kita dulu pernah ngelawan robot gede itu
True.
anjir.
It's green from all the overgrowth on it.
Pernah anjir,
All
pernah
right,
anjir.
let's go. Now this will make for quite the story.
Kita yang pakai robot itu kalau nggak salah. Gerakin buat ngelawan apa gitu. Terus pernah yang di tempat sono aku ditembak sama matanya pakai laser gitu. Ini kemana nih? Oh, ke tengah. Oke, kita pakai ini. Set. Udah kayak Spiderman. Di tengah-tengahin kayaknya. Oh shit, man.
I was wondering, have you seen your sister yet?
Yup, but she said that she'd meet us at the end of our journey. And then she left.
I see. It seems she has her own things to worry about. But it's all right. At least you were able to talk. How did she look? Was she doing well? Had she changed in any way?
Well, according to him, nothing's really changed. He's hanging in there.
That sure is reassuring. I believe that you two will come to an understanding once your journey is over. You are siblings after all.
Dulu ini nggak bisa lagi ngomong. Kalau aku mijet map, hilang ntar suaranya dia. Kayaknya naik ke atas itu deh. Mana sih? Naik ke atas nih kayaknya. Oh. Wah, ini ke atas kepalanya robot ini. Oh, pernah ini. Ke atas itu tuh pernah banget. Udah lama banget kayaknya. Wah, cocok nih tempat. Oke lah tempat.
I didn't think we'd be able to climb all the way up here. What a great view! I just want to shout at the top of my lungs.
Yeah, and even though we might not be viewing the meteor shower from here, it's a good place to practice.
Oops, I was having too much fun and almost forgot about that. Before I left Inazuma, many people heard that I was looking for a meteor shower. So they told me that they wanted to make wishes. I told them that they could write their wishes down on paper. So I ended up collecting several dozens of wishes.
Dulu mah aku sama teman aku.
That many?
Sama teman aku kalau mau ngelihat bintang jatuh tuh ada tempatnya di sini tuh. Ke situ. Nongkrong di situ. Ngopi. Tengah malam. Ngopi sambil ngobrol-ngobrol curhat gitu. Sambil kita itu tiduran di atas mobil. Atau di depan mobil gitu. Mobilnya kan mobil-mobil kayak kijang kayak begitu. Teman aku dulu tuh. Jadi kita tiduran nyender gitu ke kaca. Di depan di luar gitu ya. Dia ngelihat ke atas sambil ngobrol-ngobrol curhat apa gitu. Terus suka ada meteor jatuh. Ngobrol 2 jam, sejam, 2 jam, selalu ada. Gak tahu aneh. Nungguinnya emang agak lama, tapi nanti suka ada gitu satu dia tuh jatuh gitu, kelihatan. Tapi posisinya cuacanya harus lagi cerah ya, tidak berawan, karena percuma kalau berawan ya nggak bakal kelihatan. Harus lagi cerah-cerah banget gitu, bintang tuh kelihatan gitu. Langitnya lagi bersih.
That's part of it, but more importantly, I've been wondering why people link meteor showers and wishes in the first place. After a lot of thought, I think I figured it out. People use fireworks to remember their most precious memories, and these memories sparkle and shine each time the fireworks fly. In other words, fireworks symbolize the past. And shooting stars make people think of wishes, because wishes carry people's brilliant hopes and expectations for the future. One represents the past, and the other the future. They both bloom in the sky, but have completely different meanings behind them. It's really beautiful, isn't it? It's clear to me that I'm not the only one holding this belief. I'm sure my ancestor had similar views. I think that's how he drew inspiration from the meteor shower. His method was a wish of sorts to begin with, to join the past and future together and combine their beauty. At first, I wasn't completely serious about using the opportunity to travel, but it became something like a mission once everyone had handed their wishes over to me.
Nvme. Well said. And here Paimon thought you needed practice.
Huh? That was fine? You both understand what I'm trying to say? Honestly, I thought it was pretty messy. I mean, these are all abstract topics that evoke a sense of admiration that's hard to put into words.
Traveler?
Langsung diomongin.
I did consider that possibility, and I won't lie. It'd be a real bummer if that were the case.
Bagus, jujur.
I know that's the most realistic conclusion. It's not like luck has to be on my side. But there's a premise to every legend, and that's belief. If I didn't take this step, it's not like a meteor shower would just rain upon me either. I wouldn't be where I am now. I wouldn't have known that they respond to wishes, and I wouldn't have seen all these beautiful sights in Sumeru. So I'm looking forward to the rest of our journey. Every single step of it.
You really are amazing, Yoimiya.
What?
Oh, nothing. Paimon just thinks you're doing a good job with the wishes. Now we just need one other thing. Like we said earlier, we're gonna need to build a device. Yep, and once we use it to create an observation device, we can find where the meteor shower will be.
I see. The purest ore. Then why don't we go back to Sumeru City and ask the blacksmith? I chatted with him a bit when Nvme was showing me around. He seems really knowledgeable. I bet he'll know something.
But wouldn't we be bothering him?
No one knows more about ore than a blacksmith.
That's true.
Let's go! I wish we could fly over.
What are we gonna do? If we really ask the blacksmith, he's gonna give us funny looks for sure. You're right. Paimon will do her best not to say anything wrong. At first, Paimon felt bad about keeping Yoimiya in the dark. But now, it feels like we made the right decision. Yep, that's why we're doing all this.
want to use the purest material to create a star observation device? Huh. That pair of specially crafted lenses should do the job. However, purest material is too vague. It'd be better if you were more specific. Firstly, this all sounds rather, strange. I never heard that legend about meteor showers. You sure you're not just messing with me?
Sorry for the trouble, but we are kinda messing with someone.
Sorry, Inazuma's pretty far, so maybe some key information got lost across the ocean. Still, I want to at least give it a shot. Even though the information's vague, can you help us at all?
Well, sure. Why don't I use some materials that might fit the bill and create up a mock-up device for you?
That'd be great! Thanks so much for your help.
No need to be so polite. You're my customer. Also, this kind of project is a nice change of pace.
Maybe we could just pick a random one. It's not like we're really gonna use it anyway.
No, that won't do. I don't think I can justify that to myself. If these were for ordinary use, then it'd be acceptable. Barely. But if you want a product that is top-notch, this is far from ideal.
Why are you so interested all of a sudden? Yeah, what now?
Don't worry too much about the material. If you think it'll be difficult to obtain, we can get it for you. I want to try all our options.
Since we're on the topic of legends, allow me to tell you one about blacksmiths. All of us in Sumeru know about this legendary forging material. It possesses excellent properties that using it to forge something is every blacksmith's dream. Some spend their entire lives searching for this material in vain, while others have it in their possession, yet never use it in their forge.
Huh? Why's that?
That's because the material is too precious. Many believe themselves unworthy to work with it due to a lack of skill. In other words, not only does it represent the pinnacle of material quality, but also the culmination of a smith's skills. I constantly practice and hone myself, so when I do encounter this material, we won't pass each other by like two ships in the night.
So, you mean that it symbolizes dreams?
Dreams, inspiration, obsession, focus. Call it what you want. But if you take it to symbolize purity, then I believe it is your goal as well. We call it Earthstone, but in truth, neither I nor my colleagues have ever seen it. It's more like a goal, and also a warning.
This fits perfectly with the tale of the meteor shower. Then, why don't we go looking for it?
Is it even something we can find?
Exactly! We're chasing down a legend after all. What's true or not doesn't matter as much. If we do find it, that's a big win for us. And if we don't, maybe we can still find something that could be used as a substitute.
When you put it like that...
Hey, excuse me. If I might intrude, have you seen a child in a wheelchair?
Yeah, she and I were hanging out not that long ago. What's the matter?
Do you know where she went? She hasn't returned home yet.
Huh? I wonder why. When we split up, she said she was heading home.
Oh, dear. Oh. I'm sorry if I seem worked up. I'm Avine's mother. She's been depressed ever since she fell ill and was forced to use a wheelchair. I'm concerned about her mental health. If she does something reckless because she's not in a good state of mind...
It's okay, don't worry. We'll help you find her. I can't say that I know her very well, but I think she just has a lot on her mind and is trying to come to terms with her feelings.
That's reassuring. She doesn't want to tell me anything, probably because she thinks nothing she says would make either of us feel better. But I can't tell what she's thinking if we don't communicate. I'm worried that I'll panic and make things worse by saying the wrong thing.
Don't worry. I'm sure she has a reason for wanting some space to herself at the moment. we should just be open and understanding with her. But that does bring me to a question I've been mulling over in my head. Do you think there's something else going on in her life?
Not that I'm aware of. I just know the illness was a big blow to her. She's always been physically active. She absolutely loved to run and jump, and she told me that she wanted to become a great adventurer someday. But after she became ill, she lost strength in both legs. She hasn't been able to stand since. We've consulted with countless doctors, but they're all stumped. They said all she can do is slowly recuperate. No one can say for sure if she'll ever stand or walk again. She believes that her legs will never recover, and her dreams of seeing the world would be forever shattered. This was all too sudden, too unfair.
Okay, I understand. I'll find a way to bring her around. Sorry, but it looks like we'll have to put our meteor shower search on hold.
We're coming with you!
Mr. Blacksmith, do you remember seeing a child in a wheelchair?
Sorry, afraid not. I've been keeping my eyes on my anvil. But you're looking for someone, I suggest dropping in on Sadeg. He's my supplier. If anyone's aware of the comings and goings in Treasure Street, it'd be him.
Do you know where we can find him?
He's probably resting just over there. It's not far.
Got it. Thanks for your help with everything. We'll go over there and see what we can find out. Don't worry, I don't think she's gone too far.
Thank you so much. He and I will continue asking around in the city. If you find her, please, let me know. Thanks again for helping.
Excuse me? Have you seen a child in a wheelchair?
Now that you mention it, that does ring a bell. I was moving some boxes at the time and I saw her pushing her wheelchair so hard she was panting. I asked if she needed help, but she didn't respond, as if she didn't hear me.
Sounds like there really was something on her mind.
Yeah, that was the impression I got too. What's wrong? Did she go missing?
Yes, so we're looking for her.
I see. That's rather worrying. I know. I'll ask my friends and see if they know anything. She went that way. If you ask people as you go, hopefully you'll track her down.
Okay, thanks. If you find out anything, don't forget to tell the people with the green scarves.
You mean the core of 30. Don't worry, I got it.
I'm very sorry, but I haven't seen this child. I've been settling disputes all day. If they have suffered an accident, please send them to be Marston immediately. I can help you make arrangements.
Sorry. I'm not sure. I've been tending to the herbs.
Good girl. Listen to the doctor.
Lah gua arkonnya anjir, gua dewanya. Aduh. Kocak. Tepuk tangan dia. Skill yang bikin tepuk tangan orang. Oh, kan? Kalau yang lain pada takut. Apa ini nih? Ini ngejurus nih, takut nih.
Rain outlines your fate.
Tuh kan. Kalau giliran dia kayaknya bukan ke sini deh nanyanya. Kita nanya ke ini.
Excuse me, we're looking for a child in a wheelchair.
Oh, I remember her. She went that way not too long ago. I asked her what she was doing. It's my job after all.
Arah pintu
She just
keluar
said she
itu.
had something important to do and didn't want to be disturbed.
Keluar dari kota.
That seems a little weird.
Whatever the case, she left the city. If you follow that road, you should be able to find her.
Gotcha. Thanks a lot.
Pintunya tuh keluar, ada yang arah sono, ada yang ke sini. Nah, ini pintu keluarnya. Keluar dari kota. Kejar. Halo burung. Lanjut cari tahu kemana perginya Alvin. Kita masih nanya di sini. Ini kayaknya nanya ke sini ke petani.
Hello there. Did a child in a wheelchair pass this way?
A wheelchair? Oh, so that's what it was. I didn't get a good look, but something going pretty fast went sliding down that slope over there.
Oh no, how dangerous.
For sure. There's terrain of all sorts outside the city, and if that was the kid...
Got it. It was over there, right? We'll be going now. Thanks.
Seluncur dia. Karena jalanannya turun kan. Oh. Penjaga kau nggak benar kau. Mungkin pas di sini nih berseluncurnya. Nah kan jatuh. Ya elah. Lihat di jalan.
Hey, are you alright?
I fell off my wheelchair. I can't move around without it. Why? Why?
It's okay. You're okay. You're not hurt. I'll take care of her. Can you two look for her wheelchair?
No problem. We'll be right back.
Oh dia di situ. Jalanan turun. Takilan sih. Mau kemana coba? Oke, kita cari kursi rodanya ke arah tanda cekung. Lurus kan? Enggak ke situ, kayaknya ke sini deh. Tanda cekung. Banting belok ke arah sini.
Look, it's the wheelchair. So the hilly churls took it. We gotta get it back before they damage it.
Wah, kau jangan merusak kau. Aduh, salah lagi. Salah ngejurus.
Gotcha. Lightning purify.
Hey.
Sudah dapat kursi rodanya. Kita balikin. Kamu mengembalikan kursi roda ke Alvin.
All right, we're in luck. Looks like the wheelchair's still working.
That's good. Or else my family would have to pay for another one.
You feeling any better? I know that must have been really scary for you. It's alright. You're safe now. We'll bring you back.
Gak bisa jalan.
Do you feel okay telling me why you had to come here despite the risks? If you don't want anyone else to know, we'll definitely keep it a secret.
That's right. You can trust us.
The Aranara carving. My bestest friend. He went missing.
The carving? Mean the one I gave you?
Yeah. My illness is really bad. It's not just my legs. I've forgotten a lot of stuff too. I used to love running. I loved the feeling it gave me, and the sound of wind rushing by my ears. But the longer I sit, the cloudier those memories get. I'm starting to forget how it feels to love something. But when I saw that wood carving, I remembered that I once had a best friend. He'd always run with me.
Wait, was he an Aranara? Paimon meant that it couldn't have been an Aranara, right? They're just fairy tale characters.
But they aren't. They're real. They couldn't be more real.
Dia pernah
Hey,
berteman sama
I
Aranara.
understand. Okay, let's calm down. Tell us what happened so we can help you.
Sorry. I got carried away. And I don't have any evidence to show you. Everyone says you can't see Aranara anymore once you become an adult. You have to say goodbye to your Aranara friends forever. I can't remember his name or how he looked like. And soon, I'll even forget that he used to run
Kayak
with me.
cerita di
I
barat-barat.
don't want to become an adult. Not like this.
I understand now.
Ini apa,
You saw
teman
that carving, you
imajinasinya
reminded of your
dia
friend.
waktu kecil. Kalau udah gede, ya udah
You came out
berpisah.
here to look for him and remember that friendship, no matter how difficult things got. Isn't that right?
Tapi sebenarnya anak Aranara itu kalau di
want to
gamenya
see
ada.
him. I want
Anak
to tell him
terutama
that
kita tuh kan
I'm not angry with him.
udah ketemu.
That I didn't want
Bahkan
to
datang
break our
ke
promise.
pedesaan ya.
Then
Pedesaan
this
Aranara.
happened. I'm not angry with him. Not at all.
Cheer up. Something beautiful has happened.
Beautiful.
That's right. You remembered something about the Aranara, haven't you? Once you start remembering more things, you'll be able to find your friend again. And I'll help you.
Yoimiya, does this mean that you can also see Aranara?
Sorry, I don't know if I can. I've only just arrived in Sumeru. Maybe I haven't seen one yet, or maybe I can't see them at all. But that doesn't matter. Whether I can see them or not doesn't change my belief that you can.
Cuma Litvik dong yang bisa. Cuma Litvik dong sama Paimon yang udah lihat.
To help her. She didn't deserve any of this. Not her illness or being separated from her friend. But
Kita bantu.
Huh? Me? Sure. Sorry. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. What's wrong? You look so serious all of a sudden. Oh, did you think I was overpromising back there? Don't worry, I have experience with this kind of thing. To her, reuniting with her Aranara friend is the result. But recapturing her past joy and belief in herself is the process. And that's where our help is needed. I'm guessing that her sudden illness made her feel like she may not be able to realize her dreams anymore. It also made it difficult for her to hold on to the happy memories and dreams she had. Everyone has their own imagination. After some chance coincidence, she met Aranara. So as long as we help her rediscover that same feeling she once had, her Aranara will return naturally.
oh, so that's what you're thinking.
Adults only want to believe in objective reality. In doing so, they may unintentionally do harm to the innocent fantasies of children. But I think there are ways to get even subjective things back. So, how about it? Wanna help me out?
Looks like all this excitement made you forget your original goal again.
If we didn't do anything to help, I wouldn't be able to watch a meteor shower, even if it appeared right now. And would the stars really want their caller to have such a heartless soul? What are you trying to say?
Because we can actually summon the Aranara.
Karena kami kebetulan bisa memanggil Aranara. Kaget nih.
Really?
Kaget kan?
Just watch. We have some tricks up our sleeves.
Oh, so this is an Aranara.
Kan datang kan? Arapurva. Banyak aja Aranara tuh. Mereka beda alam. Ada bisa masuk ke alamnya mereka. Kita tuh dipanggilnya Nara Emas. Karena rambutnya berwarna emas. Oh tidak, maaf ya.
I'm the one who should be apologizing. Sorry, let me explain. I know that you only want to be seen by people you trust. It's rash of me to butt in. But this girl once had an Aranara as her best friend, and they haven't met in a very long time. She's been quite ill, and her world has been turned upside down. It's been so long since she's been able to see her friend that even her memory of him has become hazy. Parting with a friend like that is too sad, and she never wanted that to happen.
Aku ingat Nara Afin dan Arasani. Oh, kenal dia. Menara tumbuh dewasa, masa kecil akan ditinggalkan. Emang sih. Oh, ini sangat juga nih, bakal sedih juga nih perpisahannya sama Nara. Nara apa tadi tuh? Nara bersiap untuk itu. Tapi nyatanya cuma sedikit yang berhasil.
That's why I want to help her. Her world is still very small. Too small for all the sadness she has to bear. As things are, all she can do is sit alone and think about how happiness is leaving her little by little. About how life has been so unfair.
Aku mengerti dunianya sangat kecil, maka dari itu kekecewaannya jadi sangat besar.
Yes. Maybe we're already used to bad luck and we know how to deal with feelings of sorrow and disappointment. But this is her first time dealing with any of this. Life can trip anyone up. What's most important in times like this is for us to support one another.
Seperti Nara Merah. Nara Merah tuh dia. Sepertinya Nara Merah juga belum tumbuh dewasa ya.
What do you mean by that?
Iya, Yoimiya itu masih kekanak-kanakan aja. Dia tuh sifatnya emang masih kekanak-kanakan. Oh, tuh penting bagi Nara. Nara berjalan seiring waktu, ingat banyak, lupa juga banyak. Tapi Nara Merah beda. Kamu paham betul pola pikir Nara kecil. Angatan hati yang murni tapi juga membara, layaknya mentari. Kamu Nara yang bisa dipercaya.
So, that means...
Aku bisa bawa kalian semua ketemu Arashani.
Thank you. Thanks for trusting us.
Arashani ada di hutan Mautima, tapi mungkin Nara Afin tidak bisa lihat Arashani kalau tidak siap. Tapi tidak ada yang sulit dan tidak ada yang rumit. Ikuti aku.
what you meant by prepared.
Arafin belum ingat sepenuhnya. Ingatan dan mimpi dua-duanya perlu. Ini bahasanya si Nara-Nara ini tuh ambigu gitu. Ngebingungin.
But I'll never be able to stand again. Even if I can recover, I don't know how long that'll take.
Bahasa peri itu kata-katanya tuh kadang ada yang bikin kita bingung. Tidak perlu khawatir seperti itu. Narapin ingat bahwa mimpi berhubungan dengan hati, bukan tubuh.
My heart?
Tapi sekarang Narapin harus cari yang pentingnya sendiri, tuh kan? Apa coba maksudnya?
He's gone just like that? It looks like the sky here has changed somewhat.
My heart.
Huh?
Apa ini? Lo bisa berdiri?
I stood up. It wasn't hard at all, and it didn't feel weird. It was like how things were before I got sick.
Wait, so that means we're
Sudah masuk alam mimpi.
not our first time in one. No wonder Araporva said not to worry. Aveen can move freely in this dream.
Iya, dibawa ke alamnya ini.
That's amazing. Is this the power of my heart?
Alam peri.
How amazing! Now we can all look for Arashani together. Come on, let's race. Let me see how good you really are.
I might not have recovered yet. Whatever, let's go. I won't lose, not even to an adult.
And off she goes. Well, this was easy. Paimon thought she'd need more time. That's true. Let's catch up with them.
Oh, nanti bisa minta tolong sama Nara kayaknya. Buat ini. Nara nanti sama si Nahida sama dewa ini nih. Buat bintang jatuh. Wah. Nyambung anjirin. Dugaan aku sih gitu. Kan peri sama dewa. Nara tuh peri-peri.
You're good.
Peri penjaga hutan.
If we had run any further, you would have caught up.
Aveen was neck and neck with Yoimiya.
I've outran lots of adults before. Long legs don't necessarily mean you run faster. Training's important too.
I won't even be able to compete with you in a few years. Let's see. Where should we go next?
Ini apa nih?
Look, something's floating up ahead.
Bentuknya kayak bintang.
Does it want us to follow it?
Maybe. Let's follow it.
Let's go. Terbang aja. Mia, ini bintang ini. Bintang jatuh ini. Tapi kok gini bintang jatuhnya? Mungkin belum kali. Kejar tuh kan.
You're not feeling worn out yet?
Kejar bintangnya.
Getting tired is part of running, and I love everything about running.
Holy shit. Kejar. 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 Kemana nih?
Up and away.
Karakter Yoimiya ini tuh damage-nya mantap juga ini. Pengen aku juga. Dia tuh dikomboinnya.
Whoa, there are so many huge mushrooms here. They're big enough to lie on.
That's not what they're for. Let me show you.
Oh, so it's for jumping? Watch this.
Dikomboin sama Yelan cocok. Yoimiya tuh ngeri dia. Cepet ngekill musuhnya tuh.
So
Kayak
this is our
tembakan
destination? But Paimon doesn't see
mesin
an
gun.
Aranara, just this big stone.
I'm so happy. I almost forgot how it feels to be this happy. You know, at first, it felt like my world had shrunk down to a tiny space. But as long as I continue moving forward, new sights will always appear in front of me. And my world will keep expanding before my eyes. Even though I don't know how I did it. I know I have you all to thank.
Oh, that's not important. What's important is that you remember the joy of going through the world. Our memories don't just symbolize our past, they can also shine a light in our future. Once you find the hope in your heart again, that happiness will come back to you.
Yes. Thank you, Yoimiya. Thank you all. Let's keep looking for Arashani. It doesn't look like he's here.
Yeah. Then why would the star lead us here?
Batu ini terlalu mencolok.
I don't know how to explain this.
Pintunya kayaknya.
I don't know what it is, but it feels very familiar. Almost like it's a part of me.
I know. Could this stone be your Earthstone?
Earthstone?
Yoimiya beneran jago ngipu.
It's a very rare ore that symbolizes a person's aspirations and dreams. Since you can see it, that means you've found what you've lost.
Is that how it works? It's just like in fairy tales. I thought I'd stopped believing in those. But I'm glad that I found that belief again.
They passed right through!
Let's go after them.
Hey, Yoimiya! Hey! Well, we have no
Kan buah pintu kata bapak juga.
We passed through, but nothing seems to have changed.
Oh, berubah ya. Ah, si Arashani. Oh, Arashani itu yang ini.
The R&R is sure of a flair for magical journeys. They not only helped Nvme find her best friend, but they also showed us what an Earthstone is. Oh, we have to look for one of our own later, to make the purest lens.
Yep. It's kind of funny, but Paimon thinks we can actually do it.
But we have to bring her back to Sumeru City first. Her mother must be worried sick.
Balik lagi ke dunia reality.
he dreamed a most lovely dream. Don't look so lonely. He's right next to you.
Arashani, you're still here. It's okay. I understand. This happened because I lost sight of myself. But I think I understand now. Yoimiya's right. Everyone gets bad luck, but we have to support each other through unlucky times. Thanks for helping me rediscover my memories and dreams. I won't let your work go to waste.
You've also helped us a lot, so don't be so humble. To be honest, we didn't know where to start with Earthstone. But now that we're on this track, I think we'll find it easy.
Yoimiya, you need this Earthstone because you want to see a meteor shower?
Yep. Oh, once we find it, you should come with us.
If that's how things are, I'm happy to lend you my Earthstone.
What just happened? Did you just take glasses out of your chest?
Wait. Bentar dulu ya, bentar aja. Tiba-tiba mati wifi HP ku. Bentar. Agak. Begini nih cara betulinnya. Aku sih gini. Peng. Tuh kan online lagi. Aneh anjir. Set kita udah live berapa jam ini? Wolo 7 jam yang lalu anjir. Oh ini terakhir ya. Habis ini kita udahan story Yoimiya ini. Karena udah banyak banget ini. 7 story, 4 story.
How'd you know we need this?
Kita lanjut lagi besok. Masih banyak sih storynya, tenang aja ya. Masih banyak yang lebih keren-keren dari ini. Ini mah ya story berkesan aja. Yang keren-keren ini masih nanti. Belum. Kenapa kamu bisa tahu kami perlu
I
ini?
didn't. I just thought that since you helped me find my precious friend, I should help you using something precious to me.
Aku nggak tahu, cuma pikir karena kalian sudah bantu aku cari sesuatu, kenapa tidak balas budi pakai sesuatu yang
And then the light turned into this. Is this what you needed?
Kita beresin dulu story Nvme ini.
Thank you. I didn't expect us to solve our problem like this. All right, time to give it a go. Not that I know how to use it, but let's see what my intuition says.
Hilang. Masih jam 10, tenang aja. Aku nggak tahu cara pakainya sih, tapi saat ini gini kan ngandelin itu sih.
Where are you? Where are you? Oh, I think I see it. Oh, it was pretty obvious.
Di atas sih itu.
Come on, I'll lead the way. Once we're done watching the meteor shower, I'll accompany you home. Also, thank you for helping us. Actually, let me scrap the pleasantries and give you a heartfelt compliment instead.
Ada aja ya ini story. Story fairy tale.
You all are great storytellers.
Keren, keren, pasti keren. Mudah-mudahan sinematik. Mudah-mudahan sinematik. Kita ke sono ya, lewat sini. Loncatnya gitu. Weng. Sinematik dong. Bener sinematik. Udah kuduga pasti keren deh. Gak mungkin gak sinematik. Bintang jatuhnya dari bawah dong. Diajak juga. Wow. Itu gede banget. Oh jatuh dia, tapi ngelihat dengan jelas. Ya, keren. Beuh.
Just like fireworks.
Ya. Sama kayak kembang apinya. Wah, keren. Indah banget. Alam mimpi itu sebenarnya. Tuh kan pada terbangun mereka. Alam mimpi buatannya si Nahida. Bukan dewa si Nahida bisa menciptakan seperti itu. Pokoknya di dunia mimpinya dia itu bisa jadi apapun.
We're waking up already? But Paimon wants to watch more.
Terus bangun lagi sih, Paimon masih pengen lihat.
The meteors we summoned flew up from the ground.
Jadi secara sadar kan dia tahu kalau ini tuh mimpi. Anak kecil juga. Hujan meteor yang kita panggil naik dari tanah loh.
They were exactly like fireworks.
Sama kayak kembang api.
I could have kept watching that forever. That was the realest, grandest, most magical dream I've ever had.
Karena Hida juga nggak bakalan kecewa, dijamin. Iyalah, indah kayak gitu ya kan mimpinya. Kan dia bakal sadar kalau itu mimpi, nggak bakal bosen nontonin itu mimpi yang paling kerasa nyata. Keren dan ajaib yang pernah aku alami.
Paimon too! Paimon didn't expect you to just pull us onto that shooting star though.
Honestly, I didn't think about it at all. I just thought it'd be a shame if we didn't try something crazy. You know me. It really doesn't matter to me if our experience was real or a dream.
Yang kita alami tadi nyata atau mimpi. Ya walaupun saya yang kita alami tadi nyata atau mimpi, aku sih nggak ambil pusing.
I really should thank you two though. You set all this up as a backup plan because you knew that meteor showers are hard to catch, right?
Oh, cara cadangan ini kerjaan kalian kan? Soalnya kalian sudah tahu hujan meteor sungguhan itu nggak gampang ya, Ri.
Don't worry, I loved it so much. I think this ranks as the absolute best gift I've ever been given.
Oh, whew. That's good. Paimon was afraid you might be angry after hearing the truth.
Why would I be? I dreamed about helpful, friendly, cute Aranara. I dreamed that we ran and jumped atop large mushrooms and we discovered Earthstone in a very unexpected way. And when I thought we had woken up, the next part was even more amazing. From her heart, a fiend brought forth Earthstone glasses. We found meteors that flew up from the Earth. And we even became one with the shooting stars themselves. That's right. Dreams themselves may be imaginary, but they're also experiences that can never be relived or replicated. If we were sticklers about truth in fiction, we would have missed out on so much beauty and emotion.
You sure know your way with words. Paimon's gonna bump you up a few places on the Paimon's best friend list. By the way, the Aranara, they don't usually like...
Oh yeah! They're so cute! We really have to thank those lovely carvings.
The wood carvings?
Yeah! If we hadn't seen those wood carvings, then we wouldn't have dreamed of such cute Aranara.
Huh.
Don't worry, I know. I think they're very cute, and I'm happy to protect them. Well, it's almost time.
Oh, diobati. Mencanangkan paket pengobatan kompensasi untuk Alvin. Alvin sekarang jadi semangat bekerja sama dengan tim medis dan dia jadi jauh lebih ceria. Walaupun kondisinya seperti itu tetap nggak bisa jalan, tapi dia jadi happy ending. Udah nggak sedih-sedih lagi. Dia ceria.
Sumeru's such a nice place. I'll be back for sure.
Ahlinya Yoimiya ini tuh bikin anak kecil jadi ceria.
You will always be welcome here. Aveen would be happy to see you again.
It's a deal. I'll be waiting for you.
Perpisahan.
You got it.
Yoimiya, before you go back, I want to tell you about my new dream.
Mimpi baru.
I want to travel to Inazuma on my own and watch a fireworks show there.
Kamu pergi ke Inazuma dan nonton kembang api di sana.
Wow, that's impressive. I didn't expect to be introduced to new customers while on vacation. Don't worry, I'll make you some fireworks that you'll never forget. You do as well. No matter how busy your adventures get, remember to come back to Inazuma. We'll always welcome you no matter when you drop by. You gotta come and watch the fireworks this meteor shower inspired as they soar high in the sky.
Sounds like a plan.
Wow, ada kata-kata jaga diri baik-baik ya, Yoimiya. Semoga setiap hari selalu menyenangkan. Kembang api memang hanya sekejap, tapi persahabatan itu selamanya. Oke, mantap nih.
Why'd you just shout that out? It's embarrassing. Oh yeah, by the way, have a look at this. That's right. This is the one you helped me pick, and you said it looked kind of like me. I went to buy another one. This one's for you. Look at it whenever you're feeling down. Who knows? Maybe it'll raise your spirits. If nothing else, you'll know that I'm supporting you all the way. Of course, meeting in person is still better. Okay, I'll be heading back now. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. I really loved the trip you prepared for me. In fact, I'm totally impressed. No matter where you two go, I know that our friendship and its warmth will support you. So, go forward, to the end of your journey, and to the ends of this world.
Nah, kok nggak diantarin?
See you around.
Pulang sendiri dia. Oh, karena Yoimiya tahu. Apa lagi? Oh, dapat ukiran itu. Buat di tipot. Mantap. Nahida mantap. Menciptakan alam mimpinya mantap ya. The best Nahida. Berkat bantuan dia. Oke, kita besok lanjut. Tadi kan udah beres. Besok Lini, wow keren ini. Udah pokoknya udah masuk dari sini ke sini. The best. Nggak kalah seru yang tadi juga pada keren sih ceritanya tuh. Unik, ada sedihnya, ada bahagianya, happy ending. Kayak anime banget kan. Keren kan. Nah, ini juga keren ini. Ini apa lagi? Ini ini wah plot twist yang sangat udah nggak bisa diceritain. Aku ngelihat spoilernya aja, lihat dari spoilernya aja itu udah wah penasaran aku. Udah masuk daerah sini tuh, fontaine, area air. Ceritanya tuh keren. Fontaine tuh di sini. Kita kan udah pernah ke sana ya. Fontaine tuh di sini. Di atas sini, di atas nah area perairan Fontaine. Mau lihat bocorannya? Bocorannya. Area perkotaannya. Amazing, lihat. Oh. Lebih fancy, lebih pakaiannya tuh lebih pada rapi-rapi gitu mereka itu. Wow, ke bawah no. Semi modern gitu, modern lah ya. Kok gue di sini sih landingnya? Perasaan waktu itu bukan di sini ya? Salah nih gue, salah nih. Biasanya di sini aku landing. Tapi nggak apa-apa. Ini bisa dimasukin nih kayaknya. Waktu itu belum bisa. Spoiler. Mudah-mudahan nggak kena sore. Wow. Dewa nyasar ke sini. Jangan pakai dewa dong. Udahlah. Pokoknya besok kita akan melihat performanya Lite. Kenapa aku bilang performa? Karena bocorannya gini. Si Lite ini tuh tukang pentas, punya panggung sulap. Dia itu adik kakak atau bersaudara kembar ya. Ada dia tuh cowok ini Lite. Ini itu sama satu lagi Lite itu yang cewek. Kalau ini yang cowok. Lite itu cowok. Lite cewek. Mereka berdua itu nanti pentas di panggung sulap gitu deh. Gila, jadi ceritanya tuh unik gitu. Dan itu sangat kalau ini siapa nanti lah ya, satu-satu. Bagian satu. Perkenalan plus mantap lah pokoknya. Lebih mantap dari sebelumnya. Thank you for today. Thank you yang udah nonton. Kalau suka di like, jangan lupa di subscribe. Nanti kita akan lanjut besok. Nyalain juga notifnya biar nanti tahu kalau pas aku live itu ada notifikasi nyala. Diingatin nama notif untuk lihat kelanjutannya. besok. Oke. See you. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Sunset, sunset, sunset. 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 Aduh, telat nggak? Sunset. Sunset. Telat. Kalangin sama gunung, telat. Udah kalangin sama gunung. Ya udahlah ya. Udah maghrib. Kalangin sama gunung. Oke, thank you for today. Dan area ini itu bisa nyelam kita di dalam air sono tuh. Jadi itu indah banget ya di dalam air tuh. Explore. Aku sih udah dari tahun kemarin tuh nge-explore di dalam laut ini tuh udah puas aku. Nih ya, kita explore dikit tuh. Itu ada musuh-musuhnya tuh, binatang-binatang laut. Bisa explore ini di dalam laut kita tuh. Nih ya, set. Buah, keren gak tuh? Cuman di area Fontaine aja yang punya kelebihan dia bisa menyelam di dalam laut. Kalau negara lain nggak bisa. Ini itu cuma di Fontaine doang. Area Fontaine doang. Ini area sini doang jadinya yang bisa nyelam itu. Walaupun nggak banyak tapi ini tuh kebilangnya luas juga. Belum lagi nanti ada terowongan, masuk ke dalam terowongan di bawah daratan ini ada air juga, ruang rahasia. Banyak ruangan rahasianya dia tuh. Ini aja kedalaman ya aja berlapis-lapis. Oke, thank you. See you next time. Next time. Sampai jumpa besok di story-nya Lite di area sini Fontaine. Entah bagaimana nanti story-nya. Pokoknya yang jelas aku dapat spoilernya itu dikit. Dia itu ahli sulap, pentas sulap gitu sama saudaranya. Line dan Linet, saudara kembar, dan sulapnya keren juga gitu. Dan story-nya nggak tahu, pasti bagus. Oh, sini pada bagus-bagus semua aja ini story-nya. Ini bagian 2 nih. Ini penasaran juga nih aku bagian 2. Bagian 1-nya juga udah keren. Ini aku nggak tahu nih yang ini karakter ini, sumpah aku blank banget. Chlorine, Sigwin, Emily, Chiori ini yang di Jepang, ini yang Cina setahu aku. Adeptus angsa, ya. Navia yang di sini di Fontaine. Oke, thank you. Bye bye. Jangan lupa nyalain notifnya sama subscribe biar tahu lanjutannya besok. Bye bye. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye bye.